The protagonist's dreary life had not brought him any joy for a long time, but he did not dare to die. The guy always loved to eat well, but in his current situation, he barely had enough money for an apartment. Cho Isu himself did not understand how he had ended up in the life he was forced to survive in. The onigiri he was looking at weren't tasty enough even for a homeless person. But the young man had no other choice, because otherwise he too would have to live on the street due to lack of money. That's how Choice came to the point where he had to sacrifice pleasure for the sake of saving money. While he had long been craving a decent plate of rice with meat and lots of delicious spices, and instead of a small can of cheap beer, the hero dreamed of a real glass that was the size of his head. His rented apartment couldn't even boast of all the amenities, but Choice deprived himself of many things for its sake. Heavy and sad thoughts did not leave the young man, in whose life there was no joy. He had long dreamed of being in another place, or even preferably another world, to forget about this reality. Only in his dreams did Choice's life become a little easier, as he could imagine anything. He imagined a world in which there were many happy and contented people. And of course, in that world, the hero had so much delicious food that he did not want to return to reality. However, Cho Isu's life turned out in such a way that everything around him was collapsing and breaking down. In his youth, the guy believed that he had enough intelligence and diligence to reach any heights. The family always supported the young man, who in return constantly pleased them with his results. Choice was even lucky to get a job at a good company on his first try, where not everyone was accepted. But luck soon turned against the hero, and he was left alone at the very moment when he least expected it. As a result, the boy quickly fell into poverty because he had no motivation to do anything. He barely managed to get a job in a small company, but he still had no desire to work. Day after day, Choice wasted his life because he couldn't find anything that would make him happy. Everything changed the moment Isu discovered a portal to another reality in his room. This discovery stunned the guy so much that he forgot about all his previous problems in life. The search yielded no results, since this miracle happened only to our hero. Who would have thought that one day Choice would get lucky again and be given the opportunity for a new life? The guy had heard before that there were people who carried many expensive things through the gate, but he wasn't interested in making money, as he was more excited about the chance to start life with a clean slate. But it turned out that the young man could not take any objects with him to the other side. The gate stubbornly did not let anything through, no matter how much the guy tried to get something through it. But life in this reality was so sad that the hero was not afraid of getting stuck in another world. Cho Isu couldn't even imagine what kind of places awaited him on the other side of the magical gates. He ended up in a small village house that was very simply furnished. This place was radically different from what the hero had imagined. Of course, Choice hadn't expected incredible luxury, but such poverty also confused him. The saddest thing was that Isu didn't see any status window like the ones that were always there in games. But the young man still liked this world, as it seemed kind and sweet to him. It took a moment for Choice to notice the glowing paper that was supposed to explain what was going on. Such sheets always served as contracts, and each person decided for himself whether he would agree to the terms. It turned out that one could pass through these gates at any time of the day or night, although not everything could be taken with one. Another limitation of the gate was that it could only be moved twice on each side. But all these opportunities still attracted our hero because he had nothing to lose in his world. What pleased him most was the bag with its huge space that connected two worlds. This object had magical properties and contained many things. Of course, he had his limitations, but the hero was already glad that he could carry something with him. Only with the help of a bag could one carry things, and to do this, one only had to touch them. According to the instructions, Choice could take anything from his world into the parallel reality. While from that world, he was only allowed to bring gold, so as not to disturb the balance of dimensions. Overall, it wasn't difficult for Isu to follow all the rules, since in return, he could use the gate at any time. But the guy couldn't even imagine that he would also be given a whole bunch of money as support. The young man had never held so much money in his hands before, but now he could easily buy an entire village in this world. It was quite logical that the contract with the owner was terminated immediately after his death. Choice could lose his right to the gate if he tried to break the rules. Of course, the hero had the opportunity to refuse, but then he would forget everything connected with the portal. However, Isu's life was so dull that he didn't even think of giving up the portal to another world. The young man was ready for any trials and difficulties, just to escape from the unpleasant reality. That's how he made a contract with the gate and became one of the few owners of the magic portal. In theory, Choice could become anyone he wanted in the new world he chose to explore further. Most of all, the boy wanted to become a wizard, but it was unlikely that he would be so lucky in life. In any case, Isu was already glad that he could start from scratch without the heavy burden on his back. As a result, the first person he met was a nice woman named Maggie Humphrey. The first thing this madam did was try to feed the stranger who unexpectedly came to her. This gave Choice hope that his life in this world would truly be better than in reality. In any case, Maggie's dish looked attractive, although it seemed simple. The hero still had many adventures to experience because he agreed to a difficult path. At the first opportunity, he checked how exactly his spatial bag worked. It turned out that the young man was indeed able to take with him several coins, which were converted into the currency of his world. Due to the overabundance of emotions that day, the hero did not have time to do anything else because he was tired. But the next morning, he immediately noticed how much better his appearance had become inside the portal. Choice was well prepared for the move, so he took several important things with him. The only question that remained was where Choice was after jumping into the gate. Just yesterday, it seemed to him that he had ended up in some rural area that was not distinguished by its wealth. But this village could boast such beautiful views that they instantly took your breath away. It was at that moment that Choice accidentally caught the eye of Maggie, who knew everyone in this place. So it was no surprise that Mrs. Humphrey was wary of the newcomer's presence. However, this woman was always distinguished by her hospitality, so she made no exceptions. Maggie had just recently prepared a delicious breakfast that she was ready to feed anyone. This is how the hero ended up visiting Humphrey, with whom he would have many more good moments in the future. Her home looked simple, like everything else in this village, but everything in it was neatly arranged. Although the dishes offered to him looked simple, it was better than the hero's previous food. Maggie was surprisingly friendly, even though the stranger didn't even think to pay her. In his own country, Choice usually didn't go to any establishments, so he was at a loss in this world. He always loved delicious food, but lately, Isu didn't even have money for onigiri. So now, the guy was in a state of genuine delight at the sight of just one bowl of soup. Of course, the hero could not tell the woman about his joy, as she would not have understood him anyway. The ordinary soup exceeded all the expectations of the hero, who didn't think that food could be so tasty. Each ingredient on its own was nothing special, but together they worked wonders. As a natural-born Korean, Choice still lacked at least some spice in his food. However, poor rural residents could not boast of a variety of products. So Isu had to go without black pepper, which was very expensive in this reality. However, there were so many pleasant impressions now that the young man was not upset for a second. In his life, Choice loved food so much that he could spend hours beautifully describing the combinations of flavors in dishes. So, Maggie was delighted with the compliments from the stranger who appreciated her cooking. Choice didn't even lie for the sake of decency when he said he liked Madame Maggie's food. But the woman herself would hardly have been able to reveal the secret of the recipe, since she always trusted her instincts. So Isu was left with nothing when he tried to find out the details of this delicious soup. However, during this short time of communication, the guy managed to charm the lady who rarely heard compliments. That is why the woman showed the young man the modest holdings of their village, where they grew food. There was indeed something to see in this place, as the village was quite prosperous. There were all the conditions for animals and people here, so the residents didn't have many problems. Until now, Choice, like a little boy, was happy about the fresh air, which was so different from the city smog. He immediately liked the name Laudoran, which had belonged to this place since ancient times. In appreciation for the compliments, Maggie showed the hero all the products she used. As the head cook in this village, Humphrey has long since learned how to combine different ingredients. And now she was ready to teach Choice what she had used throughout her life. Ishu watched Maggie's masterclass attentively, as he did not expect such kindness from her. It had never occurred to him before that caramelized onions could be used for soup. Over the course of so many years of life, Humphrey has learned not only to cook deliciously, but also to bargain properly with people. So she was able to get the best products at a cheap price, which made the woman popular. But it wasn't because of the good ingredients that the soup turned out delicious. It was all in the skillful hands of Madame. No matter what Maggie's cooking duties were, she could never screw anything up. For the first time in a long time, Choice met a person who showed him the magic of cooking in 5 minutes. Everything Maggie did looked like it would be a piece of cake to prepare something like this. But our hero was not sure that he could repeat the recipe with exactly the same result. Humphrey did not take on students on principle, but sometimes she demonstrated her skills to people. But she didn't expect that in return, Choice would suddenly offer her a mirror, the likes of which did not exist in this world. Never before had the woman seen such a pure reflection, which left her speechless for a time. Of course, pride and honor did not allow Humphrey to take such a precious thing as a gift. Madame always helped other people just like that, and she had no intention of changing this rule. So she drove the young man away so that he wouldn't come up with some other way to thank her. But Choice was sincere in his desire to do at least something good for Madame in return. At that moment, the hero did not yet know that someone had been watching him since his appearance in the village. She was a young girl with an unusual appearance who hid from other people. Although she lived in the village, no one knew that this lady hid her true appearance. At the time, Choice did not attach any importance to this meeting, although in the future they would become close people. Now the only thoughts in his head were about the library, since he urgently needed knowledge about this world. Ishu remembered well that the realities in the gates were unexplored, so he would have to look for the answers himself. It turned out that there was a problem with workers in the village, because the guy who was looking after her couldn't even read or write. But for the hero, who wanted to find answers to all questions, even such difficulties were not a problem. What perplexed him even more was that the number of books in the library barely exceeded his home collection, and the unfamiliar guy looked as if he didn't understand the value of the literature surrounding him at all. But Choice knew so little about this world that he could use some outside help. This is how the hero met Hans, who would become his faithful ally for many years. The guys quickly found a common language, even though they were born in completely opposite worlds. Despite his sympathy for Choice, Hans still had no right to hand out books to strangers. In this situation, it was not advantageous for Isu to argue, so he stayed in the library for a while. At the same time, Hans watched his every move so closely that the young man felt awkward. What the hero feared most was that this village boy would gladly punish him for his mistake. But Choice only needed to figure out the map of the empire, which he accidentally ended up in. Ishu had never used such ancient and fragile objects before. But the saddest thing was that the map only showed the basic outlines of this world. This is because at that time, there were many wars between different empires for territory and power. Choice could only hope that no one would ultimately call him to serve in this world again. The hero was lucky, and war was not a common occurrence in the village he found himself in. The whole point was that the surrounding area was firmly protected by wizards because they also did not want battles. Choice was only glad that he wouldn't have to join the army to defend the territory. Although he was older than Hans, this guy had a huge amount of work in the village on his shoulders. So the villager also did not want to fight, although he was ready to stand up to defend his beloved homeland. Now the librarian had a new friend, and he welcomed everyone with a smile on his face. The hero spent several years locked up, so his heart was thrilled by friendship with a person. But at that moment, Choice, as a true food lover, was only interested in his new acquaintance's dish. It was about small pieces of bread that were generously sprinkled with sweet raspberries. While Hans was pleased with this delicacy, Isu found the combination of flavors questionable. But who could refuse such a friendly and pleasant guy when it came to kindness? So Choice had to learn for himself that raspberry bread wasn't exactly the pinnacle of culinary excellence. Fortunately, the hero's quick wits allowed him to quickly change the subject to something more pleasant. Until now, the map had not given him any information, but Hans knew the surrounding areas well. True, the young man himself had practically never been anywhere, so he remembered the location only from others. But this information was already better than just a picture that looked like a map. This time, the friends' conversation was interrupted by a commotion that came from outside the merchants. What surprised Choice was how well the village treated all newcomers. As soon as Hans heard about the merchants, he jumped up as if he might miss something important. The rest of the residents followed his example as everyone wanted to buy something new for themselves. Taking advantage of the general commotion, Choice was able to sneak back into his reality unnoticed. He had a real puzzle to solve about what to take with him at all. In that world, the hero lacked many items, but the spatial bag had limitations. So this time, Isu took with him only money, which was again converted into the required coin. The period of getting used to moving around had not yet passed, so the boy was surprised by everything. But even despite his confusion, he still managed to arrive before the traders left the village. There was a pleasant atmosphere in the tavern, as many people were happy about the variety brought by the new people. It was hard for Choice to pretend that he already belonged to this world, since little was known. But curiosity about experiments prevailed over fear because Isu had a lot to try, and he started with his favorite beer drink, which he always valued in his reality. This piquant taste forever sank into the heart of the boy, who had never tasted anything like it before. Only this time Maggie was not on Choice's side, who managed to make one unpleasant mistake. In a fit of emotion, the hero never paid for his purchases, which is why he now needed to somehow settle everything. However, Isu's wealth quickly saved his life, as even Madame Humphrey could not resist money. This is how the hero got the opportunity to continue enjoying the privileges of the unknown world. Finally, Choice felt alive after everything that had happened to him in recent years. It seemed to him that there would be nothing tasty in this world, and only now the young man realized how wrong he was. Ishu's main task now was to blend in with the crowd and be accepted as one of their own. And the cheerful Hans helped with this very well, since he almost didn't give his new acquaintance a break. But even in such a situation, the hero managed to find time for the delicious food that Maggie prepared. In his short time in this world, the boy had managed to remember that Madame Humphrey's cooking was excellent. So this time, he wasn't even distracted by the omnipresent Hans, who was actively trying to attract his friend's attention. Choice has had a love of food throughout his life, even though he didn't always have time to cook. The taste of this dish instantly transported the hero into memories, as it reminded him of home. As a child, his mother often delighted her son with something similar, as she too was passionate about cooking. It was his mother's behavior that became the reason why Isu was so interested in recipes. From a young age, he observed the love and care with which his mother devoted herself to every moment of cooking. The woman always loved feeding other people because in company, all dishes tasted better to her. And finally, the hero found friends with whom he could share all the delights of a shared dinner. Hans had no intention of leaving Choice alone until he went for a walk with him. And in the end, it all ended with Isu giving in to his friend because their desires coincided at that moment. The merchants did a great job as they brought with them a huge pile of interesting things. And only Choice remained selective in his choices because many goods were better in his world. He noticed that many women were interested in mirrors, which were clearly in short supply in this reality. But the hero could have easily become rich if he had brought just a couple of mirrors into this world. But all Choice could do was watch silently as Maggie haggled with the seller. Only after some time did Isu notice the man sitting at a distance from the others. This man immediately attracted the young man's interest, as he was the only one who sold various spices. The hero knew perfectly well how to use each ingredient correctly in cooking to create something delicious. But the cost of spices turned out to be so high that it was unlikely that anyone would be able to buy them. All this gave Choice the idea that he could very well open his own business in this reality. Who would have thought that Isu would so quickly stumble upon a vein that would bring him a lot of money? All the young man had to do was move the necessary spices from his world to this one a couple of times. It's only necessary to establish a sales method, and Choice's funds will quickly multiply several times. For a long time, the hero had dreamed of quitting his job, which only brought him a lot of problems. Before this, the only issue was that Choice had no other option for making money. But now, the future seemed completely different to the boy who had discovered the opportunities in this world. That's why Isu seized the opportunity to sell spices to other merchants and make a profit. The man clearly didn't expect these ingredients to be cheap anywhere else. But he had no reason not to believe the young man who seemed so confident in his words. Transporting goods using magic should have taken only a little effort from our hero. So he quickly convinced the merchant that it was profitable for the man to cooperate with him. Who would have thought that even the most unknown merchants would still be short of goods? The whole point was that aristocrats always bought up most of the spices because they could afford it. So Colin Magvol, that was the name of this merchant, was left with practically no sales in the village. And now, he saw a ray of hope in the unfamiliar boy because he always needed money. The hero's next interesting encounter almost ended as quickly as it began. Choice allowed himself to address a boy his own age, and the child tried to act older. His name was Mino Strive, and he was looking forward to helping his parents with their trade. It was this boy who first suspected the hero of lying, although he had no evidence. Mino was very proud of the fact that he had read many books, but had never heard of the Korean Empire in any of them. Only Choice could have gotten out of this situation so brilliantly that Strive forgot about his suspicions. The boy, at a loss, could only boast of his pedigree in response, as he was rich. It was not by chance that he managed to read a lot of books by his age, since his parents bought them for him. In this world, book editions were so expensive that you could buy a house for their price. Ishu immediately realized that the person in front of him was important, so he turned to him with a mirror. As the child of skilled merchants, Mino quickly appreciated the mirror, which was perfectly crafted without magic. It never occurred to Strive that anyone other than wizards could create such things. If things did not have the magician's mark, they could not be sold on the official market. It was clear from the boy's face that he did not want to let go of the mirror, even if it was made underground. The child clearly didn't expect that his new acquaintance would suddenly give him such a good thing. During his short life, the boy remembered well that in this world, nothing was done for nothing. Therefore, he was only too happy to repay the hero with information since he knew the nearby cities well. But Mino himself didn't even think about moving to the city, since people in the village were much kinder. Of course, the boy had another reason not to leave this place, and it was food. Like many villagers, Strive had come to appreciate Madame Maggie's incredibly delicious cooking. Moreover, although cities were good places to live, they had major downsides. The son of merchants knew well how unreasonably expensive any houses in the cities were. This whole system reminded the hero of his home world, where apartments in the center were also too expensive. So, it turned out that you could buy one house in the city or an entire village in the countryside. Before leaving, Mino remembered that he had a good idea for his new acquaintance. That's why the boy gave Choice a business card with the location of his parents' store in the village. Strive was still trying to find another worker, as there was a constant shortage of people in this place. Ishu had so many opportunities open up before him in this reality that he didn't know what to choose for himself. The guy quickly won Mino's trust, and he was willing to sell all his mirrors for him. The boy was familiar with underground auctions and could well offer them such goods. But first, Choice had to return to his world to buy items to sell at the gate. During the few days that he was in another reality, the young man managed to miss his food. Korean sweets have always been famous for their taste, but villagers did not have anything like this. Finally, Isu could enjoy life again, as the death of his parents receded into the background. Choice's eyes were shining with a lot of desires as he decided to improve his life. All he had to do was click a few buttons online, and the goods would arrive at his door. What surprised Isa most was how profitable the black pepper trade was for him. In that world, this spice was highly valued and was constantly in short supply, but here it was something commonplace. So, in his head, the hero was already mentally calculating the amount of money that he would be able to receive in the end. It was no surprise that the guy had thoughts of quitting when he saw his grumpy boss. No matter what Choice tried to do, the manager was always dissatisfied with something. All this in the past would have driven the hero into another long and unpleasant depression for many years. But now the boss did not pose any danger to the psyche of the matured Choice. The whole time the conversation was going on, the young man was thinking only about how he really wanted to earn money in another world. During his university studies, everyone around him recognized Isu's talent in the most complex programming. But the stupid boss constantly humiliated the employee because he did not see anything good in his skills. For a long time, Choice had silently tolerated this attitude, but now there was no point in him remaining silent any longer. This impudent man was impossible to change, so the guy didn't even intend to try. Instead, Isu firmly decided that he would quit the company he was tired of in the near future. But the hero didn't have time to leave the office when the boss suddenly started talking about his deceased parents. The man did not understand the worker's pain, so he manipulated him through his inner anxiety. All this led to the fact that literally a minute later, Choice was sitting in the office of the building's owner. The young man no longer doubted that his decision to leave the company was the right one. The director correctly guessed the reason for such a hasty dismissal on the part of a good employee. Isu could not bear to hear talk about his parents, which still brought him sadness. No matter what benefits the director offered him, the boy was not going to give in anymore for the sake of such torment. Until now, the boss needed that manager because he did his job well, so the guy had no choice but to let Choice quit the company. The hero guessed that the director understood his feelings, since she herself had once experienced loss. His relatives also died in the accident, but the owner was able to quickly get back on his feet. Of course, the director hoped that Isu would still return to their company because the conditions were good. If only he knew what way the guy had found to make money, he would not have let him go. And now Choice could do whatever he wanted because a whole parallel world was open before him. Isu never made any friends in the company, so he wasn't even sad to leave this place. So many opportunities opened up before the hero that he had no time to miss his old life. Choice just managed to come up with a good plan to transfer a huge amount of goods to that world. All he had to do was sell the spices at a good price and he would become very rich. With such an amazing portal to another world, the young man did not need any work in his reality. He had already gotten used to the fact that he couldn't even carry clothes on himself and only his bag teleported things. But this magical item contained so many spices that Choice was sure to become rich. Never before had the hero felt so full of life and energy as at this time. The simple house became a pleasant and warm home for Isu, to which he always wanted to return. Besides, now the guy had a secret place under the bed, where he hid all the most expensive goods. This time, Choice did not return empty-handed, as he took with him something for the caring Madame Maggie. The woman had a little less work that day, so she could afford to rest. But she wasn't attracted by all the ingredients that Isu took to make a face mask. In the rural world, it was not customary to put food on the face, but Humphrey still gave in to persuasion. No matter how strange Choice's advice seemed to the woman, for some reason she trusted his words. This is how joyfully this day passed, in which the hero planned only to rest and gain strength. He really enjoyed communicating with people who cared about him as a thank you for his advice. As a result, by the end of the day, the hero was completely satisfied with himself because he was thoroughly exhausted. He still felt awkward about the fact that in his reality, he couldn't communicate freely with his neighbors. And in this world, every person responded to Choice's greeting, which made the guy constantly smile. As a result, Isu didn't even have time to rest because he was constantly needed by someone. This time, the hero was bothered by Hans, who had already missed his friend since they had not seen each other for some time. The poor guy had so much work that he urgently needed help in harvesting important crops. Beer was later made from them, among other things, so Choice had a personal interest. But Isu didn't yet know how to help around the house as professionally as Hans did. It seemed like there wasn't a single job this tall guy couldn't handle. Only now did the hero remember the fair-haired lady he had seen in his window and asked his friend about her. But it turned out that Hans had never seen anyone with blonde hair in the village before. He knew all the girls who lived nearby well, but he couldn't remember anyone with such an appearance. This circumstance greatly puzzled the hero because he had expected a different result. The young man was absolutely certain of what he had seen, but for some reason, Hans was unable to help him this time. In any case, the guy didn't just find Choice because he needed help with the housework. While he had the opportunity, Hans planned to terrorize his new acquaintance to the fullest extent. There was always something to do in the village, especially when it came to its improvement and beautification. Hans took on a difficult task because he had to deal with all the problems on his own. The hero had already heard from Mino that there was a constant shortage of people to work in the village. Choice found it hard to imagine something like this happening to work in his world. However, the guy liked this reality so much that he was not against helping his new friend. That's how he ended up collecting hop plants, from which hops were later to be made. Isu quickly figured out what he needed to do, even though he had never done this kind of work before. He was only too happy to help in collecting these herbs because since his teenage years, he had loved alcoholic drinks. Thanks to their teamwork, the friends completed the task in just a few hours. Never before had work brought Hans so much joy as when Choice was helping him. Since the villager took on all the other responsibilities, the hero had time to rest. So the first thing Isu did was run to his home, because that was the only place where there was pleasant warm water. The boy missed the benefits of civilization every time he was in the world through the gate. He was ready to give a lot in order to feel the same emotions in another reality. For now, Choice could only return back every time to feel the warmth. But all this did not discourage the young man from continuing to travel through the unknown reality. This time, he planned to take something tasty with him to share with others. Isu didn't like to cook just for himself, so he preferred to order complex dishes every time. In his world, delivery was so well developed that a courier arrived soon after. But Choice didn't even have time to figure out what he would do next in a world of magic and adventure. He was lucky, and the spatial bag contained all the food he ordered at once. This meant that there was nothing stopping our hero from showing these dishes to everyone. He knew many delicious recipes and planned to conquer that world with his cooking skills. But problems with this food began much faster than the hero could have imagined. There was no hint of any container in this world, and without them, food would quickly spoil. The only option was to go back in order to take with us everything we needed. But all this would not solve the problem that the young man needed to treat his friends without raising suspicion. He was able to find the most suitable dishes just in time for Hans to arrive, who showed up without knocking. As a result, the friend found Choice in a rather uncomfortable position since Isu did not think to get dressed in time. The embarrassment both boys felt in this situation was difficult to convey in words. Although the hero believed that he had the right to walk around naked, he could not prove this to his friend even after a couple of minutes. It turned out that Hans had come only to remind Choice of his unfulfilled duties. While Isu was resting in his world, the village boy had to do his work for him. Due to his absent-mindedness, Choice completely forgot that he was now also a part of this lovely village. But the hero planned to help Hans in everything to prove that he was a good person. Isu had no idea that in this guy's eyes he had long been a friend because he was ready to share food with him. As soon as Hans started talking about dinner, Choice remembered the dishes he had left in his house. It was Hans's turn to be surprised when Isu announced that he had also prepared something for them. Previously, the hero had never told anyone that he actually loved to create any dishes himself. In the end, Choice insisted that his friends try what he ordered in his world. None of the residents had seen anything like it, so it was not surprising that they were not happy. Only the hero remained enthusiastic because he knew how delicious this soup was because of its ingredients. Inside, fried chicken and vegetables were used to add a piquant touch to this combination. Although Maggie was skeptical about any new product, this time the smell attracted her. So following the woman, everyone decided to try a product they had never seen before. Humphrey set a good example for the others. rules, as she was the first to show courage and impudence. But no one expected that this dish would hit their taste buds so hard. Only Isu could not understand from his friends' reactions what exactly they were experiencing at that moment. Hans especially changed. For him, this incredible taste turned his whole world upside down. Even the elderly village elder never thought he would ever be able to enjoy it so much. But now he was absolutely sure that he was almost in heaven after eating this soup. Only Maggie remained suspicious because she had no opportunity to repeat something like this. Madame always used only the most inexpensive spices, but her dishes still turned out delicious. Apart from Humphrey, everyone else did not hide their delight as they approved of their new friend's experiment. Once the snack was over, Isu had time to set up a spice business. There was so much more to do that the boy had no idea where to begin. The sudden appearance of a beautiful girl on a horse distracted the hero from his heavy and confused thoughts. This lady often attracted the attention of other people, so choice was no exception to the rule. But Isa was much more impressed by the fact that the unknown girl had many strong guards. That's why Jace Medit could afford to be so inattentive and empty-headed. The hero's heart began to beat faster in alarm as soon as his gaze met that beauty's. Surprisingly, Jace herself turned to the young man as if they had known each other since childhood. It would never have occurred to Choice that such a girl would suddenly pay attention to him. His whole body was trembling in anticipation of an acquaintance that promised to be very romantic and pleasant. Jace's eyes sparkled with such incredible joy that they could make anyone smile. Isu was sure that he was already destined for a warm embrace when the girl ran past him. This turn of events left the young man confused, as he had expected to receive a portion of love. It turned out that all this time, Jace had only been visiting Maggie, whose cooking she loved madly. But no matter how many times the girl tried to persuade Humphrey to change her job, the madam did not agree. The woman was satisfied with a quiet life in the village, even if she lost the opportunity to earn a good income. Maggie herself understood that she could have become the best chef in the empire, but she didn't need it. Only Choice was frightened by Jace's determination, who was ready to kidnap Humphrey to her home. But for now, the girl limited herself to bringing Madame good ingredients for cooking. Each time, Medit was burning with impatience because she still had to wait for the final roasting. The only thing the lady didn't like about Humphrey's dishes was black pepper, which she avoided. Despite her hot and explosive nature, Jace still remained a favorite among the residents. Even Hans did not dare argue with the young aristocrat, who could out-argue anyone. This time, Jace managed to overhear rumors about her that were constantly hidden behind her back. In fact, the lady had long known how wild all the locals described her as. But Medit liked this frightening image because it allowed her to not adhere to the manners of aristocrats. Only now did the lady notice the hero's presence, as she had previously been too preoccupied with other matters. Choice confidently lied that he was a traveler who came from a distant corner of another empire. But the guard wouldn't let Jace know more, as she was already thinking about escaping. So the knight interrupted any conversations that even slightly reminded Medit of other lands. The aristocrat could be as indignant as she wanted, but the bodyguard had clear instructions from her father. As a result, Isu was left with a strange impression of the girl who had caused so much noise in just a few minutes. The strangest thing for the hero was that even Hans still treated the mad aristocrat well. Although this guy always loved silence, for some reason he couldn't resist the cheerful Jace. However, the guys didn't have time to talk in more detail, since the first clients came to see Hans. Choice also ordered some food for himself, since this time he could pay for any dish without any problems. But the village had its own rules, and on the day of his arrival, Jace Hans did not take payment from anyone. So Choice couldn't even treat his new acquaintance to a drink because he didn't have to pay for anything. This man's name was Joseph, and he was one of the most famous merchants throughout the empire. His skills included obtaining even rare spices, which he put up for sale. As Isu thought, there was still stiff competition in the business because Joseph could not find black pepper. That's why he was so envious of Colin Magval, who had somehow found these spices. The Medit family always quickly bought up almost all the black pepper, as if they used it for everything. What struck Choice as odd was that Jace clearly hated the spice. Personally, he didn't like the tasteless food that most people got without additives. Until now, the boy could not get used to flatbreads with jam, although everyone around him praised them. Only out of politeness did he agree to try a piece, but he was still quickly disappointed. No matter how hard the hero tried, he could not get into the simple food of this parallel world. But Joseph was quite happy since he had eaten only such foods all his life. The only thing that surprised him was that Jace genuinely hated black pepper and didn't even burn it once. But the man didn't have time to tell this story because Medit just appeared nearby. Only now did Isu understand why on the day of the young aristocrat's arrival, all the food was free. After all, Jace wasn't shy about taking any food or drink from the table that she liked. All this time, the hero managed to avoid attention from the girl who embarrassed him with her behavior. But now Choice had nowhere to go and had to answer the aristocrat's numerous questions. It was not without reason that the lady had an interest in the young man who came from another continent of their country. Jace wanted more freedom for herself, but she couldn't get justice in this place. Every time she was distracted from her heavy thoughts by the presence of delicious food prepared by Madame Humpro. Medit had been waiting for this moment for so long that she could no longer sit still in front of such delicious food. But her guard decided otherwise, as he had never seen such strange dishes in the Empire before. But Jace wasn't the type to listen to people, even if they were trying for her sake. Instead, the lady broke all the rules and tried a piece, which immediately brought her satisfaction. She was a great connoisseur of delicious food, and moreover, she knew how to determine the tastes in dishes down to the last detail. So the girl didn't miss a single product that she noticed among the ingredients of the new recipe. Choice had never met a person who could guess every element in a composition so accurately. He didn't have that innate sense of taste, so he had to put in a lot of effort before. But now he could also distinguish a lot, which made Issa happy because he loved to cook a variety of things. Choice admired the fact that the girl had spared no expense to ensure that they had a delicious meal today. Although the lady was unhappy about having to pay the magicians for the ingredients, she did not regret anything. If the hero had not accidentally ended up in this world, he would never have tried such delicious dishes. The way Maggie combined different flavors reminded Choice of the level of skill of real chefs. So it was no surprise that Jace, who had a keen sense of taste, loved this food so much. The girl could spend hours admiring Madame's dishes, desperately trying to persuade her to come to her. Only Isu did not linger long in the tavern, since he still needed to set up trade. On the way, he noticed that even the sky in this world was different from the one that existed in his reality. Deep down, the hero was a romantic, so he loved to watch the stars and comets somewhere above. And this time, Choice made a wish that everything would go well for him on his journey through this unknown world. The boy was filled with anxiety, not knowing how Joseph would react to his attempt at cooperation. But the merchant didn't doubt for a second when he heard that Choice had some good goods for him. At the sight of several kilograms of black pepper, the man almost had a stroke. He was so happy. Naturally, the merchant immediately offered Isu excellent conditions, if only the guy wouldn't go to his competitors. As soon as the hero heard the amount he had to earn, the guy's heart was filled with happiness. He never thought that he would ever earn so much money in a couple of minutes just by selling black pepper. Pride never left the hero, who always wanted to realize himself in some way in the future. Despite the large amount of money, Choice had no reason to worry because everyone was afraid to attack near the Medit family. So that night, Isu slept so sweetly and soundly that he felt completely rested. The fresh country air had a beneficial effect on his condition, so the young man felt better. He didn't regret at all that he had gone through the gate for the first time a few weeks ago. As a result, Choice had so much money that he didn't know how much was even normal to spend per day. For the first time in a long time, Isu could afford so many things that his life did not seem terrible to him. So the first thing he did was go to the market to find out how much various interesting goods cost. During his short stay in this world, Choice learned to bargain well, as he saw the intentions of the merchants. But today, an event occurred that nevertheless distracted the young man's attention during his walk. He accidentally met the same girl who was his neighbor, but constantly hid from everyone. It turned out that she wanted to try the fish, but the merchant did not have such a rare product in stock. However, the unknown lady's desire was so strong that she immediately considered other options. Personally, Choice was horrified by the prices of food that spoiled quickly but was readily available in the river. It was obvious that the girl didn't know much about fish, but she still wanted to try at least a piece. In the end, the stranger settled on the cheapest option, which still cost almost as much as a horse. A desire to help the girl arose within the hero, but he did not have time, as Lady Medit suddenly found him. Jace was always uncontrollable when some crazy and funny idea popped into her head. And now the girl suddenly decided that it was vital for her to take a walk with the young traveler. It turned out that the aristocrat already knew that Isu had recently sold black pepper to a merchant. Usually, the girl felt sick from the smell alone, which is why the presence of the spice did not escape her notice. The hero still couldn't understand why Jace reacted so violently to pepper, which was a good seasoning. He remembered well many recipes for dishes that were enhanced in flavor by black pepper. Personally, the guy missed the food in his city to death, which always contained a lot of delicious spices. But as soon as he started talking about the delights of black pepper, Jace looked at him menacingly. Although Medit did not reveal the reasons, she was extremely negative about any mention of black pepper. Jace herself realized that she was overly emotional when it came to things she didn't like. The lady had to cultivate an iron character because she was to become the heir to the family business. For Choice, such aspirations on the part of Miss were strange since he saw her love for traveling. The thing was, Jace's parents would never let her live the life she wanted. What angered the girl most was that her father was already looking for some famous and rich husband for her. This aristocrat must have been an elf, since only they had perfect command of magic. That's why Medit had so many reasons to escape to the land of Isu, where there was a lot of freedom. The guy had already regretted several times that he had ever told Jace about his vast homeland. He wasn't sure he could dissuade the lady from a trip that promised her the same difficult loneliness. Choice's words about the death of his family calmed Medit a little, who wanted to leave home as quickly as possible. No matter how much pressure her parents put on her, she still loved them with all her heart for their love and care. The girl was sad only because sometimes her family saw her as just a way to achieve their goals. But all this did not change the fact that Jace's parents were good people, which she was not ashamed of. They allowed their daughter to bring Maggie with her, but the lady could not get Madame's consent. She could only hope that someone like Isu would finally persuade the woman to change jobs. As soon as Jace left, Choice noticed that the elder had been watching him closely the whole time. The hero never managed to get permission from the old man to continue staying in the village. But this time, too, he was not allowed to talk to the sage, as Maggie's sudden appearance had caused a stir. It turned out that the Humphrey family had been traveling all this time and had returned with their grandson. Of course, Madame was only happy about such a new addition, but she was worried that she had not been told earlier. The baby looked surprisingly healthy and strong, despite being born in difficult conditions. Happiness overwhelmed the woman who had long wanted to add to her family. Although Isu didn't know these people, he was still happy for Maggie, whose face was shining with joy. The baby was really so adorable that anyone could like him. So it was no surprise that the hero also couldn't resist the appearance of a little boy. Hans chose this very moment to tell his friend the not very pleasant news. The guy simply didn't dare tell them beforehand that some aristocrat was planning to buy their village. And now, when Choice was in 7th place from emotion, he took such news more calmly. At such moments, few people could take their eyes off the child, who was a symbol of innocence and purity. So thoughts about an uncertain future simply didn't occur to the friends who were admiring the baby. Only a little later did the hero remember Hans's words, which were full of anxiety and worry. It turned out that the guy had no intention of asking his friend for help, since he didn't live in the village permanently. Instead, the young man prepared something for his friend in case Choice left soon. Although the books were very expensive, Hans still gave several of them as gifts to a friend. So Isu returned home with mixed feelings, as he wanted to continue living in that world. He had so many plans, but in the end, the spatial bag couldn't fit everything at once. Therefore, the hero had to choose the subjects that he would develop in that reality first. By chance, the guy remembered his neighbor who so badly wanted to find fish at the market. Of course, in a developed civilized city, there was a much better chance of buying something good. That's why Choice went to the market, because his heart told him that the lady needed help. In Korea, there were also foods from other nations, so the guy definitely wouldn't go hungry after the walk. During the time that Choice lived in the village, he began to miss more complex food with various spices. But all this did not stop Isu from remembering that at the very beginning of the walk, he wanted to buy fish. The huge variety of products on the market delighted the young man, who had longed for a large selection. As a result, the hero couldn't decide on just one thing, so he bought so much fish that he couldn't eat it himself. But now Choice had the opportunity to prepare several different dishes at once from fish and its leftovers. The guy ordered all the necessary products for the house in advance so that he wouldn't have to look for anything on his own. He always loved cooking, and now he was even trying his best for his friends from the village. So the hero's motivation was now at its peak, and he was truly enjoying cooking. Choice was eager to demonstrate his culinary skills to his friends, and as a result, he created a true culinary work of art in just a few hours. Just in case, Isu took with him products that were frequently used among the residents. Although he was confident that no one would be able to refuse his dish, he had to play it safe. Mother always told Choice that one should not only cook with love, but also take into account preferences. It was from her that he learned such a huge number of recipes that he cooked very tasty food. Until now, the hero felt sad whenever he thought about his mother, who died so unexpectedly and early. However, this time, he did not give in to his emotions, because he had a much more important matter. It was time to meet the neighbors, one of whom was a woman named Mesa and the other was Miss Hayan. The girl greeted the neighbor rather warily, although her friend invited him into the house with a smile. Choice's heart beat wildly as he invited his neighbors to eat fish with him. As he expected, Masa didn't mind, as she was as kind as the rest of the villagers. This is how it all came to the point that Isu soon lit a fire to fry fresh and tasty fish. The guy had no trouble with such actions, while others would hardly have been able to cope. Even Madame Maggie couldn't have cooked the fish so well, which made the young man proud. The two neighbors were visibly impressed by the skills of the traveler who had only recently appeared among them. Mesa was the first to appreciate the amazing and delicate taste of the fish, since she herself did not know how to make something similar. The hero was pleased to hear that the recipes of his native country were appreciated. He remained just as modest, so he did not praise himself for the result, although he enjoyed the dish. Even Isu himself had no complaints about himself, although he had always been his own biggest critic. But not everything was as good and simple as it might seem at first glance. He felt a constant strange chill from Heian Choice that went right to his bones. So that day the guy tried to finish talking and eating as quickly as possible. Even though they were neighbors, Masa and Hyan did not come to visit Isu themselves. Only Hans constantly visited his friend because he needed help. Therefore, the hero soon became reluctant to open up to the guy because he was quite tired these days. However, it turned out that today, Hans wanted to go for a walk to another city with Isu. As soon as the opportunity to do nothing arose, Choice immediately agreed to it. If only the young man knew how many problems just one trip along the broken roads would bring him. Even in his own world, the hero suffered from motion sickness, let alone this reality. But Hans felt as if there had been no motion sickness at all during the couple of hours of the ride. Since the guy had his own business, the friends had to part for a while. But the hero wasn't upset about this because he didn't just take a whole bunch of money with him for no reason. He was interested to know what other things he could use in trading in the future. And in the city, Choice quickly found good materials that were worthy of sale if necessary. But Choice's intuition told him that it would be better to opt for a regular gift now. That's why he decided to choose the best fabrics as a gift for his grandson Maggie. The young man's adventures did not end there, as the city streets had much to show him. However, as a real man, Choice was attracted by the weapon that one of the knights carried. Of course, there was no talk of getting close to such a strict guy. Isu was about to leave silently when he suddenly noticed a familiar red-haired figure right in front of him. It turned out that Jace lived somewhere nearby and, out of boredom, went out for a daytime walk with the guards. As soon as the assistants saw Issa, their faces immediately changed due to their dislike for him. The hero had something to fear, as he was not a good influence on Lady Medit, who wanted to leave home. But Jace herself was only glad to communicate with the traveler, from whom she learned a lot of new things. She just wanted to find company for herself, because she herself was embarrassed to watch the new aristocrat. But Lady Medit was terribly curious about the kind of person who decided to buy the surrounding areas of the city. Since the girl had already been absent from the village for a couple of days, she knew nothing about the birth of Maggie's grandson. Naturally, the young aristocrat immediately became eager to give the baby something too. She couldn't come up with anything better than soap, which was not easy for villagers to get. The girl added a few lotions to it, which noticeably surprised Choice, who was supposed to be carrying it. Jace didn't hesitate to use the guy as a transmitter, because Maggie would hardly have accepted anything from her. Medit wanted to know about the new aristocrat also, because he wanted to buy out the village's territories. Even Isu was frightened by the look of the lady who did not want to give Humphrey to anyone else. Jace was well aware of her obsession with Maggie, but she didn't want to change anything. Once she tried Madame's cooking, Mady couldn't think of anything else. Our hero has not yet had time to experience all the horrors of poor cooking in this reality. He had no idea that even the best dishes were far inferior in taste to what Maggie cooked. And now, Jace had the perfect opportunity to show her friend why she was so obsessed. As soon as Isu tried one piece of the best porridge, he almost threw up along with it. For a long time, the hero was haunted by disgusting memories of that terrible food in the tavern. Only now did he understand why Jace was so eager to take Madame Maggie to her estate. The guy could only hope that the woman with her amazing skills would not leave them. As soon as he returned to the village, Choice immediately jumped into the portal to come to his senses. Only the food and drinks of this world had a beneficial effect on the boy, because he had been accustomed to them since childhood. Last time, the hero left several refreshing and invigorating drinks for himself in advance. And now he enjoyed one of them with pleasure, feeling the pleasant freshness spreading throughout his body. But Isu didn't come back just for the food. He wanted to develop his business in other directions. The guy got a little tired of selling black pepper, so he looked for other things to trade. Although not immediately, the bottomless space of the bag gave the young man a brilliant idea. So when he returned to another reality, he didn't run to look for any sellers with goods. Instead, the hero took up farming because he decided to grow what others did not have. Of course, not even a few hours had passed when the curious Haynes visited his beloved friend. Choice had no doubt that he had made the right choice when he decided to plant the vegetable. Not long ago, they ate this product only because Jace brought it with her to cook. The conversation was about potatoes, which for some reason no one grew in the nearby area. But there were so many things that could be made from this product that the young man's mouth was watering. As a result, he quickly charmed Hans, who was eager to help with the planting too. The guy, like many other people, loved to eat delicious food, so he was inspired by the idea of potatoes. For this reason, he remembered too late that he had come to Isu because of the visiting merchants. On the way, the hero met Mino, who not long ago sold his mirror at a good price. That's why the boy needed more supplies, and Isu promised to resolve this issue soon. In the meantime, the hero focused on the next meal, because today, Maggie promised to cook sausages. Choice hadn't had a tasty sausage in a long time, so he was in anticipation before trying it. It just turned out that the taste was so salty that it was impossible to eat this sausage. Only the locals were accustomed to this, as they had not tried any other food. It took a lot of effort for Isu to pretend that he didn't really dislike it. The guy was saved only by Maggie, who suddenly needed help serving food to the other guests. The hero could only hope that Madame Humphrey's cooking would once again be at the highest level. However, remembering the recent taste of sausages, the guy was afraid to try the rest of the food on the table. While all the guests were enjoying the treat, Choice had the opportunity to observe their reactions. People didn't even frown while eating, as they had been accustomed to such food since childhood. In such a crowd, Isu didn't even know which table to join to feel the general joy. And soon, this question was resolved by itself, since Hans invited his friend to his place to try the treats. This is how the company itself found a hero who until now felt insecure in this reality. Hans was the first to show the right example as he pounced on the food with incredible speed. All of Choice's fears turned out to be in vain because Maggie performed another culinary miracle. Although the sausages were still incredibly salty, they were edible when paired with bread. So he enjoyed the taste, although he didn't expect too much from the strange sausages. But what impressed the guy most was Maggie's soup, which she spent several nights preparing. It had been a long time since the hero had received such pleasure from dishes that seemed simple to prepare. In the end, he couldn't tear himself away from the soup, the flavor combinations of which sank into Choice's soul. Only at the last moment did he remember that neither Masa nor Heian were anywhere to be seen. As a good neighbor, the hero decided to visit his friends in person to share some delicious food. But even as he approached the house, the guy heard loud screams, which indicated a quarrel. Heian had been scaring the hero from the very beginning, and now she had jumped out in a fit of emotion right in front of him. The girl had no desire to communicate with Isu, even though he had recently fed her deliciously. Masa ran out of the house after her, but how could a woman in poor health catch up with a lady? In such a situation, the hero could not leave Madame alone and learned that she was only a nanny for Heian. This explained to him the strange coldness on the part of the girl, who did not reach out to her mentor. The girl's character frightened the hero to death, and he would prefer not to have anything to do with her anymore. But Masa was sure that there was a lot of kindness in Heian, even though she behaved wildly. It turned out that the girl wanted to get treatment for the nanny, but the woman constantly refused. She had little contact with the villagers due to her poor health, but she saw a good friend in Choice. Ishu only wanted to help his neighbors, but he found himself embroiled in a rather complicated story in the future. Masa knew she was going to die soon and wanted Choice to take care of Heian for her. The hero knew the pain of the death of loved ones well, so he was not sure that he could cope with the task. But it was enough for the woman that the guy would not leave her charge for her. However, no matter how brave Choice was, he didn't want to be responsible for another person. Isu's intuition told him that Heian would be difficult to get along with, and not just because of her personality. But he understood how hard it would be for the girl after Mesa's death, and that's why he didn't want to leave her alone. While the madam was still alive, the hero continued to develop his short business with mirrors. Mino was delighted that his friend had a few more good things. The boy learned a lot from his parents over his years, so he was good at trading with people. He quickly realized that even soap was not as profitable as perfectly crafted mirrors. But the child still had questions about the origins of Choice, whom he had never seen before. Strive was no longer satisfied with Isu's lies about him being a traveler since childhood. For some reason, Mino felt that Choice must definitely belong to the nobility, but he was hiding it. The boy immediately noticed that his new friend emitted only a pleasant aroma during their meetings. But normal water was a rarity for the residents, and they only bathed in the wizard's ponds. Choice still didn't know so much about this world that he had a hard time coming up with good excuses. He had no idea that one of the sorceresses was right next to him all this time. In fact, Heian hid her appearance so that no one would have questions about her. However, no magic of the girl could save Masa, which only made the lady's heart heavier. But the woman herself died with a smile on her lips because she had done everything possible during her life. As the nanny had predicted, her death occurred soon after, and all the residents came to say goodbye to her. The responsibility for Heian's well-being now fell on Choice's shoulders, but he couldn't approach her. The girl stubbornly refused to open the door, no matter how many times the guy tried to give her delicious food. As a result, the young man had no choice but to look for something for Heian in his world. Only in the hero's reality there were so many delicacies that the suffering lady's heart was bound to melt. As a child, the hero himself often found relief from sadness thanks to the delicious food his mother Mother cooked. Mother was a cheerful woman who loved sweets so much that she could eat them all day long. The hero's father even envied the passion with which Madame always paid attention to food. He often jokingly quarreled with his beloved because she made choices that were not in his favor. Even as a child, the hero enjoyed watching his parents argue, even though they sincerely respected each other. So Choice got the idea that it would be a good idea to make his own bread. The guy knew the recipe well, so it was not difficult for him to prepare all the necessary ingredients. Because he was so busy, he didn't immediately remember that he hadn't delivered all the bags he had bought after returning, but one of them contained things that were not originally intended for him at all. Only now did Choice realize that he had never given Madame Maggie the gifts from young Jace. Humphrey deserved to receive all her gifts, which she didn't even know existed. That is why Isu visited the woman early in the morning, so that next time he would not forget to tell her everything. Maggie never thought that people would care so much about her family, even if they didn't know her very well. All these things were very valuable to the villagers, who could not afford them. So the joy and surprise were easily visible on the face of Humphrey, who was delighted. Even in her family, the men were not nearly as attentive as the woman would have liked. Choice couldn't do anything to fix this situation, so he simply ran away. His crops were just beginning to bloom, so they suddenly caught the interest of the quiet and lonely Heian. Since few people could see her in this place, the lady did not hide her appearance. She didn't care, even if Isu found out that she was actually a sorceress from the elven race. The hero was only glad to see Heian, since she had not left the house all this time. To lift the lady's spirits, the young man picked one of the flowers in an attempt to give it to her. But the elf reacted badly to the damage to nature, since she usually did not pick flowers. She had no idea that it was difficult for potatoes to grow when these flowers lived on them. Choice still had so much to tell the girl before she would begin to understand potatoes. But first, he was able to lure Heian to his home to treat her to some tasty pieces of bread. It turned out that the elf loved bread so much that she forgot about her dislike for humans. While the girl was eating, the guy couldn't take his eyes off the beautiful color of her long hair. When the hero moved to this world, he did not think about meeting a sorceress. Even the most inattentive person would have noticed such a piercing gaze on him. So the hero urgently had to come up with excuses so as not to accidentally offend the girl. Choice still hasn't gotten used to Heian's strange personality, which could get angry at any moment. As soon as the girl ate all the bread, suspicions about Isu grew stronger within her. She was sure that the guy was a bread wizard, since he could cook so deliciously. The hero couldn't even say anything in response, since no one had ever suspected him of such a thing. When the elf came to some opinion, it was incredibly difficult to convince her otherwise. But she finally felt the urge to help Choice with the potatoes, as thanks for the bread. This enthusiasm surprised Issa, but he was glad that the lady was no longer going to hide in the house. The young man could only hope that he would gradually be able to get used to the girl's character. Now only he could take care of Heian, because he knew about the secret that she was hiding from the others. True, the lady didn't even trust Choice, so she didn't tell him what kind of magic she had possessed since childhood. Only by cooking could the guy continue to communicate with the lady who loved to eat. Heian immediately demanded more delicious dishes, so Isu had no other choice. But the hero loved cooking for others so much that he was not against making the girl happy once again. For convenience, he moved to his world because there were many more cooking utensils there. In the end, the bread pie turned out so perfect that the young man was ready to kiss his own hands. He never thought that his culinary skills would ever grow to such heights in such a short time. Of course, there was cooking in the other world too, but the guy wasn't so confident about it. The cooking appliances, in reality, outside the gates, were significantly inferior in their properties. In addition, the guy was constantly distracted by Heian, who was eager to try the new bread. Once the lady realized that Choice was not going to deceive her, she called herself a water mage. It was a very useful area, so it was clear to the hero why the lady had been silent all this time. Their bargaining could continue indefinitely, because only for bread was Heian willing to tell anything. And soon, Isu prepared the long-awaited dish, although he was still not sure of the result. He was still confused by the elf's enthusiasm, who never stopped talking for a minute next to him. So it was not surprising that the young man ended up making a small mistake in the preparation. As a result, part of the bread cake was burnt, and it was too late to prepare a new portion. But even this taste delighted Heian, since she liked bread in any form. One got the feeling that the lady would be happy with even a stale piece of bread. But what surprised the hero most was that after this, the elf demanded milk from him. The guy wasn't going to help with this either, since everyone in the village could have picked up the cow themselves. Who would have thought that Heian did not want to get close to animals because she hated them? The girl didn't want to talk about her hatred, so she asked about her friend's relatives. It was Cho Isu's turn to become despondent, as he lived alone due to the death of his parents. Masa warned him that it wouldn't be easy with Heian, but the young man still wasn't ready for it. He was greatly concerned by the fact that the lady was not prepared to accept any animals. The girl herself did not understand why. Since childhood, she hated animals so much, even if they were domestic. This conversation was so difficult for her that the lady did not stay long at her friend's place. She took some bread with her and even thanked Isa for his help because she felt better. But the hero himself was never able to find the long-awaited peace for which he came to this world. He escaped reality only because he didn't want to continue to feel the pain of loss. Those feelings were slowly eating him up from the inside, and Choice saw no salvation in his life. Only another world stopped it from being destroyed, but Heian had no way to move. While the hero slept peacefully, he had no idea that danger was slowly approaching him. The neighboring village was attacked by bandits that night, and they had no intention of leaving anyone alive. Only one man barely managed to escape, but his survival was still in question. In his haste, he didn't even have time to hide properly, so the bandits would have easily been able to find him. But at the very last moment, one of the kidnappers was distracted and did not notice the hidden resident. This is how the man managed to stay alive, although he was unable to help anyone else in the village. His name was Dogman, and he was a simple merchant until all his goods were taken away by terrible robbers. He barely managed to reach the nearest carriage to leave the village plundered by the enemy. Only the next morning did Dogman come to his senses, but the fear still had not left his heart. He was lucky enough to get to the village of Laudoran, where residents quickly rescued their poor neighbor. The elder was more worried than the others that robbers could now come to them. Last night, Dogman was so stressed that he didn't remember how he got to safety. And now, he was burning with the desire to help all those who might survive the attack on Luchin. The elder was in no hurry to upset his acquaintance by saying that it was unlikely that anyone would have been able to escape that horror. The only consolation for the old man was that the robbers would have already come to them if they had only wanted to. In this situation, the hero would not have been able to help the residents in any way, although he really wanted to ease their suffering. He could only watch in silence as the people around him burned with horror and anxiety. Choice felt a little ashamed that he wasn't as scared as the rest of the villagers. The hero felt a little peace only because he had somewhere to return to after the destruction of the village. But all the locals were seriously scared because they didn't want to leave their homes. Many people wanted to go to the village of Luchin as their relatives or friends lived there. But guards from the Medit family quickly arrived in Laudoran, and they did not allow anyone to leave. What confused the hero most was that the robbers did not kill anyone during the attack. The wounded were eventually sent to Laudoran, but no one was critically injured. Just in case, Choice decided to visit Heian, who had once again closed herself off from the villagers. But the girl responded to his call only when the young man specifically spoke about bread. The elf was ready to eat buns for days on end because she fell madly in love with their taste. But her enthusiasm vanished into thin air when she realized that in return, Isu wanted answers to his questions. Now, the guy was interested in the hierarchy in this world, since he knew practically nothing. At first, Heian was not against collaborating because she was well aware of all the statuses of the aristocrats. But her patience quickly ran out. So soon the girl began to demand her favorite bread again. Choice himself was not averse to cooking something, but he prepared ingredients that were not at all for bread. At that moment, the elf was so hungry that she no longer cared what exactly she got. The girl constantly pushed the guy, not realizing that by doing so, she could push him into making mistakes. But this time, the hero coped with the task without any problems, as he was used to the screams from the lady. As soon as the girl became interested in the process, she forgot that she usually demanded food. In Choice's hands, even the simplest actions looked as if he truly were a magician. In his world, the hero would have dealt with the pancake cake much faster, but here he had to wait. So the guy wasn't so confident in the process, but he still tried his best for the elf. And the result exceeded all of Heian's expectations, and she couldn't take her eyes off the beautiful dish. Although the pancake cake was not bread, Choice managed to interest the lady with his actions. Once the lady tried it, she almost went to heaven due to the happiness that overwhelmed her. Never before had the elf tasted something so delicious and sweet. All the bad thoughts instantly left Heian's head as soon as she focused on the food. The lady couldn't stop until she ate the whole cake at once, just so she wouldn't have to share it with anyone. All this time, the guy silently watched the girl, glad that she was delighted. But he was still interested in knowing the continuation of the story about the hierarchy in this world. No matter how tired the girl was of telling all this, after such delicious food, she could not refuse. It turned out that the lady hated with all her soul the emperor, who continued to rule the empire. She even intended to finish him off with her own hands as soon as the opportunity arose. The lady didn't care about the other titles, since these people didn't cause her any harm. What surprised Choice most was the fact that in this reality one could easily buy a title. He had heard that in his world, in the Middle Ages, this was also possible, but the conditions were different. And the fact that purchasing the title cost a huge amount of money greatly upset the young hero. He could have stolen Madame Maggie for Jace, but even then, he wouldn't have accumulated the necessary amount for status. Heian's hatred of the Emperor was explained by the fact that he was an enemy of her rare lineage. In this situation, Isu was powerless because he had nothing to do with the girl's problems. He was only afraid that the elf would harm herself out of a strange desire for revenge. The girl constantly demanded bread from the guy, then asked for money if he wanted answers to her questions. And the choice between bread and money was too difficult for her. So Heian couldn't decide. Since the hero's business was still thriving, he had to go to the city again to sell pepper. The guy couldn't get used to motion sickness since there were no pills in this world. But Hans tolerated the trips calmly, so he was able to find out that a healer had already been hired for the residence. Only Choice was suspicious of the information that one of the aristocrats had helped others. But his friend saw nothing wrong with hiring a healer for the sake of the villagers. In the end, Isu didn't argue with his friend because he still had to drag the black pepper to the merchant. Due to a coincidence, the guy witnessed people whispering to each other. One of the men, for some reason, was convinced that the recent attack on the village was connected with the Meizi family. But the hero did not believe these rumors because he saw how the knights of this family tried for the sake of people. However, the residents were in a warlike mood, as they were inclined to listen to all sorts of rumors. One man at the table even stated that he had seen one of the bandits with his own eyes not long ago. Of course, the resident was simply trying to make himself look brave by pretending to stand up to the man. But in fact, he only remembered the robber's appearance, since he was afraid to even approach him. The fact that Choice recognized one of Jace's knights from that description alarmed him greatly. But as soon as the guy returned to the village, he was immediately attacked by Heian, who wanted bread. But today, according to the hero's plan, he had to take care of the potatoes, so he couldn't be torn apart by several tasks. The elf stubbornly stood her ground, as she had already missed her friend's delicious cooking. But in the end, she had to give in, since the girl had recently promised to help with the garden beds. So together, they began digging up the potatoes that had managed to ripen in a short period of time. It was the first time in her life that Heian had done something like this, and she wasn't thrilled with the dirt and dust. If it weren't weren't for Masa's dying request, the hero would have long ago run away from the lady with such a nasty character. At times, the elf became sweet, so for a while, Choice could breathe a sigh of relief. Only when the conversation turned to food did Isu forget about all the problems that haunted him. And only the harmful Heian stubbornly remained in Choice's life, although she showed with her whole appearance that she did not believe him. And this time, things got to the point where Miss herself expressed a desire to help her friend with cooking. But even with simple things, she treated as if she was trying to kill all the food. This behavior of Heian terrified the hero, who was not used to having his advice brazenly ignored. But inside him, there was so much patience for those close to him that he was ready to endure all of the girl's antics. So he was soon able to demonstrate to the lady the wonders that his skillful hands performed. But Heian still didn't believe that some new dish could be much tastier than bread. The hero acted wisely when he did not convince the girl of anything, but gave her the opportunity to try it herself. All the elf's mistrust vanished every time she ate the food prepared by her friend, and today's dish was no exception. So Miss was able to enjoy wonderful emotions. Once again, the girl forgot all her complaints as soon as she tried the food. Choice was increasingly enjoying watching Heian's happy face as she ate his food, but he never ceased to be surprised by the fact that the elf stubbornly preferred the simplest products. But it was not difficult for Isu to prepare something new for the lady every time from the same ingredients. Only during meals did Heian become a little more pleasant, but she still did not fully trust her friend. Meanwhile, Jace returned to the village because she missed Maggie's cooking. The girl immediately announced herself so that all the residents heard her joyful cries upon meeting her. Choice was looking forward to her return, as he had one important matter to ask the girl. Although Meidi did not want to leave Madame Humphrey, curiosity still overcame her. That is why the young aristocrat agreed to go for a walk with a man who could interest her. The lady's intuition told her that Isu had not called her for a conversation without reason, and that he knew something important. In fact, the hero had good feelings for the Medit family, but he couldn't ignore the rumors. And many of them have already scattered throughout the villages since the residents could not keep silent about their knowledge. That's why the boy asked the girl to check if there was a knight with a scar among her assistants. Jace trusted every one of her assistants, so she didn't like the idea of there being a traitor. But Isu's words inspired confidence in her, so the lady agreed to help her friend who had a plan. The lady was only concerned that the aristocrat's reputation would not be damaged during the investigation, but she immediately forgot about all the punishments for Choice as soon as she tried his food. Lady Medit could easily be bought something tasty, as she loved to eat. Now she was ready to forgive any suspicions on the part of her friend that she liked him even more. The girl promised to send him a letter as soon as she found that very night among her servants. She couldn't concentrate on work because she was so consumed by thoughts of food, and it was not difficult for the hero to reveal all his recipes since he was used to sharing knowledge. Who would have thought that the lady would not like this because she is used to selling information? In her world, artisans always received a lot since they possessed secrets that they did not reveal. So Isu could very well have been selling his recipes to eventually save up for the title. Now the guy had to be afraid that Jace was planning to kidnap him to her home as well. On Isu's advice, the lady went to her father that very evening to find the traitor among the knights. Although the main Medit was busy, not a single servant could stop the stubborn girl in her tracks. As soon as Jace realized that they weren't going to open the door for her, she started screaming. Her voice could be heard throughout almost the entire estate, so the father had to let his stubborn daughter go. This time, the lady was determined to find the traitor at any cost in order to put an end to the rumors. Only one guy aroused her suspicions, and Miss was angered by the fact that he desperately hid his face. The girl would not hesitate to use force if the knight continued to resist. But in the end, he revealed to everyone the terrible scar that had long been emblazoned on his face. The guy didn't even try to resist anymore because he realized that it was pointless. The girl immediately realized that all her worst suspicions about the traitor had been confirmed. She had to throw all the servants out of the office in order to discuss this difficult issue with her father alone. The worst thing for my father was that this man was one of his best aristocrats. Only the daughter could understand how difficult it was for the elder Medit in this unpleasant situation. She trusted Isu, so soon the boy received an invitation to visit the Medit family. The aristocrats looked after their territories well, so the hero observed the order with pleasure. From the outside, it seemed that the people in this city were content and could not betray their master. But the hero still remained wary, as he remembered that the man with the scar had become a traitor. His attentiveness allowed Cho Isu to assess the situation around him and realize that things weren't so bad after all. This was confirmed by Jace's joyful smile, which she smiled despite all the difficulties. Somewhere deep down, Isu hoped that the lady was not the Duke's daughter, but that turned out not to be the case. So he was once again quite shocked that the aristocrat behaved this way. The girl knew her way around her house better than anyone else, which once again proved that she was the Duke's daughter. Since the lady could not figure out how to get the truth from the knight, she hoped for a friend. And Cho Isu did not disappoint her expectations, as he brought with him a powerful magical instrument. For the first time in her life, the lady saw an artifact that could distinguish truth from lies. She couldn't even imagine that such a powerful thing would be in the hands of an inconspicuous guy. It seems that Isu did not belong to the aristocracy, but he got hold of various amazing things from somewhere. Jace was sure that there were wizards in the country of Cho Isu too, otherwise how could his abilities be explained? She was very interested in the artifact, which was capable of leading any person into a sincere conversation. And Medit didn't even care how exactly people would end up telling the truth under his influence. In a couple of minutes, she prepared everything possible to ensure that they could conduct the interrogation as quickly as possible. Of course, first the hero had to prove that his instrument really worked perfectly. That is why he asked the knight to answer untruthfully, even to the simplest and easiest questions. Those around her did not appreciate Isu's enthusiasm in such a situation, which made her constantly tense. But the guy's idea worked, because soon the guard was hit with a powerful electric shock. From now on, no one doubted that Cho Isu would definitely get the truth from the traitor. In a couple of minutes, the young man had intimidated the knight so much that he no longer even thought of telling lies. So soon, the hero was able to transfer all powers of interrogation to people more skilled in this area. Once they finished, Jace couldn't hide her joy at such a quick success. As a token of gratitude, the Duke's daughter prepared the best delicacies from their estate for her friend. The guy didn't expect that the fickle Medit would still mentally add him to her circle of friends. The young man himself was eager to try what the estate's cooks had prepared for him. He didn't expect anything in particular, although he hoped that he wouldn't be disappointed with the sweets offered. But Cho Isu forgot that he had entered another world, where few people knew how to cook simple things well. His disappointment knew no bounds, but Isu still gave the Medit estate's sweets another chance. Jace convinced him that the cake would be better this time because she believed it herself. But nothing helped the hero to feel any normal taste from this sweet food. Everything around him reminded him of cosmetics, which were not at all suitable for nutrition. But Cho Isu felt sorry to admit to her friend that she had eaten so badly all her life. The lady was deceived by chefs who did not even try to learn how to cook tasty and high-quality food. Soon the time came for the hero to introduce himself to Duke Medit, whose family he helped capture the traitor. The guy had no intention of asking for anything in return, since he himself needed results in this matter. But the butler still conveyed that the Duke was expecting the traveler for breakfast tomorrow. So the hero spent the night at the Medit family estate, where there were wonderful conditions for sleeping. The guy had been living in two worlds for several months now, so he hardly noticed the passage of the seasons. But he still found it strange to realize that in this reality, almost everyone had assistants. However, the young butler pleased the young man, who had never received so much care and attention before. Although he was never an aristocrat, he felt quite comfortable in a similar role. Moreover, communication with cheerful Jace calmed the hero, whose thoughts were constantly tense. Before meeting the Duke, Choice was dressed in such an outfit that he felt cool and strong. And today, the lady had arranged in advance with the servants to prepare exquisite dishes. She really wanted everything to go perfectly because not long ago, Isu had fed her deliciously. The variety of products could please anyone if it also tasted great. Choice's delicate taste buds were quickly overwhelmed by the abundance of black pepper that was present everywhere. It was for this reason that Lady Mady missed the food that Madame Maggie prepared for her so much. No matter what ingredients the girl bought, the cooks always managed to ruin everything. Only one piece of meat was to Isu's taste, and that was only because they forgot to pepper it. However, the guy did not upset his girlfriend with his thoughts because she was already sad. Only Jace's parents genuinely didn't understand why she was so picky about food. But the girl did not complain about her family's tastes, since in other respects, they fulfilled all her wishes. When Lady Medit dragged Issa away after breakfast, the butler quietly turned to the Duke. After all the help the boy had given his family, the man was going to thank Choice properly. The butler supported the master's decision as he also liked the guy. So they mutually decided to give Choice the opportunity to receive the title of aristocrat in the future. This is how the hero easily and simply earned a letter of recommendation and a whole bunch of money for the nobility. Choice had his sights set on winning the title, but it all ended up happening even earlier than he planned. Ishu even thought about keeping some of this money in his dimension because there was too much of it. But his kind heart could not allow him to do this because the village needed financial help. So, as soon as Isu returned back, he began to help Hans with his village affairs. What worried the hero most was the possibility of the inhabitants dying in winter. But his friend had almost never encountered deaths from cold, as they lived in a warm region. Ishu didn't have any problems with the cold at all, since in his world, there was a warm floor everywhere. The hero had trouble explaining to his friend what exactly warms houses in his country, but Hans still wasn't thrilled because the descriptions of the hot floor somehow frightened him, while Choice's desire to lie on the pleasant floor of his home again only grew stronger. The hero was going to add this structure when he built his house here. In the meantime, Isu concentrated on cooking because he had many delicious ideas that needed to be implemented. He did not hesitate to ask his friend for help, since preparing the food took a lot of time. But with Hans, everything happened much faster, which made Choice's heart beat joyfully in anticipation. At the first opportunity, Isu announced to everyone that he would be the one cooking dinner that day. But the guy couldn't even imagine that there would be so many people willing to help him prepare a new dish. However, Choice couldn't reveal to people the secret he planned to use for the treat. The whole point was that the hero had brought sauces from his native country with him into this world in advance. And now the process of cooking pork has become much easier because there is no need to mix everything from scratch. That's how easy and simple Choice managed to prepare something that many could only dream of. All the residents were delighted with the sight alone, as the dish was visually and aromatically appealing. Seeing such a stir, Isu felt genuine pride that everyone liked his dish. Of course, there were questions about the sauce, since many had never tried it before. But Choice lied brilliantly about it being a secret recipe so as not to admit to the movements. This time again, there were adventures that found our hero on their own. One of the merchants named York suddenly joined Isu, who managed to impress him with his skills. The man always loved to eat well, but he didn't expect that such an opportunity would present itself in this village. That's why he was hanging around Choice, who became the main star of the evening after his delicious cooking. During the dinner, the merchant told a lot about himself, as he loved to chat about adventures. But he fell silent at the moment when the strange but delicious food completely captured his attention. The hero was only glad that his recipes were liked by people throughout the empire, and even by travelers. But after a couple of days, he still regretted that he had not returned to his world from this one. Cold weather arrived, and the village's thin wooden houses could not cope with the falling temperatures. Choice was barely able to stand the cold when something happened that made him forget about the frost. In one of the houses, residents accidentally lost track of the fire while desperately trying to keep warm. By the time Isu arrived on the scene, it was too late to save what was left of the building. But Hans still ordered everyone to bring water so that the fire would not spread to neighboring buildings. The guy couldn't allow many residents to be left homeless because of such stupidity. Now only one woman was crying loudly in the street because it was her house that was burning. It was clear that the locals would not be able to cope with such a fire, but no one expected Heian to appear. The girl called upon water magic, although she could have continued to quietly hide in her house. But for some reason, a desire arose inside the elf to help the people who fed her delicious food. Creating such a powerful stream of water required enormous strength even for the sorceress who controlled it. But Heian hadn't practiced her skills for a long time, so summoning magic took her longer. An unpleasant shudder ran through the girl's body as fatigue overtook her too quickly. But the lady did not stop until a powerful downpour fell on the burning building. Isu watched the events from the sidelines in surprise as he didn't expect Heian to show himself. And in the end, the girl nobly accepted all the gratitude that the residents felt towards her. But the elf's face did not reflect a drop of joy because inside every cell of her body ached. So she couldn't say anything in response, although people bowed to her every now and then in gratitude. At that moment, the lady just wanted to hide back in her house so that no one would bother her anymore. That's why she even ignored Cho Isu, who had always treated her well since they met. The elder acted wisely and asked all the residents not to bother the young sorceress with questions. And only Isu could not fulfill this request, as he was very worried about the elf's condition. But his worst suspicions were confirmed, as the girl did not want to talk even to him. She only became interested when the guy hinted that he had brought bread with him. It turned out that Heian's body was very exhausted at that moment, so she was in a bad mood. But the hero still thanked the lady for saving the village because she acted nobly and correctly. Previously, the elf had not been interested in human confessions, but now her heart felt lighter. She had lived only in Masa's circle for a long time, so she had become unaccustomed to communicating with anyone else. However, it was still easy for the lady to buy the delicious bread that she adored with all her heart. But even such a pleasant gift did not make the girl open the doors to her friend this time. In fact, Heian was glad that Cho Isu had remembered to take care of her and had prepared something. Each recipe the guy made surprised the lady more and more, despite the fact that she only loved bread. So this time was no exception, and Miss enjoyed the new food with pleasure. Meanwhile, an important holiday was celebrated throughout the village, to which Isa was also invited. Hans was one of the first to find a friend who didn't know all the rules and therefore wasn't prepared for the event. But the local resident turned out to be smarter than many thought, so he did everything for his friend. According to tradition, on this day, everyone had to choose a vase for themselves, which carried a symbolic meaning. And only the hero did not appreciate this event, since in his world, such holidays are already outdated. However, he did not find the strength in himself to refuse the gift that Hans had made for him with such care. You had to throw as many stones from the river into this vase as your current age. Cho Isu would never have thought that all people would follow this rule with such pleasure. All the residents were transformed on this day as joy and happiness were visible on their faces. So Isu relaxed in their company until the evening because business could wait a little. The program of the festival was modest, and at the very end, the elder always made a short announcement. The old man smiled and praised all the residents, singling out those who had recently distinguished themselves with special merits. In the meantime, Hans dispelled the hero's boredom, since such a meeting always dragged on for a long time. And at the very end, the elder blessed each resident so that they would have a successful year. The hero blended into the general crowd, although he did not hope that the leader would accept him into their community. But as a result, Cho Isu also received a blessing, which made his heart beat joyfully in his chest. For the first time in a long time, the guy forgot about sadness and sorrow because everything was good in his life. So he made a wish for his boss that his parents would no longer be sad for him in heaven because he had dealt with everything. The next morning, the hero had to deal with the wealth that he had received for his services. Jace really wanted the guy not to waste it all, but to buy himself a noble title. But the girl could not dictate conditions to her friend, so she could only hope for his prudence. At that moment, the hero did not yet know in which direction of development he wanted to move in this world. But the guy was still grateful to the Medi family for providing him with such good opportunities. The more profitable connections Isu had, the higher he could rise in the hierarchy of this reality. However, making any important decision was still too difficult for the anxious choice. Buying a title seemed to him like a piece of paper that might be worth nothing if he fell victim to scammers. In fact, he now had a lot of money, but it all had to go towards buying the title at once. But for that amount, the hero could buy himself a nice house in his reality and live without poverty. However, the desire to become a landowner had long been growing within him, and it became decisive in his choice. So, as soon as Choice remembered this dream, he no longer doubted his actions. As soon as the guy told Heian about his decision, she also wanted to go with him. But Isu hadn't planned to take the girl with him at all because it was a big responsibility. But the desire inside the elf was so great that she had no intention of staying in the village. The girl believed that she could become a security guard for a friend who would cook for her. Only Choice felt like he would have to protect the lady who seemed fragile. But his opinion changed the moment the elf demonstrated her powers. Although the lady still had poor control over her powers due to the long break, she could do a lot. The hero could not have imagined such a turn of events, but the fear for the lady's life was still stronger. But as soon as the girl admitted that she wanted to mentally thank Masa for everything, the young man froze. He knew well that feeling of sadness when you want to prove to the deceased that you are happy. Of course, the lady also had ulterior motives because she could not live without her friend's cooking. So the girl wanted to always stay close to him to eat the most delicious food in the world. Choice's cooking has only gotten better lately as he's been following Madame Maggie's advice. But no matter what new thing the guy came up with, Heian stubbornly always demanded only bread. Thinking about the long trip, the hero understood that he would be much safer next to the girl. He was planning to take a whole bunch of money with him, which the robbers from the villages could easily find out about. So having a powerful water mage at his side can make the young man's already difficult journey easier. Besides, Heian didn't intend to pursue her friend forever, as she had planned to help him for a year. While the guy was preparing delicious bread for her, the girl could not think about the poor living conditions. She had no idea that Choice would make her pay for everything he spent on groceries. As a result, they set off on their journey together, since Isu could not refuse the persistent lady. They were briefly joined by Mino, who needed to get to the nearest village. If Isu had handed Madame Maggie over to the Medi family, his trip would have been much easier. But he didn't want to do that to his friends, so he gathered a good company so as not to suffer from boredom. But the boy turned out to be unusually talkative in situations when he had nothing to do. He even suggested that Isu had somehow miraculously become very close to Lady Heian. As soon as the girl heard this version, she burst into laughter right down to the depths of her soul. For the first time in a long time, the hero found himself in a situation in which he felt shame and embarrassment at the same time. The elf had no intention of linking her life with a human, so she considered such words absurd. Before, Isu had hoped that he could win at least a little trust from the sorceress. But in her eyes, he was still nobody if he didn't cook delicious food and lots of bread. It was not without reason that the girl reacted this way, because life was becoming increasingly difficult for the elves. Their pure-blood relatives had long since disappeared, and half-bloods were not valued as highly in society. Such elves were saved only by strong immunity and powerful magic, which each had its own. But Heian didn't even think of telling her friend about all this, so he remained in a state of confusion. That's why it was impossible for a pureblood lady to have a relationship with an ordinary person. True, for many years, the girl hid the fact that she was one of the last in her family. Her family was called Silverwood, and there are practically no elves left in it now. So, Heian liked Choice's wish to gain the title of Lord. This meant that in the future, she would be able to communicate calmly with her friend because they would have the same status. True, she still didn't really believe that Isu would quickly achieve the desired title and status. The most difficult thing was always acquiring land, as people were reluctant to sell their property. Besides, the lady had heard a lot about aristocrats who lost power due to non-payment of taxes. But all this did not frighten the hero, who was confident that he would earn enough in the future. The young man reminded the lady that he was actually a bread wizard and could make money from food. It never occurred to Heian that his friend would come up with such a cool plan for promotion. But not everything went smoothly during their travels, as the elf occasionally behaved strangely. Although the hero was used to this attitude of the girl, he still remained dissatisfied because of it. But what scared him most was that during one of the stops, the lady mercilessly attacked the animals. Choice remembered that the elf didn't like animals, but he didn't expect it to result in such a thing. Until now, the guy had not given up hope that he would be able to understand the motives of the girl's behavior. But it turned out that this time, everything was not so bad, since the lady only protected the people. This pleased the young man, who was worried that Miss might become uncontrollable at some point. Heian herself had a hard time controlling her emotions, but in the presence of her friend, she tried her best. Soon they arrived at one of the borders, where Isu was asked to pay for the passage. But the guy had prepared for this eventuality, so the Duke's letter of recommendation saved him. Upon seeing the Medici family seal, not a single guard dared to stop the carriage carrying the important people. Even Mino didn't expect that, in Isu's company, he would be able to get to the neighboring city so easily. Soon, the hero reached a man who could sell him a piece of paper with the title for a huge amount of money. An aristocrat was only too happy to help another gain status, as he gained enormous benefits. He presented Choice with a difficult task, as he now had to choose a new surname. As a result, the hero settled on the word Bloom, which best matched his name. This is how he became a lord named Choice Bloom, although he did not initially even aspire to such heights. True, the guy couldn't use the status until he acquired all the necessary skills. Because Choice had connections to the Medit family, he did not pay the test refusal fee. As soon as the hero finished purchasing the certificate, Heian was the first to congratulate him on it. The guy was full of pride and demanded that the girl now treat him accordingly. But Heian didn't plan to change anything because the young man had never approached her officially. But this offended the elf, who was not just honing her magical skills for no reason. Only the delicious food at the restaurant, where Choice took Heian, saved him from the evil girl's revenge. But even this could not appease the elf, as she was wary of all tasty food. The girl stubbornly wanted only bread, since only this food always seemed pleasant to her. That's why Miss remained stubborn until the very end, because she didn't believe that she would like other dishes. However, Choice still insisted on his own, as he understood that it was impossible to eat just one thing. Under the guy's stubborn pressure, the lady finally gave in, because curiosity got the better of her. The sorceress couldn't even imagine that she would like the new taste so much. Choice never advised anything bad, but the lady, out of stubbornness, rejected his ideas until the very end. As soon as the elf realized what an expensive place they were in, she began to assert her rights. The girl always spoke rather rudely to people, as she was used to speaking only to servants. Although Isu was the one who talked to Heian the most right now, she still wasn't used to her manner of communication. He remembered that the lady was never polite, as if she did not know that there could be less rude words. Just for the sake of tasty bread from the hero, the elf became a little kinder, but it was always temporary. So now the lady had no reason to be polite, because Isu had no intention of making bread for her. Once again, the guy chose not to argue with the girl, who always behaved impudently. Instead, he immersed himself in the enjoyment of the food, because the dishes in this restaurant were amazing. But the friends' outing didn't end with lunch, as Choice had planned an entertainment program in advance. The young man was sure that Heian would like the surrounding views, since she had never seen the sea before. And he turned out to be right, because out of surprise, the girl for the first time in a long time even forgot to frown. But that wasn't all, because few people knew the simple game of pebbles that was popular in the hero's world. Over the years of his life, Isu often went to the sea with his parents, so he was a master at throwing stones into the water. so he was glad to finally teach someone the game he had no one to play with for a long time. But the guy didn't take into account the fact that he was trying to compete with a sorceress who could control water. Unlike Choice, Heian didn't even try when she threw the pebble towards the water, but he still flew so far that it was clear that the girl was cheating with her abilities. However, the guy did not insist on fair play, since he still had a lot of things to do. The hero had once again set himself grandiose plans, so now he needed help from the builders. The man inside was willing to take on any job, as he was now in particular need of money. So this time, Choice was lucky because no one asked him any more questions once he showed the money. He wanted to first create a storage facility for his native village so that it would not have problems. The hero had no doubt that he would have enough money for everything because he could earn more at any moment. So in the builders, he found good helpers with golden hands and brains. True, the hero was still too far from his castle due to the exorbitant prices for parts. However, the hero did not regret that he had already begun to pave his way into the future. As soon as the young man said that he was now Lord Bloom, the master's attitude towards him changed. Choice felt awkward because in this world, everyone was respected by their title and not by their age. So the guy left the builder with mixed feelings, although he was provided with storage. The newly minted lord will take a long time to get used to the structure of a reality in which he was not born. With Hyen's help, Bloom gained a better understanding of how to communicate with each segment of the population. The hero's only weakness so far has been the animals that suddenly flock to him. Despite the elf's protests, the young man instantly fell in love with the two fluffy dogs. It turned out that they were just up for sale, so Choice could very well buy them. This breed was distinguished by its intelligence and quick wit, and was often bought to help around the house. But the hero needed animals that could help with the crops in his home village. As soon as Bloom saw the gentle eyes of this little dog, he could no longer turn away from her. The breeder was only glad that buyers were found so quickly for the dogs he wanted to give away. Bloom was not sorry to spend a few gold coins for such good animals, all for the sake of continuing to feel the warmth and care from the dogs who were loving. Too late, Choice remembered that Heian still hated animals with all her heart. It was clear from the girl's face that she was not thrilled that there was a new addition to their group. But the hero had already bought the dogs, so it was too late to try to get them back. And during all this time, he never once regretted his decision because the dogs justified themselves. For their sake, the young man was ready to endure the evil glances of the sorceress, who mentally cursed him. Choice didn't even think about taking the girl's opinion into account in this matter because she would still be against it. He had only one request for the miss because the residents did not yet know that he had become a lord. Bloom would like to hide his new surname for as long as possible, as it would make things easier for him mentally. Since the masters were so happy to give him good support, the boy no longer needed anything. So they set off on their journey together with Heian again, but the hero continued to be consumed by anxiety. As he feared, the sorceress was initially angry that her friend preferred her to the dogs. But in the end, the girl quickly thawed out since the guy promised that they would continue to be together. During this time, the elf came to love traveling alongside Choice, who knew a lot. That's why she didn't end up resisting the dogs much, even though she hated them. As soon as Bloom returned to the village, he was greeted with joyful and lively smiles. Considering how much the hero had bought as gifts, he was welcomed with open arms. The elder was especially pleased with this addition, as he had been dreaming of animals for quite some time. In fact, all of this was a parting gift, since Choice had to leave for a long time. Hans greeted this news with tears, as he could not imagine life without his friend. But the young man was in no hurry to be upset about the separation, since he could always come and visit. The time spent with the village boy taught the hero to sincerely value his life. From now on, Choice no longer wanted to waste his time because he had something to live for. So the Lord looked to the future with a smile, since all kinds of expanses opened up before him. Although the hero received the title, he still had to undergo a long training with the Medit family. Therefore, he carefully selected the items he was going to take with him on a long journey. The most worrying thing for the young man was parting with Heian, because she stubbornly intended to go with him. So now the elf was saying goodbye to Masa, since she would not be coming to her anytime soon. The lady was sad about her behavior in the past because she had offended her beloved nanny many times. Now, the sorceress would give a lot to see the woman alive and well again. Only near her nanny's grave was she able to give free rein to her feelings, since she often hid them inside. Heian remembered the moment when she pushed Masa away from her because she wanted to see her mother. At that time, the woman was nobody to the sorceress and could not reach her heart. Time passed, and the elf continued to lock herself inside the room in the hope that she would die. But Masa's love was so great that it soon melted the lost girl's icy heart. From that moment on, Heian no longer tried to run away from her nanny, even though she was not her mother. Everything was fine until the moment when Madame was suddenly accused of stealing valuables. The elf's father was convinced that the nanny had brazenly lied to his face and was in fact to blame. Only Heian stood up for the woman because she believed that she was in fact telling the truth. The whole thing was that the stepmother accused the nanny so that her husband would fire the kind assistant. As a result, the father did not believe his own daughter, and the girl's heart closed itself to him forever. That same day, she ran away from the rich house with her nanny, just so she wouldn't see her father again. And in the end, they found such a nice house that they were sorry to leave this wonderful place. Even now, the girl still had doubts, since she was accustomed to life in a quiet village. But she was so attracted to Cho Isu's food that the lady could not afford to be without it. Although she didn't trust the guy before, now she realized how kind and smart he was. This is exactly what Masa told her, and the elf was grateful to her assistant for her concern. Now she had switched roles with her and was taking care of Bloom herself to see him become a lord. While Heian was saying goodbye to Masa, the hero once again devoted himself to preparing a new dish. He brought noodles from his world to masterfully cook them in this one for his friends. The hero was so carried away by cooking that at that moment, nothing could have pulled him away from the food. The guy had been crazy about prescriptions from time to time before, but lately things had only gotten worse. Even Maggie didn't throw herself into cooking with the same gusto that was written all over Cho Isu's face. Thanks to the effort put in, the dish truly turned out as if it came from the hand of the best chef. But the hero's work was not finished there, because he packed the dish in a separate bag for each friend. Only after this was the young lord able to rest, as he was completely satisfied with the result. Although he had firmly made the decision to leave, he still felt sadness from separation inside. Meanwhile, residents from all over the village had already gathered to see their good friend off on his journey. Choice left a good impression on everyone, as this time he shared delicious food. Bloom had no intention of changing his mind, as he wanted to develop his life in every possible way. The hardest thing for Hans was to say goodbye to his friend, to whom he had become accustomed with all his heart. Even the elder took a liking to Choice, and not even because the boy left good gifts for him. The hero was pleased to hear that this village would always await his return, as if it were their home. The only thing the newly made lord asked for was for someone to look after his house. That's how Choice left the place where he had managed to become friends with absolutely every resident. Of course, in the future, the guy planned to return to help the residents develop the village. In the meantime, he boldly looked forward because he still needed to confirm his status as a lord with training. Only Bloom knew that Heian had been hiding in the carriage all this time to avoid meeting the residents. The girl didn't want to say goodbye, and the guy didn't try to persuade her because she made her own decisions. Soon, they arrived at the Medet family estate, where the hero was supposed to conduct his training. As soon as he said his name, the guards immediately let the young man who had become a lord through. Once again, Lady Jace somehow miraculously ran out to meet him first, even though she didn't know about her friend's arrival. The girl was delighted that she could again use her friend as a cook. But Bloom didn't tell anyone that he wouldn't be coming alone, even though he believed in the hospitality of the Medet family. Heian remained as taciturn as ever, which made an even greater impression on Jace. Who would have thought that Choice would take with him an elf from the famous Silverwood family? However, the girl's reaction was ambiguous, as she had long harbored hatred for elves. For the safety of her life, the guard quickly shut Jace's mouth, which could have said a lot of unnecessary things. Since the girl was dragged away, Choice was never able to properly introduce her to Heian. The sorceress had long since become accustomed to such reactions whenever someone heard her last name. She considered such people to be scum, since it was not her fault that she was born into such a family. Even though Jace had been dragged away, the hero still had to introduce himself to the Duke of the Middet family. He brought Heian along with him, in the hope that the master would not throw the girl out the door. What the hero didn't expect was that the man would address the lady by her high status. All this time, Choice had been arguing with Heian so much that he hadn't even thought about the fact that she was a duchess. Meanwhile, the girl's title was much higher than his, although she continued to hide this fact. Elven families always consisted of a small number of people because they could only give birth to one child. When parents died, their child took the place of head and ruled over all available lands. But for wizards, the vast territories and finances that were passed down through inheritance were not important. They were always only concerned about maintaining a good bloodline. But Heian had a falling out with her father, so she didn't know that the man had recently died of old age. And now the Silverwood family home was ruled by people whom the girl hated more than life itself. So she had a hard time accepting this information because she would have liked her stepmother to die first. In any case, Lady Medit was not in any danger at the estate, so she chose to stay here. The girl had no idea that the Duke might also have plans for her because of her good pedigree. So, as soon as Heian left, the man ordered the butler to gather all his sons at the estate. He hoped that the elf would like some guy and they would have a luxurious wedding. Meanwhile, Jace was still angry that the sorceress also turned out to be a duchess. But what infuriated the lady most was that her father decided to invite all her brothers to the estate. But Heian herself was unaware of the danger, since all her thoughts were only about bread. Choice didn't even have time to properly unpack his things when the girl attacked him with such a request. The sorceress was stubbornly determined to eat at least one loaf of bread every week. In the end, the hero had to obey the girl, although problems arose with the kitchen. The whole point was that Jace couldn't let her friend see the servants because he was of a higher status. But she quickly remembered the extra kitchen, which was empty most of the time. So now, Lady Medit could also enjoy the food that the guy soon prepared. The Duke's daughter quickly got all the necessary products, as she herself was burning with desire to eat. Choice hadn't cooked for several days, so his hands were itching to get started. The guy did not deny himself this little joy, since he already had an idea in his head. And soon, such a delicious dish emerged from under the hero's knife that it was impossible not to try it. Jace never thought she would get such a high-quality masterclass for free. It was no wonder that the girl was eager to try it, because she had never eaten anything like it before. Choice was only too happy to share food, as he hated cooking just for himself. And then there was such a wonderful opportunity to surprise her friends, and Jace's reaction exceeded all expectations. In this world, no matter what the hero prepares, everyone around him will still admire his skills. That's why it wasn't difficult for the guy to bring Jace and the others to such loud ecstasy. Soon, a butler named Lucas came for him, who was assigned specifically to the young lord. The hero immediately took a liking to this young man because he remained quiet and submissive at all times. That's why the new assistant inspired so much trust in Choice, but some things remained the same. The hero still did not allow himself to be changed because he considered something like that to be shameful. In his world, no one helped grown men change clothes, and Choice was no exception. So when Lucas didn't argue with the gentleman, Bloom breathed a sigh of relief in response. As soon as Jace saw her friend in full dress, her delight at his beauty knew no bounds. The girl always knew that any clothing can transform a person, and now she found confirmation of this. In the heat of the moment, the aristocrat aristocrat didn't notice that she and Bloom weren't alone in the room. Heian sat silently at the table the whole time as she had managed to change her clothes and eat. Lady Medit never felt the urge to talk to the Duchess to try and make friends. But as the daughter of the owner of this estate, the girl nevertheless approached the silent and important elf. However, the conversation between them never took place, since Heian did not want to make contact. The sorceress didn't even think about making friends with anyone else, because Choice's company was enough for her. But Jace was stubborn in her desire to become a friend to the lady who was temporarily living in her estate. No matter how much the girl tried, Heian stubbornly remained just as cold and harmful. Why would a conflict have almost broken out between the girls if the hero hadn't stopped them in time? It was only after this skirmish that Jace changed the subject and remembered that Choice was facing challenges for the title. In fact, Bloom still didn't believe that he would soon become a full-fledged aristocrat. If something went wrong in this world, the guy would always be able to return to his own forever. But in the end, everything in this reality suited the guy so much that he didn't even think about returning. In his thoughts, Choice even planned to find himself a wife in this world in order to move here completely. But soon, Teacher Bassett arrived, so the hero had to put his dreams aside for now. At that moment, the guy had no idea how strict this majestic man would turn out to be. The former commoner's education had to be started from scratch, and this is what the wise Bassett did. The hero had no idea that aristocrats would actually use completely different devices. Despite the student's lack of knowledge, the teacher had no intention of pitying him during his instructions. Bassett quickly informed the young man of all the main rules concerning table manners, but Choice is used to freely expressing emotions when he eats food with others. But now, he was overwhelmed with so much information at once that he wasn't sure he could handle it. The training had just begun, and the young man already regretted that he had not paid to opt out. As a result, by the end of the day, he felt as if he had just been killed and resurrected several times. Bloom couldn't even imagine that all aristocrats undergo the same training from childhood. He was so relaxed that he didn't notice Jace's arrival, who, as usual, forgot to knock. No girl should have seen a guy like that, so she froze in place in surprise. It never occurred to Lady Medit that any of the aristocrats would allow themselves to lie on the floor, so she quickly decided that she had just imagined it because something like that couldn't have happened. While Jace was rubbing her eyes, Choice managed to strike an important pose just in time to avoid accidentally embarrassing himself. Lady Medit brought along Heian, who was constantly grumbling due to fatigue and irritation. This only made the girls look at each other more angrily, as each one was unwilling to give in. Only the hero's brilliant proposal distracted them from their quarrels, as the guy knew how to interest them. None of the ladies had ever tried the creamy dessert before, as there were no pastry chefs in their world. But this dessert was so easy to repeat that Bloom could do it right now. As soon as he mentioned his skills, the guy had no choice but to prepare dessert. This time, Jace and Heian agreed, as they didn't believe the hero would be able to achieve anything worthwhile. However, Lady Medit still provided the young man with all the ingredients because she was interested in the result. And soon, Choice was back to working his magic with cooking, even though he simply knew all the food combinations. In this world, no one could yet replicate the hero's dishes because only he was familiar with the tricks. The boy's behavior increasingly convinced the elf that he was in fact a bread wizard. Only now did Jace learn that Choice had been preparing delicious dishes not only for her. Medit always liked to brag about being the first to try the best. But Heian loved bread so much that she was unimpressed by the lady's other accomplishments. The saddest thing for Bloom was that Jace ended up taking all her anger out on him. But thanks to his amazing skills, the hero was soon able to calm the girls down a little again. So Jace forgot all about the fact that she had just recently quarreled with the impudent elf. Instead, the girl focused on helping her friend make his dessert worthwhile. Cho Isu just needed some ice cubes, and the Medit family learned how to create a kind of freezer. It was all because Jace loved refreshing desserts so much that her father came up with such a miracle just for her. This was only to the advantage of the hero, who had not previously thought about how to create ice in such conditions. But in the end, everything worked out so well for the young man that he came up with a small competition for the lady. The girls were still eager to fight each other, and choice gave them the opportunity. Now, Heian and Jace had to help with the cooking, and at the same time find out who was better. Lady Medit had such an explosive character that she gave herself up to her friend's request with all her passion. But the elf was in no hurry, using magic to achieve a good result. No matter how jealous Jace was at that moment, Heian still wasn't going to give in. In the end, their efforts were not in vain, as the girls achieved excellent results. Naturally, Lady Medit immediately declared herself the best, although Choice had not yet said a word. But the sorceress believed that she had done no worse, and a war broke out between the ladies again. Only Choice's timely actions stopped the girls, who were ready to tear each other apart. They were so curious that it turned out that the ladies still held back their emotions. But this time, the recipe was so long that even the hero still hasn't finished cooking it. A few more minutes in the oven, and only then will the sweetness reach the desired result. Heian and Jace couldn't wait, as they had already spent a lot of time in the kitchen. And now, the dish was almost finished, but Bloom still wasn't satisfied because he hadn't finished the recipe. Ideally, the guy would need a burner, but was it possible to find something like that in this world? So he made a fire out of whatever he had at hand, and finally, a miracle happened before his eyes. Jace was the one who was most excited about what was happening, as she had a real sweet tooth since childhood. So the whole appearance of this beautiful dish attracted the girl who was hanging around nearby. Once she tried a piece, the lady could not stop until the very end. Even Heian finally put aside her usually gloomy face, as it was out of place. For a moment, the maid thought that the mistress did not really like the dish. But Jace was so delighted that she couldn't contain her emotions of admiration and joy. She even regretted not making Choice her chef before he accepted the title. But there was no turning back, since aristocrats had no right to serve their own kind. All this time, only the cook of the Medit estate was hoping with horror that he would not be fired. Once the general arguments had died down, Bloom was able to turn his attention to the silent elf. The girl also liked the dessert, but she never expressed her emotions so violently. But the surprises didn't end there, because Choice also managed to prepare some cookies, which the maid brought. Heian and Jace were sure that after the last treat, nothing could surprise them anymore. But the girls were so wrong that they almost became friends with each other out of joy. From that moment on, Lady Medit permanently assigned the extra kitchen to Lord Bloom. She was very angry that the cook did not have time to write down this wonderful recipe in detail. But the hero himself has not yet learned the written language of this world in order to convey his knowledge on paper. However, he could always verbally explain how and what should be cooked correctly. Of course, the hero also treated Jace's parents, but they chose tea instead of sweets. Meanwhile, the butler discovered that the eldest son of their family was still trying to build a business, and the younger one was in the imperial palace, so the duke could not reach anyone. The girl's parents were most worried that their daughter might not get along with the duchess. Jace had such an explosive temper that she could easily turn against the sorceress. But the butler personally made sure that there was no longer any danger for Heian. Thanks to the wisdom of young Bloom, the girls finally decided to be friends. This news made the parents very happy, as they had not been able to control their daughter's temper until now. Jace was given everything she wanted from birth, even if adults were against it. No nannies were able to stop the aristocrat who was used to behaving strangely. So it was surprising that Jace still made peace with Heian, which was important to the duke. A few more days passed calmly and quietly at the estate as the girls truly became friends. So, it was a pleasure for Choice to communicate with the ladies, who no longer had to be separated. The guy had been so busy with his studies lately that he didn't immediately notice the update in Heian's wardrobe. For some reason, this particular outfit appealed to the elf, although she had always been quite picky. But before, Bloom bought this dress in a hurry and didn't even place a particularly high bet on it. While Heian politely wore dresses as expected, Jace was actively changing the rules of dressing. The girls dressed up like this to go for a walk around the city with Choice. The guy didn't have time to look around the area during the whole time, so he was surprised by every little thing around him. But Jace knew her territory well, so she was a wonderful guide for her friends. So she upset Choice by saying that there were practically no good fish in the local rivers. The hero had not previously known that the entire trade of the Medit family was based only on animals and pastures, and he had the knowledge to further develop the aristocrat's existing business. What pleased the boy most was that the Medit family had figured out how to produce delicious cheese. But Jace couldn't spend time with her friend anymore because she had other plans. The girls wanted to go shopping together, but to do that, they needed to leave Choice alone. The ladies did not plan to quarrel anymore, as they surprisingly quickly discovered common interests. So the hero was left alone in the middle of a huge city, but he didn't even think about being sad about it. He was only glad that he would no longer have to separate two girlfriends because of another argument. Bloom was interested in everything related to cooking, so he set out to learn about it. The guy knew that he could get the most information from the locals because they had seen everything. That's why he chose for himself a little boy who was not afraid to approach him. To build trust, Choice treated the child to a tasty cookie, and it worked. So the hero quickly learned from him all the details about cheese making that the boy knew. Bloom was lucky enough to speak to the artisan's son, who was in charge of making the cheese. So Choice made sure they added lemon juice to the cheese while cooking. This made the guy very happy because now he had found a solution to the barren lands of this territory. The hero brought his idea to the Medit family for testing once he had fully prepared all the evidence. The young man had no doubt that they would listen to him because he was in good standing with these people. While talking to residents, the guy learned that lemon juice was accidentally falling into the soil. This was precisely the reason for the poor harvests, but none of the aristocrats had noticed it before. That's why the guy prepared a whey drink that was supposed to replace lemons. At first, he allowed aristocrats to try it so that they could be convinced of the quality of the product. And as a result, Jace was delighted, and she was the best indicator of good ingredients. Even her parents supported the idea of Choice, who knew how to prepare excellent drinks and dishes. The young man's plan was to replace lemon juice with whey when making cheese. This product was safe for the soil, so the area should improve soon. The only thing the hero didn't think about was how to get milk for whey now. And Jace immediately decided to take up this matter, despite the fact that milk was always expensive. Bloom could not have imagined that the aristocrats would agree to work at a loss for some time. What surprised the guy most was that the girl's mother agreed with his plan. The woman rarely advocated for large expenses, since she usually tried to be more economical. But when it came to the residents of her city, Madame was ready to sacrifice finances. This is how the hero easily and simply came to an agreement with the Medit family, which was supposed to enrich them. Although the aristocrats will have to spend money now, this will be a plus in the future. Choice was pleased to see the kind Medits who knew the power of true mutual assistance. But not everything was so simple in this world, because even good people had strong enemies. At that moment, the hero had no idea about the aristocrats who would ruin his life in the future. And the chief among them was Madame Pete, who hated the entire Medit family with all her heart. All her acquaintances always picked up the mood of the strict woman in order to avoid falling into disfavor. As soon as Madame looked menacingly at someone, people immediately fell silent in fear for a long time. What angered the Duchess most was that her opponents, Medit, were gradually improving their fields. Rumors that a sorceress had come to visit them only increased the influence of the aristocrats. Now other people from high society will try to befriend them just in case. So Madame Pete's allies came to the conclusion that they needed to go on a reconnaissance mission to Medit. Only in this way could the woman be sure whether the rumors about the sorceress were true or not. The Duchess's insides boiled with anger at the thought that her rivals could get the better of her. The Medit family was just throwing a party, and Jace was personally making sure everything was perfect. For several days in a row, the girl had been chasing assistants all over the estate just to get it done in time. Bloom helped his friend in many ways, despite the fact that he knew practically nothing about the events. The lady needed at least moral support, since she was not ready for the holiday. As a child, such events were difficult for Jace, who intimidated everyone with her character. That's why the lady tried her best to make sure that the whole celebration went perfectly this time. She hoped that their family could once again earn imperial recognition, which was highly valued. Until now, Choice had remained the closest to Heian, so Jace needed his help. She was never able to convince the girl to attend the banquet, and this would have caused a lot of emotions. So the lady could only hope that the guy would be able to influence his friend better. But Bulm had no desire to interfere in the affairs of the Medit family, which did not concern him. But Jace had a strong argument because she could talk to her friend's teacher, so the Lord had no choice but to convince Heian not to make Bassett stricter. But the boy already suffered greatly from his studies, which is why he fell dead on his bed every day. Today was no exception, as Bassett did become a little stricter in training. All the hero dreamed of now was to try some of his favorite food from home again. He especially wanted fried pork, which was served in a special sauce. As a result, the sadness for home became so strong that the hero could no longer bear it. He didn't say a word to anyone as he rode headlong in a carriage to the portal to the village. Of course, the guy planned to return back in a few days when he had a good rest. Until then, Choice gave himself the opportunity to take a break from the alien world by walking around his own. And the first thing he did was run to the store with the most delicious pork in the city, where you can eat well. Although the hero hardly cooked for himself, he loved to visit establishments with amazing dishes. It was not for nothing that he liked his country, because there was a whole bunch of different food in this place. Now the young man no longer believed that he had really survived for so long in that world without this food. Only this food brought him to his senses, filling not only his stomach, but his whole body with strength. So the guy was no longer going to take such long breaks so as not to be sad. After such a delicious lunch, the hero was filled with an even greater desire to feed this food to his friends. But now he had to meet an old acquaintance, since they had not seen each other for quite a long time. The guys were happy to tell each other the latest news because now they were living a busy life. This man always supported the hero in difficult times, but even he, the young man, had to lie. No matter how close a friend Choice was, he would hardly have believed in the existence of a magical portal. It so happened that an acquaintance knew about the fate of the company where Bloom had previously worked briefly. The young man was pleased that his troublesome colleague had finally quit and work had improved significantly. But at the same time, he was overcome with sadness because Choice himself could not tell anyone about his achievements. He was forced to forever hide the fact that he now lives in another world most of the time. So, just in case, the guy warned his friend that he would soon be away for a long time again. Choice still hasn't gotten used to the fact that his life is divided into Issa and Bloom in different worlds. The responsibility to his friends from the parallel reality was so great that the guy did not forget about them. He understood that a huge number of aristocrats would certainly gather for the Medi family's event. Such an event was only to the advantage of the hero, who planned to become famous even without friends. The more famous the hero becomes in that world, the more money he can bring into this reality. That is why it was beneficial for him to promote the Medit family, with which he is connected in various areas. In that reality, one could develop not only in food, although Choice understood that better than anything else, but any fashionable items were also popular there, the supply of which was valued among the aristocrats. And the most difficult thing was to achieve something in the field of antiques, but the hero did not give it up. The Medit family was already well known, and with Choice's help, they would advance throughout almost the entire empire. So Bloom was only too happy to cooperate with Jace because she was the daughter of a wise duke. The hero only had to decide from which sphere he would begin his influence in that reality. And the answer quickly came to his mind because there had been problems with good spices there for a long time. Although Jace had monopolized the possession of black pepper, everything else was still lacking. So Choice had a great opportunity to become famous in the trading market. That's why the guy decided to start with chili peppers, which practically didn't exist in that reality. If he can bring this spice to life in that world, he will be able to cook his favorite dishes. After all, many of the recipes that Choice liked so much included this particular spice. As soon as the hero returned to the Medit estate, the girls immediately attacked him with questions. They couldn't believe that the guy had actually run away to Loudorn without them for some time. What surprised the guy most about this situation was that the girls got along so well that they dressed similarly. But the ladies still hadn't admitted their friendship, so Choice visibly confused them with his suspicions. Only thanks to their absent-mindedness this time, the hero was able to safely escape as far as possible. He still had a difficult task ahead of him because now he had to sort out the things he had brought. If you don't store food properly, most of it will soon be spoiled. But Bloom didn't want to allow anything like that to happen because it wasn't for nothing that he brought a lot of spices with him. To come up with a further plan, the hero first found out all the latest news from Lucas's assistant. This is how he learned that Duke Medit had followed his advice about giving up lemon juice. So now the young man could begin the next stage of his plan to restore the lands. The man was always ready to listen to the smart guy who gave him only useful advice. Bloom understood perfectly well that it would not be enough to simply get rid of citric acid in the fields. Until now, the condition of the land in the area left much to be desired, as it had been polluted for a long time. And the Duke himself did not know how to cope with this misfortune since he had already done everything possible. Of course, the hero managed to find a saving remedy for the lands because there was a special powder for this. The only question was whether the Duke would be willing to spend a little more on the poor lands. Choice had already seen the powder produce results, so he was confident in its effectiveness. And as a result, Bloom even persuaded the Duke to buy it too quickly, which he himself was glad about. The guy could barely contain the happiness in his chest from the fact that all his plans were being fulfilled with such ease. Now, all he had to do was choose the area that he would buy for himself in the future. Meanwhile, Jace was still having difficult thoughts about what she should do at the banquet. The girl was so worried that she couldn't even joyfully enjoy life on the estate. Choice sincerely did not understand why the girl so strongly wanted to crush all the aristocrats. But the lady was not satisfied with the incredible preparations she had been making for the estate all this time. The hero sincerely wanted to help the girl, so he did not sit still for her sake. Bloom is one interesting recipe that no one can remain indifferent to because of its taste. With ingredients so readily available, only one recipe came to mind for Jace. They usually made an icy treat out of things like that, but it was very simple in taste. There was something similar in the hero's world, but the guy had a completely different dish in mind. He was confident that he could inspire everyone around him because the Medit family had a lot of ice. Sometimes the girls thought their friend was going a little crazy. He loved cooking so much. And this time, the young man decided to make ice cream since no one in this world had heard of it. While it was no big deal for the hero to repeat this recipe, he repeated it at home. The ladies were once again intrigued, as they had never even heard of such a name before. So they were only too happy to help in exchange for being the first to try this very ice cream. Jace had just enough ice prepared to make everything work out perfectly. But the ladies found some of the guy's steps so strange that they were ready to argue. This was especially true when the young man added too much salt to the mixture he had prepared. But the hero was absolutely sure that he was doing everything right, so he did not allow himself to be interfered with. Although Choice had never cooked anything like this before, he had read a lot and seen recipes on the internet. As a result, something miraculous happened before Jace's eyes again because the dish began to freeze. But Heian wasn't at all surprised by this, since she believed that Bloom was a wizard. While waiting for the cooking to finish, the girls constantly pestered their friend, distracting him with this. But the hero still did a great job with the ice cream, and the result spoke for itself. This time, he made a trial batch purely for friends, but at the party, he was planning to increase the scale. Before Bloom could say a word, the two girlfriends had already pounced on the freshly prepared food. Jace was even a little angry at the guy because he had never treated her to something like this before. In this world, no one had ever heard of the existence of such a delicious treat that was made with ice. Now the issue of the amazing surprise for the aristocrats was resolved, which pleased the girl. Even Heian dropped her usual frown, as the ice cream was worth her smile. Both girls often felt like they were on cloud nine because they enjoyed the food so much. But of the two of them, only Jace was brave enough to show emotion and properly thank her friend, while the elf never tried to act brightly, which irritated Lady Medit. So, despite the fact that the friends seemed to have come to peace, quarrels still arose between them. And this time, the hero easily distracted Jace because he wanted her to take a serving of ice cream to her parents. This reminded the girl that she had never dared to invite Heian to the festival before. As an aristocrat, the elf had to often attend such events with her family. But it turned out that the father almost never took the girl with him anywhere, as he preferred a second wife. Neither Jace nor Choice expected such a sad story, although they suspected something similar. True, the hero couldn't remain upset for long because he still had a lot of business with one of the cooks. The guy didn't call him for nothing because the man had good qualities for a cook of this world. But the cook himself remained so shy that he hardly dared to communicate with the young master, and only Choice's kind behavior calmed the assistant, who was always somewhat timid. Now the cook was even more worried because the Mediate family festival was about to take place, so he had to work day and night to achieve the desired result on time. But the man still couldn't come up with anything even slightly similar to Bloom's recipes. This is precisely why the hero called the chef, as he planned to develop culinary arts in the Mediate estate. He had prepared in advance a list of all the spices that were not too difficult to obtain in the empire. Moreover, the guy wanted to teach the chef his recipes, which made the man truly delighted. Choice didn't demand that his assistant strictly follow the rules, as he always loved experiments. The cook didn't even hope that the gentleman would be so kind to him and share his ideas. Although the hero wanted to develop the business, he was not against helping the estate with his recipes. Each of Bloom's ideas amazed the cook so much that he was so surprised that he could not say anything. The man felt like he was in his best dream because learning had never been so easy for him. As soon as the cook left, guests came to Choice again, as Lucas had something to say. He had invited Bloom's friends to the Medit estate in advance, and now they had finally arrived from the village. For some time, the hero could not find the right place, although the assistant described the surroundings well to him. The boy's heart beat in anticipation because he missed every face from his native village. It turned out that Mino, who had grown up during the time they had not seen each other, had come to visit him. The boy was so happy to be talking to the Lord that he could not hide the joy in his eyes. The hero did not expect such a stir, although he had long noticed how emotional his friend was. They had a lot to talk about since the friends had never been able to see each other before, and today, finally, the day came when neither Choice nor Mino were in a hurry to go anywhere on business. The hero knew well about the abilities of the merchant's son, who knew how to disseminate information. That's why he needed Mino's help in this matter, and the boy didn't mind helping out a little. Gossip and rumors were always the child's element, so he dealt with this matter calmly. But of course, life taught the boy that nothing could be done for free, even for friends. For himself and his family, he demanded good housing and food for the entire duration of his stay in the city. Although these conditions were not easy to fulfill, Choice did not oblige his friend with these joys. When they reached an agreement, Mino suddenly remembered that it was time for him to go home. At exactly that moment, the hero's attention was drawn to an expensive carriage that drove up to the estate with dignity. Choice couldn't let this go, as curiosity had taken over him. He hadn't heard from Jace that guests were expected to arrive, so he carefully approached the carriage. The hero had no idea what to expect, but just in case, he stood near the beautiful carriage. And suddenly, the eldest and drunken son of Duke Medit, whose name was Kreju, came out of it. Since the hero had not seen this man before, he could not recognize him by appearance. He never thought that Kreju would be the kind of person who couldn't behave normally. It was not surprising that all this time, the Duke did not look forward to his son's return too much. Only now did the boy realize why all this time Jace had been embarrassed by her older brother. The girl didn't understand how Kreju could be so carefree in his adulthood. It wasn't that she had a bad relationship with the young man, but the lady was very worried about her family. In the future, one of the children would have to lead the Medit family, but this was in question. Choice understood the girl's anxiety perfectly well because the future of her famous family was important to her. But he still needed her help because he promised to provide several rooms for Mino. As a result, the lady did not speak of anything until they had moved into her shelter. She didn't mind helping her friend, but she didn't want to meet her brother in the corridors anymore. Choice stated his request cheerfully, hoping that Jace would not refuse him such a small favor. Of course, the honor of the Medit family depended on this because the guy didn't ask for anything for nothing. But it turned out that the girl was not ready to accept such care from a good friend. And it wasn't a matter of pride at all because she, too, wanted only the best for him in the future. So the lady was worried that the guy was getting close to their family, and others might look askance. Jace never considered her parents to be the most influential as they were still developing. But Choice had a different opinion on this matter because he always trusted his first choice. It was not without reason that Medit warned her friend since her family always hated traitors with all their hearts. Only towards the end of their conversation did the young man remember that he had heard rumors about wizards. And now Jace wasn't sure that the aristocrats were talking about the Duchess of Silverwood. People found out about the wizards from somewhere, and the question remained as to where exactly the information was leaked. All this did not give peace to the girl who tried so hard to make sure her events went well. Meanwhile, Choice returned to his room, which was no longer a safe haven for him. As if on purpose, Kreju lived right above the guy, and the hero could constantly hear his screams. If this drunkard had not been the Duke's son, Bloom would have dealt with this man personally. And now he was forced to endure it until he remembered one useful recipe. Finally, the guy could end his torment as he found a way to rid Kreia of a hangover. He knew a very simple drink made from water and honey that was great for helping drunks after drinking alcohol. So now he has the opportunity to sleep peacefully without strange sounds from above. The Lord left the care of the Duke's son to Lucas, since it would be strange if he came to him himself. The hero could only hope that Kreju would listen to his advice and drink the drink. Meanwhile, Choice's training continued, and during it, a diversionary maneuver occurred. As soon as someone called Bloom by name, he accidentally missed a blow from the teacher. It turned out that Kreij was finally feeling better, and so he left the room for the first time in several days. As a result, the teacher was very dissatisfied with Choice, who would have died several times over. No matter how hard the guy tried to achieve justice, the master didn't even think of changing his mind. Once again, the hero regretted not having paid for his suspension from school in the past. But he had made a new friend, and it was clear from the Duke's son that he was well disposed. It turned out that the drink really did work a miracle, as Kreju quickly came to his senses. Choice was glad to see the guy sober, as they usually met at other times. Until now, Sir Medit had felt awkward about often appearing drunk in front of others. But Bloom understood this guy quite well, since he too had once gone through a period of immersion in alcohol. Kreju couldn't hide the sadness in his new acquaintance's voice, so he suggested they talk together. Meanwhile, Lucas informed the master that rumors about wizards had spread even more. So many families used portals just to make it to the Medit Aristocrats event. This created huge problems, as only a few wizards knew how to create gates. It turned out that due to unknown rumors, many aristocrats spent a lot of money. Even the butler understood perfectly well how dangerous this situation was for the Medit family. If they do not provide at least one wizard, their entire family will be disgraced by the aristocrats. But the hero didn't suspect any problems yet, so he was having fun with the girls. He had already missed the games from his country, so he showed some of them to his friends. At first, Heian didn't take the new game very well, as she had never been a gambler. But Jace quickly got into the rules, as she was consumed with the desire to win. This is how they spent their time, happy that such a pleasant opportunity still existed. But as a result, no matter how hard Lady Medit tried, she never managed to win this game. This only made the girl more angry, since she had a warlike attitude from the very beginning. But Heian was surprisingly good at following the rules, so she won quite often. The aristocrat's anger knew no bounds, as she stubbornly refused to admit defeat. But they had already been playing for several hours, so no one gave the ladies the opportunity for a rematch. If the butler hadn't appeared, Jace would have demanded another game until the very end. But Lucas arrived on time and broke the news that almost everything was ready for the event. The hero immediately felt a desire to personally ensure that everything was done at the highest level. And the guy was not disappointed, since the assistants really were intimidated by the nasty Jace. As a result, they did such a good job that any aristocrat would be surprised. Since the main preparations were completed, Choice allowed himself to be alone. The guy didn't expect that Lucas would perceive his free time as almost a real dismissal. In fact, the young man needed to prepare to reproduce another recipe. When Choice watched the video on how to cook properly, everything seemed much simpler and easier. However, he still tried his best to achieve that perfect taste in the dish. Since few people in this world were willing to eat spicy soup, the guy cooked it just for himself. And at the most inopportune moment, someone suddenly knocked on the door, and Bloom had been counting on being alone. The hero clearly remembered that he wasn't expecting anyone to visit, so he opened the door to the stranger with caution. But it turned out that Kreju had come to see him, and he was still grateful for the help. That is why Sir Medit dared to visit his friend, despite the rather late hour. The aristocrat's keen sense of smell immediately told him that Choice was preparing something incredibly delicious for himself. Although the hero didn't plan to show this recipe to anyone, he still couldn't refuse his friend. That's how they found themselves at the same table together, and no one was against forgetting about loneliness. Choice's voice trembled a little with excitement, as he wasn't sure if he would like this soup. At that moment, Bloom was ready to pray to all the gods that Krejdu would correctly evaluate his dish. And the Duke's son was delighted, because he had never tasted anything so delicious before. Choice never thought that Krejdu would have the same amazing sense of taste as his sister. As a result, Sir Medit could not resist and offered to try his delicious drink as well. As a result, after just a couple of hours, the hero felt so good that he didn't care about any problems. Bloom himself didn't expect that he would get so carried away after a couple of glasses of delicious wine. He was still impressed by how knowledgeable Krejdu was about food and drink. So the guy suddenly became interested in whether the Duke's son even wanted to become the heir to their family. It turned out that Choice had hit a sore spot for the guy, since no one had ever asked his opinion. Bloom felt a little sorry for his friend, who had never had a normal choice of future since childhood. Deep down, Kreju dreamed of one day cultivating his own fields. Besides making drinks, he also enjoyed cooking, but he was not allowed to do that either. Just a few days later, the very festival for which the Medit family had been so prepared began. On this day, all families who arrived for the holiday must greet each other. The next day promised delicious meals for everyone who took the time to travel to this city. And at the end, the doors of the estate opened to all the residents who also wanted to celebrate. Choice also had to dress nicely, although the guy was unhappy with the change of image. Lucas tried his best to prepare something comfortable, but the tailors still followed the rules. Today, the hero only had to greet everyone who came to the event. And the assistant believed that the gentleman would cope with this task brilliantly, despite his excitement. For such a wonderful event, the entire city was transformed almost beyond recognition. Many musicians were invited to the celebration, which is why they acted majestically and importantly. But no one looked at them askance, since the event demanded respect and pride. It was the first time Choice had seen such a scale, and his heart was filled with joy for the Medit family. He soon met up with his girlfriends, who had been dressing up since early morning for the holiday. What surprised Bloom most was that the elf still joined the event with him. Until the very end, it seemed to him that the girl would still refuse and would not show her face. But in the end, Silverwood made some kind of secret agreement with the Duke, so she came. But it was dangerous for the sorceress to show herself, since her family was connected to the Emperor. Once Heian makes his presence known to everyone, he could be trapped forever. So the lady should have been more careful, but she still decided to help Duke Medit. Since it was Jace who was supposed to start the party, the butler soon came for her. Heian and Choice remained in the office for now to wait, as they were supposed to arrive a little later, so the hero had some time to observe the aristocrats. He was still impressed by the beautiful carriages in which guests arrived at the Merit estate, but the elf pretended that all these carts were unworthy of her wealth and beauty, while the guy remembered well that now the girl had practically nothing. But Heian was not ready to endure such humiliation, although the hero did not say anything wrong. However, the girl quickly reminded her friend of what happens to those who dare to laugh at her. What the guy was most worried about in this situation was what the lady was planning to do next. The elf understood that she would have to go to the Empire after she revealed her identity. And even Choice couldn't help his friend in this situation, since she made this decision herself. Soon, he was also invited to the celebration, and the first thing the young man did was support the anxious Jace. It turned out that the girl was forced to remain alone until she greeted everyone. Most of the aristocrats had already arrived, but many were still gradually approaching the estate. The event was held outdoors, so some people were already starting to complain about the heat. But Choice had foreseen this moment in advance. La Celie I attendait, la fusille, and it was not for nothing that he had prepared a small surprise for the others, so the hero could only watch with pleasure as the assistants carried the food. The talk was about ice cream that could quench any thirst in the unbearable heat. The butler announced with a flourish that a pleasant cold treat awaited all those present. This new product quickly spread through the ranks as everyone was interested in what this dish was. Since no one had seen anything like it before, many did not dare to try it first. Even Madame Pete was overcome by curiosity, even though she had a negative attitude towards Medit. And the taste was so delicious that the woman almost forgot about her anger. Madame would never have thought that someone in the Merit estate would come up with such a miracle. Everyone around immediately appreciated this sweetness, as it could not leave anyone indifferent. Luckily, the assistants managed to bring more, despite the huge rush everywhere. Madame Medi was especially pleased that all of Lord Bloom's efforts had paid off so well. Now many aristocrats took the side of the hosts of the holiday, as they were impressed. They couldn't believe that a cold treat could be so tasty and pleasant. Choice was pleased to see how quickly his recipe was accepted even in this world. The guy was so lost in thought that he didn't immediately notice that Jace was trying to talk to him. The girl suddenly realized that the Lord had decided to spread rumors about the ice cream through Mino. This was indeed part of the hero's plans, but once again he was not only concerned about himself. The young man wanted the Mediet family to also become famous thanks to his culinary skills and knowledge. But of course, everything could not go smoothly because Madame Pete was present at the event. Although she really liked the ice cream, the woman still began to look for flaws in this recipe. As soon as she mentioned the absence of the sorceress, an oppressive atmosphere reigned at the tables. Madame had come here only for this purpose, so she was not going to give in on this issue. Duke Medit had to admit that they had not made such an announcement to the people, but this started unpleasant whispers among the aristocrats because they had expected something else. As soon as the woman heard weak excuses, the passion inside her flared up even more. People really wanted to see the sorceress, and even ice cream didn't make them forget about it. So their discontent grew stronger and stronger because such deception was unforgivable for anyone. And suddenly, at the very peak moment, Heian Silverwood finally appeared before the guests. Choice and Jace had chosen just the right time so that the elf made the desired impression. Heian easily concealed the excitement that overwhelmed her in front of such a huge number of people. Lady Medit quickly took the initiative in the conversation to help her friend with the introduction. Choice couldn't even imagine that the girls would actually become such friends, despite their different personalities. Only now did the guy notice that all this time Kreju had been nowhere to be found at the general event. This question excited him so much that the young man first went to his friend. But it turned out that the Duke's son was still sleeping, and his faithful assistant was guarding his sleep. True, he had no right to refuse Choice's desire to personally look at the dream of the Duke's young son. As soon as the hero looked at the body of the Duke's son, he immediately realized that the boy had not actually slept. Kreju had his own good reasons for pretending that he could not come to the party. The guy prayed all day that no one would touch him, but in the end, it didn't happen. Bloom came with the firm intention of getting Sir Medit out of bed even if he was against it. So the boy had no choice but to follow the Lord, who remained stubborn. As a result, Kreju nevertheless went to the market with his friend, glad that he had not ended up with the aristocrats. Choice was caught up in the excitement, as he always loved buying new cooking products. It turned out that in this, they were similar to Sir Medit, since he also liked to experiment. True. This time, Kreju hadn't yet come up with any idea, so he chose the ingredients almost blindly. The guys became such friends in this short time that they were ready to make any dish for each other. The hero was not afraid to trust the Duke's son in such a matter, since his intuition was calm. Although Kreju did not always give the impression of being a good person, he was knowledgeable about cooking. So Bloom was not at all afraid of suffering, despite the fact that many despised the Duke's young son. The next morning for the hero was not peaceful again, as Jace was the first to run to him. The girl was so delighted after yesterday that she couldn't control herself for even a minute. The lady was incredibly happy that many people started talking to her as they began to respect her after the desserts. It was no big deal for Choice to continue helping Jace, who was a kind lady despite her character. Even today, some aristocrats remained wary, but came to dinner from the Medit family. But the majority of people sided with the event's hosts yesterday because of their delicious treats. Only Harry Pete, who was Madame Pete's son, continued to spread unpleasant rumors about his rivals. The boy was still deeply upset by the fact that the eldest sons of Duke Medit had passed him by. The young man himself did not notice that he was swearing at another family without evidence, simply because of personal hostility. As soon as someone mentioned that Harry had once lost to the Medit family, the boy immediately became angry. But this time, the young man's chatter was heard by Mark, who was the second oldest among Pete's opponents. It was this Duke's son that Harry once fought and lost rather shamefully and quickly. Mark had no doubt that the evil guy would refuse the fight because he was still weaker. This is how the Medit family once again easily and naturally put the Pete family in their place. Although Mark arrived at the event late, he introduced himself to the people according to all the rules. He personally announced that soon everyone present would try some new dish. Although the entire Medit family was confident in Choice's abilities, the boy himself suddenly began to doubt. He was afraid that high society would consider soup too simple a dish for them. As usual, Jace was one of the first to pounce on the food, as she had no equal when it came to connoisseurship. And the girl was instantly delighted because the hero had never received such a reaction before. Following her, all the other guests also expressed their respect, as they were impressed. So all this time, Bloom was worried in vain that no one would appreciate his culinary skills. Kreju knew as much about food as his sister, so he was sure Choice had the talent to be a chef. Otherwise, how could one explain the fact that every dish of the hero turned out to be a masterpiece? For the first time in a long time, all the arguments and gossip died down, and the aristocrats enjoyed the event. The hero finally felt as if he had found a real family among these people. Towards the end of the banquet, Harry finally approached the Medit family's table, saying that the food was wonderful. But no one was ready to accept compliments from Madame Pete's son with an open heart. Even if the guy genuinely liked the soup, they were still business rivals. Choice constantly felt an oppressive atmosphere around Harry that did not allow him to relax. The hero didn't like the fact that this man was trying to put pressure on his friend, so he defended him. It was as if Pete had been waiting for an opportunity to turn his attention to Lord Bloom from the very beginning. As a result, Mark was the first to lose his temper, and it was precisely these strong emotions that Harry had been seeking all this time. Naturally, the adults heard the arguments between the children and could not ignore this situation. Too late, Kreju realized that his family would always stand up for him in such situations. But with his carelessness and inattention, the guy often let everyone in the Medit family down. And now the young man once again had to embarrass himself in front of his father because he did not fight back against his opponent. As luck would have it, Madame Pete ran up to the table too quickly, as if she had been waiting for the right moment all this time. Humiliating words immediately poured out of her mouth towards Kreju, who did not look like an heir. Even Choice felt disgusted that this woman allowed herself to use such rude language. No matter how much the parents defended their beloved son, they had nothing to say in response to Madame. Madame Pete had so much leverage over the aristocrats that it was dangerous to argue with her. What she didn't expect was that some of her good friends would suddenly support the Medit family. Anger took such a deep hold on the woman's mind that she forgot all good manners. This caused even more people to turn away from her, even though the food wasn't prepared by Kreju. But the aristocrats were not so concerned with the cook, as they were already impressed by the delicious dishes. As a result, Madame Pete had to leave empty-handed, as no one wanted to listen to her anymore. This visibly pleased Choice, as he had long since realized that it was better not to get involved with that family. But the words of the harmful woman still reached the heart of Kreju, who was never known for his confidence. Only the hero noticed how his friend suddenly wilted despite the fact that everyone continued to have fun. Bloom tried his best to distract the guy from his heavy thoughts, but he wasn't very successful. Once Jace heard that her brother wanted to prepare something for the event, she couldn't keep quiet. The girl has always had a noisy and curious character, and now it has only become more so. The lady had never tried Kreju's cooking in her life, but she was sure that it would turn out perfect. Whenever new recipes came up, Jace was always the first to want to try them. This is how Krej was practically set up by his own sister because he himself did not dare to do anything. But Choice supported his friend so that he would not be afraid to make such an important decision for himself. However, fear and anxiety still did not disappear from the Duke's son, who was unsure of himself. So that same evening, the hero visited Kreja to make sure that he would not run away from the estate. But already at the threshold of his room, Bloom smelled a familiar aroma as the guy had prepared curry. He never expected anyone in this world to be able to come up with this amazing recipe from scratch. Kreju greeted his friend with a joyful smile, since he just needed some kind of test subject. It turned out that Sir Medit had invented a soup whose ingredients resembled that very same curry. But this did not upset the hero at all, since he was always happy to experiment with food. Once the guy tried it, he was finally convinced that the soup resembled his favorite dish. So Choice's heart was bursting with joy because he had wanted to try it again for so long. Kreju was somewhat upset by the fact that his friend had once encountered something similar in food. But Bloom had no doubt that the Duke's son's dish was even better. Sir Medit bought so many things just to get a little closer to a worthwhile result. But modesty did not allow him to introduce this soup to anyone other than a devoted aristocrat. But Choice couldn't let high society miss out on this wonderful taste. Never before had Kreju received such sincere and pleasant compliments for his work. So the guy's self-esteem gradually began to rise, thanks to the hero's support. If it weren't for his status and title, he would happily become a real chef. So the next day, he proudly presented his new and unusual developments to everyone. Everyone had been intrigued since yesterday because it's rare for an aristocrat to cook something. Kreju had no doubts when he presented his invention in the form of an oriental chicken soup. Few expected that the Medit family would once again surprise them with soup, which aristocrats rarely ate. Only Madame Pete started to be mischievous as she was looking everywhere for some kind of catch in the Medit family. But Kreju was prepared for negative comments from the woman, so he put her in her place. The young man felt Choice's powerful support behind him, so he wasn't afraid of anything. As a result, people also liked this dish, as it was prepared at the highest level. The Duke's son did not expect to hear a single bad comment about himself. The aristocrats were unaccustomed to eating something similar to curry, but they happily accepted the novelty. Choice could only hope that now, finally, confidence in Kreju would increase. The hero noticed almost immediately that for some reason, the atmosphere around the Duke's son had changed dramatically. After hearing the compliments, Sir Medit realized that he did not want to be the heir of the family at all. And it wasn't at all about the words of Madame Pete, who was always humiliating the young man over all sorts of trifles. The boy saw that even his sister had far more suitable qualities for ruling. That is why he renounced his right of inheritance to his parents, so as not to harm the family. Never before had Kreju been so confident in his decision as at this important moment for him. Immediately after this statement, a deathly silence fell among all the aristocrats at the event. Mark had no idea that he would suddenly become the first in line to inherit the place of ruling the family. It was not surprising that the mother received such news with horror because she loved her son. The woman did not immediately notice that her husband, for some reason, continued to remain silent for too long. It turned out that the man did not want to force his son to do something he never wanted to do. So, in front of all the guests, he accepted Kreju's request and removed him from the primacy of the family. This shocked the aristocrats even more, as nothing like this usually happened. But literally a minute later, many supported the Medit family's decision, which was not an easy one. Since their family had managed to gain respect, people did not judge anyone from their family. It was especially important for Krej to realize that he had so many acquaintances to support him. A little later, Choice finally took the risk of talking to Jace about what she now thought about her brother. It was important for the hero to understand what fate awaited Kredja after recognizing his dream. It turned out that the girl was not very supportive of the older man, who traded status for ideas. In fact, Lady Medit was even glad that Mark had now taken the place of heir. Every time she thought about Kreju's reign, she imagined the future of her family with horror. And now, the lady was happy because all the dangers had passed, and so she prepared a gift for Bloom. Jace had to work for weeks to make sure no one spoiled the Lord's surprise. It turned out that the lady did everything to ensure that Hans came to his friend, since they had not seen each other for quite a long time. All this time, the hero hid from his friends the fact that he had recently bought himself a noble title. But Hans accepted this news with joy because he always believed that his friend deserved more. The only thing that bothered him was that he now had to address Choice differently, but Bloom asked him not to do that. He still considered the village boy his close friend, no matter what the difference in status between them. So, Hans's eyes shone with happiness so much that they could replace the stars in the night sky. He had never been to such an event before, so he did not regret leaving Laudoran. Since his friend had already arrived, the hero was simply obliged to show him his temporary place of residence. At the sight of such a huge house, Hans was so surprised that he forgot how to breathe properly. Choice's current bedroom alone was the size of his friend's entire country house. Seeing the guy's joy, Bloom came up with another brilliant and simple idea. For this purpose, he called an assistant, since recently Lucas was responsible for all the products and dishes. While Hans was running around the estate in delight, a servant was ordered to bring him some ice cream. The hero was very interested to know his friend's reaction to the sweet he had recently invented. Since Choice had only warm feelings for Hans, he wanted to show the guy a lot of things. But what surprised the young man most was the presence of ice, because he could not even dream of such a thing before. The more his friend rejoiced, the warmer the heart of the hero who tried for him became. But suddenly Hans's mood changed dramatically, and this seriously frightened Bloom. For some reason, the guy stopped answering any questions, as if something inside him was jammed. But all this time, Choice was trying to make sure that there was only happiness and joy on his friend's face. Panic gripped the hero, who had no idea what to do in such a strange situation with his friend. But it turned out that the joyful emotions had taken hold of Hans so much that he even briefly fell out of reality. The guy was so happy to try something incredibly delicious again after a long time. He didn't need anything else in this life, because his beloved friend was finally there. Seeing Hans's sincere emotions, Choice's heart slowly calmed down and began to beat more evenly. But then the guy surprised him with another request because he wanted to continue traveling with the Lord. Essentially, nothing bad had happened in his life, but Hans did not want to be left without opportunities. His intuition told him that only with Choice could he travel the world. That is why Hans no longer wished to part with his friend, in whose development he believed with all his heart. Of course, the guy was ready to work to the point of exhaustion just to prove his usefulness. During his life in the village, he acquired so many useful skills that he could easily figure out many things. The young man even worked as a librarian for a while, so it wasn't for nothing that he read several books. For the first time in a long time, Hans was so confident in his choice that he was not going to back down. In Lucas's eyes, it all looked as if the master was betraying him in favor of an old friend. But in reality, Choice did not want to lose the help of a servant who did his job so well. He quickly found a compromise in the form that the guys could now work together with each other. But Lucas had no desire to share such a good place with anyone else of the gentleman's acquaintances, and Hans himself did not yet trust the unfamiliar assistant, so he looked in his direction with distrust. Only a hero could make them friends, so he immediately set about this matter. Only when he managed to remove all the questions was the guy able to breathe a sigh of relief from fatigue. He could never have imagined that Hans would ultimately choose his side in matters related to the future. Before the hero had time to come to his senses, the girls who now went everywhere together knocked on his door. But Choice was just thinking about how he would finally be able to be in long-awaited solitude. The boy tried his best to refuse the company, but what could he do against Jace's enthusiasm? The girl didn't even listen to all of her friends' excuses, which seemed stupid and unnecessary to her, all because Lady Medit wanted to show the beauty of her night city to her two beloved friends. What Jace was most interested in was Choice's impressions of their event. Although there were a few difficulties along the way, the guy would be happy to attend the festival again. Jace and Heian also contributed to ensuring that Bloom had only good memories. The girls were glad to hear that Choice liked everything because before he always walked alone. And the hero had a good reason for this, as he had been grieving over the death of his family for a long time. He still had nightmares about that incident, and he didn't know how to get rid of the pain inside. Those terrible images that he would prefer not to see were forever imprinted in his head. At that moment, Choice could do absolutely nothing to correct this terrible situation. As a result, the death of his parents divided his life into before and after, because without them, the hero could not see himself. All his doubts were dispelled as soon as he personally saw what was left of his family. But this wasn't even the worst thing for Choice, because his parents' killer was suddenly acquitted. The guy didn't even try to pretend to repent because he didn't care at all. Money and power allowed the bastard to escape punishment as if he had really done nothing. If it weren't for this injustice in the law, it would have been much easier for the hero to cope with the death of his family. But in the end, all his actions were meaningless, because who would listen to a poor man? That's how Choice ended up in darkness, because without his parents, he didn't want to move anywhere or live anywhere. For a long time, the guy just lay in bed, not even trying to somehow bring himself back to normal. Everything changed the moment a portal to another world suddenly opened in front of Isu. Now, the young man felt like a practically different person, but sadness still washed over him. Only new friends saved the guy from the pain inside, and he confessed to the girls what had happened to him. Although Choice had previously wanted to travel around the world, he eventually got used to this place. So he no longer had the desire to run away, because he had finally found his home. Meanwhile, Duke Medit received letters from many families expressing gratitude for the holiday. The man didn't expect that so many people would like what his family came up with. Mostly, everyone praised the ice cream, which amazed all the aristocrats on the very first day. Of course, all these rumors spread so quickly, not without the help of Mino, who got his share. The centers of influence until now remained the Piet and Kruno families, who owned large businesses. And the Medit family desperately tried to tip the scales in their favor, and they began to succeed. The Duke understood perfectly well that without Choice, the development of their family would have been much slower. The butler was also of the same opinion, but Lord Bloom's personality confused him a little. So far, he has not been able to find a single drop of information about the man who appeared so suddenly. But the head of the Medit family remembered that Bloom had practically no success in learning fencing. This meant that even if he wanted to, Choice would not be able to secretly attack the Duke and his family. The hero's success in battles really left much to be desired, no matter how hard he tried. Jace had long since come to the conclusion that her friend was not destined to become a swordmaster. Heian was also next to her friend, but only to eat her cookies in time. Jace tried her best to hide the fact that she was becoming a glutton because of Choice's delicious food. This time she was lucky, and the assistant simply reported that the Duke was looking for her and Lord Bloom. But the hero was able to free himself from training only when the teacher let him go with peace of mind. Personally, it seemed to him that his skills were gradually improving each time, albeit slowly. But for some reason, each time the master refused to give any comment, which surprised the young man. However, Choice was not upset, as his training was almost over. The Duke was interested in one important question that would tell him how to treat the young man. What the man was most curious about was why Choice had helped them with the traitor in the first place. The hero had not thought about the man with the scar for whom he had brought the magical artifact for a long time. In fact, the guy tried so hard precisely for the sake of his village, which he confessed to the Duke. Choice didn't want anyone from Laudoran to get hurt in the robbery attack. This answer was enough for the head of the Medit family to reward the lord with good lands. However, the hero's plans did not yet include using the territories, even if they were given as a gift. Instead, the young man wanted the Duke to set aside one person for him forever. Choice had long since noticed that with the appearance of this personality, his life began to gradually improve for the better. This request noticeably alarmed the Duke because he had no idea what kind of person was being discussed. What the man was most worried about was that his ally would dare to demand Jace's hand in marriage. The Duke was not ready to give his daughter in marriage, even to such a wealthy and wise man. But until the very end, he pretended to remain friendly towards the guy who had helped him a lot. But the man couldn't even imagine that all this time Choice had been thinking only about Lucas. The hero had long since noticed how good this assistant was, and therefore wanted to take him with him. This choice was worthy of respect in the eyes of the head of the Medit family, who knew Lucas well. The Duke was glad that Choice had made such a wise choice, since he was able to notice the efforts of his assistant. Lucas's ancestors had served the Medit family for generations, so they were excellent at their job. For this reason, the man was even a little sorry to let Lucas go, but he kept his promise. As a sign of gratitude, the head nevertheless decided to allocate some of his lands to Cho Isu. While the hero had no intention of laying claim to the territories, he wanted to get everything himself. The Duke guessed that the young man did not quite understand the honor he was now doing him. Yes, the hero had a lot of money, but it was impossible to become a ruler just thanks to it. People must live on the lands, otherwise how can they be called rural or urban? And along with the territories, the Duke planned to allocate Cho Isu also animals for food production. The man didn't even feel sorry for his villagers, some of whom he also wanted to set aside for his friend. The hero could never have imagined that Duke Medit would ever be so kind to him. But he still continued to come up with various recipes that made other people happy. Ideas like these cost Choice next to nothing, while even Lucas was delighted with them. Since Bloom needed to appease his assistant, he tried to treat him with such delicacies. Each time the guy was so delighted that for a while he forgot what his name was. The hero cunningly took advantage of his friend's condition because he wanted to take him with him. It goes without saying that without Lucas's consent, Choice could do nothing with the assistant. So the guy could only hope that the servant would eventually choose his side. Although he was now almost unknown as a lord, the hero intended to change that in the future. Lucas felt some strong energy inside the gentleman, but something stopped him from agreeing. The boy had dreamed of serving the Medit family his whole life, but now he had to change course abruptly. In fact, the hero understood perfectly well how difficult it would be for him to live as a lord without money. He doesn't have much money left because he has recently abandoned his business. Land squabbles were common among the aristocracy, and Bloom hoped not to cross anyone. Lucas always believed that if you have money, you will never lose to anyone. The hero could indeed have hired a good army, but it would have ruined him in just a couple of years. That's why the guy has now decided to focus on business development rather than territorial defense. But the restless Jace once again distracted her friend from all his important affairs. Throughout all this time, the hero never learned to refuse a girl who always came up with something new. And this time, the lady wanted to take a walk to the secret waterfall, which was located somewhere nearby. The girl was so interested because there had been rumors about elves living in that place. Even the Duke would have liked to take a walk to that forest, so everyone around was involved in his plan. That's how the hero found himself in a carriage, barely holding back the urge to vomit due to severe motion sickness. While Jace was jumping around the cabin as if it was nothing for her to be happy all day, the girl convinced everyone around her of her endurance because she really had managed to learn a lot. And now, the lady had no doubt that she could climb the mountains near their house alone. But right now, Medit was only concerned about whether her father would trust her a little more in business. Jace had already tried several times to prove to him that she was much more reliable than Kreju and Mark. Watching the Medit family argue, Choice desperately prayed for this trip to end soon. This is all because the Duke was unyielding, as he was worried about the life and well-being of his beloved daughter. Even Heian soon got tired of all this talk, although she had been quiet from the start. As soon as Bloom met the elf's gaze, they both realized how tired they were. But soon, the carriage arrived at the mansion where they planned to rest in front of the waterfall. Choice was surprised when he saw this building because he had never seen such a large extension. The aristocrats were immediately greeted by their assistants as soon as they arrived on their territory. So soon, the hero fell onto the bed with relief as his whole body ached from fatigue. The boy sadly recalled the smooth roads in his world, which were so lacking in this one. The next morning, Choice got up very early, but still met Heian walking on the street. It turned out that the elf had hardly slept due to anxiety, because she wanted to see that waterfall. In the past, she often walked alone, so she was used to such places. But this did not mean at all that the lady was against the company of a wise and good lord. Heian avoided being alone in the estate, as her family had often gone on trips without her in the past. But now, everything was different, because even during short walks, Choice would accidentally find a girl. So she was glad that she had once decided to go on a trip with him. The elf was not embarrassed to admit that she would have acted exactly the same way now. But the hero did not expect that the lady would suddenly stop seeming independent and strict. During the time they spent traveling, the guy also managed to get used to this nasty girl. He had long noticed that inside, Heian was much kinder than she constantly tried to appear on the outside. That's why Choice once again invited the elf to continue traveling with him. But this time, the lady did not answer, as if she had some sad secret in her heart. Before reaching the source, everyone jumped back into the carriage and set off. At that moment, Bloom did not yet suspect that the Duke had gone on the trip with them for a reason. The man wanted to show the boy the territories that he would personally control in the future. For now, they belonged to another person, but he was extremely poor at fulfilling his duties. As if to prove this, the group of friends was suddenly subjected to a very minor attack. Choice was the first to receive a stone on the forehead, which greatly upset the young man, who was not used to such things. Jace was the next to be hit, as she was closest to the carriage window. While the hero calmly accepted these circumstances, the girl immediately began to scream angrily. Of course, the Duke could not ignore the fact that someone dared to attack his daughter. He ordered the knights to quickly find the culprits who, for some reason, attacked the aristocrats. Medit's eyes shone with anger, as he usually did not forgive such mistakes in other people. It just turned out that the attacker had no intention of hiding, as he had long wanted to die. While the Duke was dealing with that man, Heian suddenly took care of her injured friend. As soon as Jace noticed this, she also began to attract attention, but the elf did not believe her. In fact, the hero was not so badly hurt, so he did not consider it necessary to take care of himself. The Duke blamed only the man who had managed his land so poorly for what was happening. This man's name was Alan Medit, and he always thought only about his own well-being and happiness. That's why Jace hated this man so much, even though they hardly ever saw each other in real life. So, the Duke was strict with his relative, whom he asked to leave this territory as quickly as possible. It was not surprising that the aristocrat did not want to part with the land, although he had not earned it. But the head of the Medit family was unwilling to give in on this issue, as things were getting worse every year. It got to the point that the lands were devastated, and the inhabitants were forced to starve and steal. Only now did the hero realize that they had not come just to look at these territories. The Duke appeared to be a gentle man from the outside, but could be stern and stubborn when necessary. The young man had no doubt that the man had done the right thing in caring for his residents. Choice liked the place, even though people were now living in poverty and squalor. Bloom had previously heard much about how this land was in a favorable position for trade. On the one hand, fishermen were actively developing, trading with most of the residents. But what Bloom liked most was that this land was connected by roads to many cities. Only a few territories could boast such an advantage, since usually everything led to villages. So the hero was overwhelmed with incredible joy when the Duke asked him to take these lands under his control. The Duke suspected that he would not be able to accommodate all the willing traders in his city alone. So he hoped that Choice would develop the area and build good roads. In this case, the connection between these lands will become much stronger if they are connected to each other. It was such a big responsibility that the hero was afraid to sign all the documents. He still found it hard to believe that the Duke had seen any potential in him. The man himself found it difficult to explain why he had so much faith in this young man. It was no surprise to the hero that a different energy emanated from him, because he was not from this world. But Choice wasn't going to tell anyone about this, because it could have had serious consequences. But what surprised Bloom most was that the Duke liked his lack of relatives. The guy himself would never have thought that anyone would perceive such information as positive. However, the hero was determined to gradually take over this world with his ideas. Thanks to the restless Jace, they were all soon back on the road again. The girl stubbornly begged her father to let her go for a walk, despite the danger around her. And in the end, she was able to agree that the Duke would not worry about her because the lady would be with friends. This time, the road was a little better, so Choice hardly felt sick on the way. And this showed irritation on Heian's face because she liked helping the guy. As soon as the friends arrived at the right place, they were surprised by the abandoned state of nature. It was not without reason that Jace took the guards with her, because only they could cut a path to the lake. But Lady Medit didn't even have time to give the necessary order before Heian suddenly sprang into action. The elf almost immediately felt a call that sounded in her head from the direction of the lake. Therefore, the girl spared no effort to quickly and independently clear the way to the water. The waterfall that opened up before them was so beautiful that it captured all their attention. But this was not what attracted Choice, who noticed that Heian was behaving strangely for some reason. The girl suddenly stopped answering all questions and ran towards the beautiful water. The whole point was that in this place, all the wizards could replenish their powers to the very core. That's why the lady jumped so boldly into the center of the lake, because she couldn't die in it anyway. While Jace made a real scandal, since she herself could not swim so well. But Heian didn't need saving at all, because she had been able to control water perfectly since childhood. The elf's behavior raised many questions among friends who didn't yet know anything about the lake. But Lady Medit noticed almost immediately that her friend looked much better after the bath. It seemed as if Heian had even grown a little while she had been in the water. Choice was most surprised by her friend's behavior because the sorceress was not prone to impulsive actions. But now the lady was so well after her recovery that she didn't pay attention to anything. The friends couldn't even imagine that at some moments, even the elf could relax. They still had a long walk ahead of them, so Choice tried to pretend that everything was fine. As soon as they returned to the estate, the hero fell practically dead onto the soft bed. And at that very moment, there was a knock on his door again, as if the guy couldn't be without guests. It turned out that Heian had come to him, and she had not approached any of her other friends. The girl entered the lord's room with such importance, as if she were the ruler of these lands. The lady really wanted to take one of the territories for herself, but so far she had not had such an opportunity. At that moment, Bloom still had no idea about the elf's goals, since he did not know all the important reasons. Only Cho Isu Heian was ready to confide in the truth she had learned about that unusual lake. The whole point was that it was a rare and amazing source of elven power. And with this place, the lady was able to live almost forever, even without any food nearby. The girl had never felt anything like this before, although she had often been near bodies of water. But there were so few elven sources in the world that finding even one was like a miracle. That's why the girl was ready to fight for him as if the life of her family depended on it. The only thing Choice didn't understand was why the lady had even confessed to him the importance of that place. If Heian hadn't said anything, the guy would have continued to consider that body of water as ordinary water. but the elf was confident that she could trust the man who always cared for her. She saw her friend as a support and encouragement, and that is why she asked him to protect that magical source. During the entire time of their communication, Heian did not see a single reason not to communicate with the guy. And for the elf, this was the most important thing, because before she had trusted only Masa so much, the girl hadn't even spoken to her family for so long that she didn't even know about the death of her cruel father. But now she was ready to move on, because it was impossible for the Silverwood family to suddenly perish. For obvious reasons, Heian wanted to remain with the source that fed her for a while longer. The lady even refused bread, because replenishing her magical powers was much more important to her. Since Choice didn't tell anyone about the girl's discovery, the elf didn't have to worry about anything. What surprised Jace was that she and her friend were still on very different paths on this one. But the young man supported Heian's decision because he understood that it would be much better for her. Although the friends were now moving to different places, they planned to meet again in the future. The saddest thing was Lady Medit, who was used to constantly communicating with her beloved friends. And now the girl was awaiting a return to the estate, where she would once again be completely alone. Choice missed the village of Lauderin and was planning to return there to help the residents. But the cunning Jace had already drawn up the boy's documents for the land so that he would have responsibilities next to her. The girl believed that her insidious plan would definitely make Bloom return to her. She still denied the fact that she had a strained relationship with Heian because they were different. In her excitement, the lady followed Choice to visit Maggie in Laudoran. The hero did not tell his friend anything about his affairs since he planned to return to his world. As soon as they arrived, Hans was the first to run out to greet them, as his parents had let him go with Choice. But the Lord had completely forgotten that his friend had once wanted to travel with him. But the guy had been waiting for so long for Bloom to return and take him away with him. From his friend's face, he quickly guessed that Choice had not even thought of coming to the village just for him. This greatly saddened Hans, because all this time he had lived only with thoughts of long journeys. The guy was still ready to do anything if only the Lord would allow him to go along. This made Jace even envy the hero, who had so many amazing assistants in reserve. As soon as Choice ran away from his friends, the first thing he did was return to his usual reality. The guy hadn't returned to the apartment for almost 6 months, and during that time, a lot of things had become incredibly dirty. But this time, he didn't come for the sake of cleaning, because the day had come when his parents died. No matter how hard it was for him, the young man visited his beloved family at the same time every year. Before, it seemed to him that he would never be able to smile again because he had lost the most precious thing. But now the hero's life has changed for the better because in another world, he found other good friends. Since Choice was planning a big trip, he prepared well for it. He even thought in advance about what clothes he would give to which of his friends so that no one would freeze. The hero understood that he had planned a difficult task, but he did not want to stop in the face of difficulties. There were a lot of strong people in his company, so everything should work out great. As a result, when Bloom returned to the Medit estate, Lucas also joined his assistants. The guy spent some time choosing between Bloom and Meditum and finally made a decision. But he was not very happy that the master had nevertheless accepted Hans into his service. Lucas had every right to consider himself superior, as his family had served aristocrats for generations. All the carts for the journey were already ready, and safety precautions were taken. But Heian did not get into the carriage until the very last moment, since she could not find her friend anywhere. The hero knew very well that Jace was forbidden to go with them, which caused her to throw a tantrum. So Lady Medit now continued to rage in her room, rebelling against her father's decision. The elf couldn't even imagine that this journey would be so important for her friend. But the parents remained adamant because their daughter was already causing a lot of problems. So the friends set off on their journey without Jace, since Lady Medit had a completely different destiny. But after just a few days, the hero regretted not having found the wizard through the portals. He couldn't believe that Heian was hardly bored due to their monotonous trip. But soon the sunset began to gain strength, so the night stopped for the night. Choice was prepared for the fact that they would have to sleep outside for several days because the journey was long. So the guy wasn't against trusting his life to people who often traveled along these roads. Hans was absolutely delighted that they would be spending the night in tents under the open sky. Thanks to the close-knit work of the guards, a small camp with a fire soon appeared. But the attentive Choice noticed almost immediately that Heian still felt uncomfortable and cold. Only now did he remember that he had prepared warm clothes for his friends just for such occasions. The elf had almost no money of her own, so she always accepted gifts from her caring friend. Therefore, Bloom had no doubt that the girl would like her new and warm jacket. At first, the sorceress accepted this gift with skepticism, as she had never seen such things before. But Choice didn't stop there, as he prepared warm clothes for all the assistants. As a result, Hans and Lucas were the first to be convinced that these jackets saved from any cold. Heian had noticed more than once that Choice always chose clothes of approximately the same color for her, while the guys didn't care what they wore, since they hardly followed fashion. Once everyone had warmed up and calmed down, Bloom admitted that he needed some water from the lady. The young man had long wanted to cook one of his favorite dishes, but all this time he was distracted by something else. In order not to reveal his secrets to anyone, the guy asked his friends to rest for now. The whole point was that he brought products from his reality that did not exist in this world. This time, Bloom was lucky, and Heian appeared next to him only at the very end of the preparation of the dish. But from the very beginning, the girl didn't like the soup because the noodles in it reminded her of hair. It so happened that many people had such associations because noodles were not popular in this world, and only Lucas was able to dispel the misunderstandings since he had encountered such a product before. He reminded his friends that the same ingredients were used in the preparation. Moreover, choice was always tasty and safe, so no one had any doubts. As a result, Heian decided to try it, no matter how much she didn't like the food's appearance. The hero worked so hard on this soup that no one dared tell him that he was afraid to eat it. The boy was the first to demonstrate that the soup had to be eaten with loud and unpleasant sounds. Until the very end, the girl was angry that she couldn't eat this food quietly, as she was used to. Heian was even ready to start a war because Choice dared to laugh at her at that moment. But the hero didn't mean anything bad because that was the nature of this noodle soup. In the end, this dinner ended peacefully since the elf really liked the new dish. If it weren't for Choice's ability to unite and calm people, who knows how this evening would have ended. The next day, the trip promised to be much more pleasant because even the weather remained good. The hero was most pleased that this time the road became smoother and more suitable for the carriage. He was only worried about Heian's future plans, as the lady told her friend almost nothing. The elf only reminded that she still wanted to take that magical lake for herself. The girl's careless words reminded the hero of the situation with the marriage proposal. In his country, this kind of thing happened most often at sports matches because the situation was conducive. But in reality, the lady simply liked the city, which was located very close to the lake. Although Choice still had to develop it, the guy was still glad that the residents remained kind. No matter what difficulties came his way, Choice was afraid of practically nothing and never stopped. Only Heian was worried that Bloom's manners might reveal his true origins. But the guy wanted to leave the carriage so much that he did not think about the consequences of such behavior. And this time it turned out that the young man was not given the opportunity for a good rest. Almost immediately, Lucas came with information that one of the aristocrats wanted to see him. Although Choice was tired after the trip, he was ready to cooperate with people unknown to him. It turned out that the Kruno family had become interested in the Lord and sent an assistant to him. The hero had no reason to trust this family yet, but he did not refuse the invitation to visit. The guy's intuition told him that those people could provide him with something useful in the future. This man's name was Albin Kruno, and he was currently working with the Pete family. That's why the hero was so wary of the man who could reveal their conversation to his rivals. So the guy didn't bother to be nice to the aristocrat and immediately asked him to get down to business. Who would have thought that Albin was now interested in an alliance with Lord Bloom? Before, Choice had never thought that informants could get so much information about him. And now, Duke Kruno wanted to buy the ice cream recipe that the hero himself had invented. In fact, Bloom had not yet thought about whether he would develop a business in this unfamiliar area. Besides, cooperation with Kruno was too dangerous for someone who was going against the Pete family. But as soon as the hero heard the price named for the recipe, he immediately changed his mind. No difficulties scared Choice when it came to earning a lot of money in a short period of time. From the very beginning, Albin had hoped to convince Bloom to sell the recipe as he really needed it. So the man didn't even have to prepare any documents because he had thought everything through in advance. As a result, the hero didn't have time to think for a minute before he sold the recipe for a delicious cold treat. The young man could only hope that he had made the right choice in this situation. Thus, in just a few hours, the hero acquired a fortune with which he could easily buy an estate. So Choice didn't regret the decision, despite losing one of his good recipes. As soon as the guy returned, the curious Heian immediately attacked him with questions. The girl couldn't believe that Bloom just gave someone the ice cream recipe. Her anger only began to subside when Choice honestly named the amount he had received for the recipe. The hero hoped that Heian would side with him, as her support would not hurt him, and it turned out that the girl was only happy to live in the estate that Bloom could buy with this money. In this situation, the only thing that angered the guy was that the lady still stubbornly lived only on his money. But Heian wasn't at all embarrassed by this situation because she could leave her friend at any moment. Since the guy didn't want to lose such an ally, he had to behave more quietly. Soon Choice had time to withdraw the money he was owed from the Kruno family bank. The assistant greeted him with a smile, since only noble people always came to their banks. The hero was quickly given the required amount, which was placed in an unwieldy chest. Choice wasn't stupid enough to take all of this with him in front of most people. Instead, he created his own account in this bank, for which he received a special seal. Bloom believed that it was more profitable for him to gradually increase the amount by storing it in this place. All this was necessary to ensure that his finances were always safe among the bank's assistants. Meanwhile, the hero managed to find an estate for himself, for which he had enough money. For the first time in a long time, Heian acknowledged the fact that Bloom didn't need her help at all. Only Lucas did not believe that the assistants would be allowed to live directly on the master's estate. But Choice didn't want to separate anyone, because that would make him feel much calmer and more comfortable. Lucas and Han's eyes lit up with happiness as they realized how kind their lord was. Only Heian felt awkward because she couldn't help her friend in his affairs. But the young man did not demand any feats from the girl, because all that was important to him was her support. And the lady coped with this role perfectly, although she caused difficulties by asking for bread. Once the main work was finished, Choice allowed his assistants to have a good rest. He knew that even for servants, there was nothing better than a nice warm bath after fatigue. Once again, Hans and Lucas were filled with boundless joy thanks to the master's actions. Bloom was pleased to please the people who had done so many good things for him all this time. But the guy didn't just let all the servants go because he needed to be alone for a while. The hero understood that it was urgently necessary to create another gate somewhere in this estate. The choice of the secret room was important because no one could detect the portal. Besides, Choice wouldn't have had the strength to constantly move the gate when necessary. That's why the guy thought several times before casting that spell to create a gate. Now, while he had some free time, the hero could return home for a short while. Huge layers of dust in the apartment had been waiting for Choice to deign to clean them up for a long time. By the time he finished cleaning, the delivery man had just brought the delicious food of this world. In that reality, the hero had trouble eating something like that, so he found a way out. In the meantime, the guy was thinking about what kind of apartment he could move into next. But the young man was not at all happy with the housing prices, as they were almost astronomical. Nevertheless, Choice never gave up on his dream of being able to earn enough money to buy a decent house for himself. Since childhood, he wanted to live in a place that would meet all his needs. Bloom had plenty of time, so he was in no hurry to move to a better house. To begin with, the guy should strengthen his position in that world even more so that no one could overthrow him. By the time Choice finished eating, another useful package had just arrived at his house. This time, the Lord decided to take care not of himself, but of Lady Heian, who was constantly freezing from the cold. That's why he bought the girl boots that couldn't be found in the world through the portal. As usual, the elf hid in her room most of the time, as she didn't like attention. But she was always glad to see Choice, since he periodically treated her to bread. As soon as the girl saw the gift in her friend's hands, she decided that he had brought her food again. But this time, Bloom brought the sorceress those very warm shoes that could not be found anywhere. It was clear from Heian's face how happy she was to receive such a gift from the generous Lord. The girl sincerely thanked the guy in return for his help, and a beautiful blush spread across her face. Soon, Choice had to spend a lot of time choosing servants for the estate. Lucas did not rest until he had selected the best candidates for all the roles. The assistant only wanted the best for his master, and as a result, he accidentally exhausted him to the point of death. The hero could not scold the servant for trying his best to create better conditions for him. Lucas was clearly showing how tired he was, so this time Bloom didn't say anything to him. However, he left the butler at the estate so that he would not collapse from fatigue after the walk. So Choice, accompanied by Hans, went to the market to stock up on groceries. The hero could cook almost anything, he just needed to know his friend's wishes. But for some reason, the assistant was embarrassed to admit that it was he who had wanted to try it for quite some time. Lucas managed to intimidate Hans so much that he would not dare ask their young master for anything. But Choice eventually got his friend to say that he would like to eat some warming soup. For this occasion, the hero had a wonderful idea, which he rushed to implement as quickly as possible. Of course, the guy didn't tell Hans anything in advance, so he could give him a pleasant surprise at the very end. In the end, they bought such a huge bag of groceries that the assistant could barely carry it. But Choice was not prepared to part with a single ingredient because it was all part of the dish. Chef Seth, who had recently been hired by Lucas, was eager to help his master. As strange as it may seem, Bloom cooked much better than him, so the assistant listened attentively. As soon as the hero returned to the room, the butler Corky prepared a bath for him in a couple of minutes. Choice has been constantly busy with work, so he hasn't really had a chance to rest or relax lately. So the care from the new butler was very timely for the guy who forgot to think about himself. Corky was well prepared for his conversation with the Lord, as there was a lot of work to be done around the estate. Together with Choice, the butler quickly compiled the necessary list and received approval for funding. The hero did not expect that this old man would turn out to be such a wise man in matters of management. Whatever the young man asked, the butler always quickly came up with a plan of action for everything. In doing so, Corky quickly confirmed the fact that he was indeed an incredibly skilled person. The next morning, the hero first went to the kitchen to prepare that very dish. Seth had already carried out his master's orders, although he was shocked by his strange demands today. The assistant couldn't imagine what could possibly be made from such ingredients. While she had time, Heian enjoyed walking around the garden, enjoying the pleasant air. And soon, Choice found the girl to personally make sure that everything was okay with her. However, they didn't get to walk alone for long, as one of the guests brazenly burst into the area. It turned out to be Kreju, and although he apologized, he still arrived without warning. The aristocrat missed his friend so much that he could no longer wait for their meeting. Today, Kreju was in a great mood, so he even complimented the young sorceress. But the guy quickly realized that the girl still didn't look in his direction, as if she didn't want to talk. The situation was quickly diffused by Bloom, who seemed to accidentally remember that he had a new dish. The Duke's son would never in his life refuse to try food that he had never encountered before. So he stayed for an amazing dinner, even though he was only coming for a few hours. Bloom knew everyone would be interested in trying this dish, so he prepared many servings. Even the cook Seth did not expect that the master would leave some of the plates specially for the servants. The guy would never have thought in his life that he would end up in a place where the master would be so kind. Moreover, among the assistants, everyone quickly became his friends so that Seth felt like he was in heaven. For the first few minutes, everyone looked at the soup with uncertainty as it was cooked with bones. There were a few people who, on principle, did not want to eat anything related to pig organs. But Seth stubbornly defended the Lord's dish as he was sure that it had an unrivaled taste. The first to believe this was Lucas, who was already convinced that Choice did not know how to cook anything tasteless. As soon as the assistants tried one spoonful of the soup, they were delighted with the combination of ingredients. The cook was ashamed that he himself had not come up with a single such wonderful recipe. So it was no surprise that Kreju also appreciated the soup, which turned out to be very rich. The Duke's son immediately started talking about selling this recipe to someone in the hotel business. He had no doubt that this soup would quickly become popular in hotel restaurants. The boys were most worried about the elf's silence as she continued to eat quietly, but it quickly became clear from the girl's face that she was so pleased that she couldn't tear herself away. So Choice was ready to tell everyone around him about his success because the dish really was complex. If he managed to convince the most harmful experts, then there was no point in doubting his abilities. As soon as lunch was over, talk of business began, but Heian did not want to sell water. The hero had already tried to persuade the girl several times because she could earn a lot of money. And now Kreju has taken his place, but he too hasn't gone very far with his convictions. Watching the girl from the side, Bloom was once again convinced that she was very sweet. The lady had long since dropped her gloomy mask, although she still did not speak very emotionally to people. Suddenly, Kreju noticed that the elf had some new and unfamiliar boots. But Heian wasn't eager to give them to the stranger, although she did allow him to take a quick look. The Duke's son had a good understanding of what things could be easily monetized in the future, and these boots were just such items, because they were made with great intelligence. For some reason, the hero had not previously remembered that he could approach the Medit family with this question. For many years now, the Kreju family had been developing a wool factory, and it was successful. Moreover, the Duke's son had already managed to pay the lady several compliments so that she would allow him to take the boots. That's how the idea came into Choice's head that it would be possible to try to capture another sphere. Since it was already late, Krej needed to return to his estate. But Bloom did not let his friend go empty-handed, as he had prepared a special tea especially for him. Sir Medit immediately realized that this drink would not be easy to replicate, even knowing the recipe. That same evening, the hero enjoyed the pleasant breeze in the company of a beautiful elf. This wasn't the first time Choice had found peace in drinking delicious hot tea on the balcony, and Heian shared his opinion, although, as usual, she remained silent, as if her word could kill someone. Bloom had never spoken so openly to the girl before when it came to the issue of her business. In his opinion, it was only necessary to obtain permission from the imperial family. But the sorceress knew that doing this was much more problematic than her friend thought. Heian could not show his face to the emperor under any circumstances because he was greedy for the elves. And the Silverwood family still remained so famous that they wouldn't let the lady go just like that. The last thing Heian wanted in the world was to marry the emperor's son, who would know her weakness. Choice would never have thought that the ruler would be so cruel to wizards. He could promise his friend that he would never give her to a man who uses elves. The very next morning, the hero came up with a new activity for himself in the form of planting beautiful bamboo. The guy was prepared for the fact that it would take the plant about 5 years to reach its length. He was confident that bamboo would attract the attention of others, as it was not popular in the territories of the empire. But Heian considered her friend's plan to be insignificant and stupid from the very beginning, since he was going to wait. While the elf knew a way that would not cause problems with growing bamboo, they were talking about some wizard who specialized in plants. Before, such a good idea had never even occurred to the hero who lived in a world without magic. The only thing that upset him was the possible price for the wizard's services, even though he had a lot of money. However, immediately after lunch, the hero went to the registry of magicians to hire someone for himself. He could not have imagined that so many people would be registered in this place, and the services for each wizard were such that ordinary people could not hire them. That's why the idea came to Bloom's mind that it would be possible to attract the elves to that source. Then he will be able to establish a partnership that will allow him to avoid paying the magicians. In the meantime, the guy chose Edrogoldsand for himself, who was considered the best in terms of plants. It was a pleasure to work with this elf, as he didn't pretend to be some kind of important person. Instead, he immediately focused on work as he loved interacting with plants. Bloom thought of everything down to the last detail, so that even in winter, the bamboo should do well in this climate. Goldson himself was convinced that this plant was worthy of being shown to the whole world. That is why, after just a few minutes, sprouts appeared from the ground, which was impossible without magic. But the most amazing thing was that within a few seconds, forests appeared in place of the wasteland. The hero would never have thought that he would be able to see such a miracle with his own eyes in this world. The result amazed even Edro so much that he became interested in the seeds of this plant. The elf had been collecting different crops throughout his life, so he couldn't pass by bamboo. Goldson was willing to pay Choice even more than he himself asked for as payment, so Bloom had no doubts before making his decision because it was a good deal. Now that the most beautiful part was done, the young man wanted to share the joy with another person. So the first thing he did was ask Lucas to call Hyen, for whom this forest would be a surprise. The elf's gaze was filled with delight as she saw the full scale of the grown bamboo. She had never seen such unusual and tall trees that amazed her with their appearance. That day, the girl's soul was so at peace that she would not forget those feelings for a long time. But the hero did not allow himself to rest peacefully because he had a new idea again. Now, the guy wanted to use the skills of the craftsman to implement a heated floor in the extension among the bamboo. The builders were ready for any task, but not for a request they had not yet completed. However, the hero knew how to motivate people with money, so he was not denied the idea of thinking about such a floor. And soon, the structure was ready in the bamboo forest, and anyone could envy its timing. At that time, Choice had not yet told anyone that this building was somehow different from the others. He was just full of enthusiasm because he wanted to show everyone the new miracle. And the first victim of this innovation was Hyen, whom the Lord always introduced to his ideas. The elf couldn't believe that the floor beneath her was actually warm and pleasant. This surprised the girl so much that for the first time in a long time, she showed strong emotions. So, all of Choice's efforts were rewarded by the fact that the lady was delighted with his ideas. He was glad to help the girl who had a difficult and sad fate from birth. His parents also died early, so in this regard, the hero understood the lady's feelings well. As soon as they started talking about family, Hyen admitted that she doesn't really like her birthday. It was all because it was an international holiday among elves, and no one congratulated her. Only Masa was glad that Hyen was born on this day, because she could be the reincarnation of a wizard. Only at this point did Choice admit that he, too, had not celebrated his birthday, which had recently passed. This information upset the lady because she would have liked to please her friend a little on his day. So the elf asked her friend to be sure to warn her about his holiday next time. It's been a long time since the hero received so much support from the outside. Before, only his parents congratulated him. But now the guy had so many good friends that he had no time to be sad. Since the elf still hadn't forgotten her promise to cook, the Lord soon got down to business. Until now, Seth had been trying to keep the master away from the kitchen because cooking was his job. But the chef quickly realized that he couldn't do much of what Choice could do. This time, the hero took the recipe for a sweet cake, which was supposed to amaze everyone once again. Seth watched in amazement as Bloom confidently acted, never having made a mistake. Choice inherited his love of cooking from his mother, and it only grew stronger and deeper with age. That's why every dessert he made looked like he really was the best chef in the world. Seth still had a lot to learn from his master, even though he was the one responsible for cooking in the estate. Bloom gave the most beautiful piece to Hyen, and distributed the rest among the servants again. The Lord's heart beat faster in anticipation because he wanted to please the girl as much as possible. But the elf herself, as usual, only expected bread, although she always received other delicious dishes. Each time, the young man received a portion of curses for not bringing bread, but he had already gotten used to it. Moreover, as soon as the girl tried a piece, she forgot about all her negative emotions. This time was no exception, as the cake could make anyone fall in love with it. Suddenly, the lady did not finish the dessert completely, as she had done all the previous times. Instead, the girl suddenly shared with her friend, since she knew that he himself ate little of his own food. Heian wanted Choice to enjoy his cooking as much as she always did. The hero did not expect that good feelings would suddenly awaken in the elf, because usually she remained mischievous. But he was even more surprised because the girl, for some reason, knew the latest news. She heard that the Medit family was building an art gallery, and a pastry shop would fit in well. The sweets that Choice occasionally prepared were worthy of being seen by other people. Bloom took this advice to heart, as Hyan's ideas proved to be effective time and time again. All this time, the servant Kana was hanging around the master, trying to help him well. And only Hans noticed that Lucas almost constantly followed on the heels of this assistant. The whole thing was that the butler fell in love with a modest lady who was to his taste. But the guy didn't have enough courage to finally confess his feelings. This situation made Choi smile, but he had no time to solve love problems. Krejdu arrived at the first letter, as he was curious about what Bloom wanted. The whole point was that the hero really thought about opening at least a small restaurant with sweets. The problem was that the guy had no idea which side to start with. That's why he turned to a man who had been developing his own winery for several years. And the first thing the Duke's son did was advise his friend to find a good and skilled informant for himself. In the market, there were often situations where the same things were sold at different prices. Even Kreju sold his wine well, only because he once hired a good rumor spreader. Since Choice had enough money, he could well afford the services of such a person. Then the shoe business will also be able to get going much faster since Bloom has now suspended it. Of course, Kreju did not refuse to help his friend, because they could continue to help each other. This is how a girl named Raina Licht, who had long been in the information sphere, came to Bloom's estate. She quickly proved that she would be an asset to Choice due to her extensive knowledge. It was beneficial for this lady to sign the contract, despite the fact that the hero planned to move in a couple of years. Bloom's attentive gaze did not miss the fact that Raina had the manners of a true knight. But before, it seemed to him that none of the girls usually learned the art of swordsmanship. But the Licht family has always been known for its ability to stand up for itself, having been informants for many years. As soon as the hero asked the lady to demonstrate her skills, he almost died in an instant. But it was not in Raina's interests to lose her job, so she left the gentleman alive. The girl constantly faced the fact that she was underestimated, so she knew how to scare other people. So Choice no longer had the slightest doubt that this lady would be a useful member of his team. In fact, Raina had not worked anywhere for many years, although she continued to collect useful information. She only acted this way because she wanted to serve only a handsome and rich aristocrat of the empire. And Lord Bloom fully met her expectations, so Raina agreed to the contract. In fact, Choice didn't plan to burden the girl with work because he had enough information from her. But before the guy could agree on anything with Licht, Heian suddenly burst into the room. The elf heard about the informant's presence and became curious about what kind of person it would be. Now the lady felt something like jealousy, but she would never admit it to her friend. What surprised Raina most was that a real sorceress lived in Bloom's estate, but Choice was only glad that the opportunity arose to introduce Heian to the new employee early. At that moment, he was the only one who did not experience any tension since he was poor at reading people's emotions. Raina was the first to break the awkward silence, hoping that the sorceress would accept her. But the elf immediately declared that she would closely watch the girl's every action, so Choice had to urgently give Licht assignments to go and carry them out. The guy still didn't understand why Heian reacted so sharply to the appearance of a new assistant. The lady did not hate other girls, but she understood that they could be treacherous. The sorceress saw how attractive Choice had become, and therefore she was worried about him. While the hero did not consider himself from this side, because before he had not been interesting to anyone. A few more days passed quietly and peacefully at Bloom's estate as everyone went about their own business. And finally, there was a knock on the Lord's door, and Choice was just ready to receive guests early in the morning. It turned out that all this time, Reina was not just receiving money because she found good information. The hero immediately sat the girl closer to the fireplace, since the weather had been cool lately. But all this didn't stop Licht from learning how exactly famous restaurants organize their business logistics. The lady never revealed where she got the reports, but they were all useful to the young gentleman. Choice never once regretted hiring an informant because his work helped him a lot. The girl even found a suitable craftsman who would undertake sewing warm footwear models. He turned out to be an inconspicuous guy named Tori who had no relatives left. Bloom knew well that such people were the most devoted if all their desires were satisfied. The hero understood from the very beginning that making such shoes was not an easy task, so it was no surprise that Tori was unsure about his suitability for the job. But Choice wasn't aimed at aristocrats who needed golden hands to create shoes. As soon as the master learned that these things would be sold to commoners, he calmed down. A gold coin contract was the dream of any person who tried to earn money through his labor. The hero could only hope that the agreement would keep Tori silent about the affairs of the estate. The master really did seem like a modest man who could be trusted in this matter. Of course, Choice didn't forget to visit home, because who else would clean up all the dust in the rooms? And this time, he came only to find a new recipe for Heian's birthday. Food was not easy to come by, so the young man turned to the wizard, Edro Goldsun. This guy amazed the hero by hiring a magician who could control the weather for the sake of his plants. As a result, all of his plantings were doing well, despite the weather conditions outside. Since Edro had a good opinion of the Lord, he was ready to render him any service. The wizard had been growing tomatoes for a long time, and they always delighted him with their color. This was the ingredient Bloom was so lacking that he planned to make a delicious lasagna. Choice only needed 5 pieces, since these tomatoes varied in size. It was clear from Goldsun's face how upset he was by this request. However, the elf did not become greedy, because not long ago, the Lord had also done him a good service. So he personally selected the best 5 tomatoes to ensure that the Lord's dish was top-notch. At the same time, Edro shed so many sad tears that Bloom no longer wanted to turn to him for help. However, the hero did not give up his desire to cook lasagna, because all the ingredients had been collected. As usual, the cook was right there, as he was interested in learning the master's new recipe. Even Heian pestered Choice, but this time, the girl only wanted bread. During all this time of communication, Bloom was never able to get used to the elf's unexpected appearances. But he always remembered his promise, so he tried to make bread at least once a week. How many arguments there were between them, because the lady stubbornly demanded only buns instead of food. As a result, the young man consoled the lady each time by saying that she would definitely like the new dish. As soon as the girl left the kitchen, Choice really got down to business because he wanted to make a surprise for her. He had never been so nervous while cooking, even though he was preparing some dishes for the first time. Bloom carefully explained every step he took to Seth so that he could repeat this dish in the future. The hero's anxiety grew stronger and stronger because in just a few days, there would be the Heian holiday. For the sake of the girl, the guy returned to his world because only there could he buy the best gift. The hero did not want to choose any product in the world through the portal because the quality there was much worse. His gaze immediately fell on the necklace, the color of which would perfectly suit the young elf. Bloom didn't care about the price because his finances allowed him to buy up almost the entire store. But then, the guy came up with the idea that he could also start a jewelry business in that world. So, as soon as he returned back, the master asked Reina to collect all the information. But it turned out that the girl, like a real lady, knew everything about jewelry among aristocrats. She could describe the price and quality of every item in this area, down to the smallest detail. So Licht immediately set about finding a good jeweler, happy to save Choi's time. So Bloom, with a sense of accomplishment, went to spend all his time cooking. The guy was in a bit of a hurry because it was Heian's birthday today and the food wasn't ready yet. This time, the hero was able to entrust Seth with preparing the cake, since the chef had already learned a lot. The assistant was no longer afraid to take responsibility when it came to the master's recipes. Seth surprisingly quickly got used to Choi's spending his time in the kitchen with him. As a result, by the evening, everything was so perfectly ready that Bloom did not worry about the result. At the appointed time, the maid carefully brought Heian, who had no idea about the surprise. The lady openly expressed her dissatisfaction with the restrictions, but Madame did not listen to her. But as soon as the elf opened her eyes, she instantly forgot all her complaints out of surprise. The lady never thought she would ever receive a real birthday greeting. When Heian blew out the candles, her heart trembled with joy, although she tried to hide all her emotions. Thanks to the hero's efforts, everyone in this place had a family, and the elf was no exception. But Choice placed the most bets on the necklace, as he carefully selected it when buying it. Bloom was not mistaken in his choice, as the color of the jewelry really did match the girl's face perfectly. Only Reina, among all the guests, was embarrassed by the cost of the gift because she knew the price of such jewelry. Heian's face was glowing with happiness and joy because finally her birthday was a holiday for her. The hero created an atmosphere of magic amazingly, despite the fact that he did not possess magic. But in response, he received only sweet cream from the cake, which accurately flew right into his face due to the lady's actions. The whole thing was that the girl was so embarrassed that instead of saying thank you, she ran away. Heian was so drawn to the streets only because she wanted to share her joy with everyone in the world. As a result, Choice never managed to catch up with the girl, who turned out to be unusually fast and agile. But the expression on the sorceress's face told the hero that there was no need to stop her at all. For the first time in a long time, the lady, overcome with emotion and feelings, released magic into the world around her. With her behavior, Heian fulfilled the dream of many people because not all of them have seen such magic. Only the hero realized that all this time, the girl had been putting too much pressure on herself because of her noble family name. And as if to prove this, the elf suddenly collapsed from incredible fatigue. Since the congratulatory plan for today had already been completed, Choice asked to take the lady to the room. And that same evening, everyone finally tried the lasagna that the hero had prepared with such care. It was no wonder that everyone couldn't tear themselves away from their plate due to the overabundance of flavor. Literally the next morning, Heian came to her senses, and embarrassment completely overwhelmed her. The girl liked the necklace so much that yesterday she couldn't hold back her emotions as she usually did. Now the lady dreamed of congratulating Bloom just as well because he tried for her every day. Although she found it difficult to collect her thoughts due to embarrassment, the girl still went to her friend. Choice had a lot of work to do that day, but he put it all aside for the sake of the young sorceress. It wasn't often that the guy encountered a lady asking him to go for a walk with her. So, after just a couple of minutes, he fulfilled Heian's wish just so she would be happy. All this time, it seemed to the young man that the elf had decided to explore the local market with him for a reason. The girl really did ask too many suspicious questions because she wanted to get to know her friend better. But all this continued exactly until one of the thieves tore the necklace from Heian's neck. He rushed away at such speed that none of the locals could help the poor girl. If it weren't for Reina, who was nearby, the elf would have definitely used magic. And now, she had no choice but to silently wait for the result from Licht. An invisible pain and hatred pierced the heart of the girl, whose magic was limited at that moment. It was all because of the Emperor's artifact, which prohibited the elves from using their powers near his territories. And now, the lady was especially offended because, with magic, she could easily have returned the precious necklace to herself. Somehow, Choice managed to calm her friend down, but today's walk was still inevitably ruined. It so happened that Reina fulfilled her promise, so Bloom concentrated on communicating with Kreju. The guy, as usual, showed up at the estate uninvited, as if it were his home too. Of course, Sir Medit didn't just come to visit his friend because they had great plans for the future. Above all, Craig needed advice on business, since he trusted the Lord's opinion on such matters. It so happened that the hero also had accumulated experiences that could only be resolved by another aristocrat. So the first thing the guy did was ask his assistant to bring the first prototypes of warm shoes. Sir Medit had no idea that Bloom would progress so quickly in development. The shoes already looked as if they could be sold to any segment of the population, and only Choice constantly felt that this prototype needed to be further developed. But Kreju quickly convinced his friend that he had already made great progress with such good developments. Now it was Bloom's turn to be surprised, because the Duke's son had not come to him empty-handed. Medit laid out various spices in front of him, which were not yet popular in the Empire. It was important to Krej that the Lord chose exactly those things that he would focus on in the future. The Duke's son believed that Choice would not make a mistake in his decision because the boy had already amazed him with his wisdom. In fact, this choice was elementary, but the hero did not admit it to his friend. Even in his reality, coffee beans quickly gained popularity, although they were previously unknown. What could we say about chocolate, the varieties of which had taken over almost every corner of his world? All this together created such a deadly combination that people became addicted. So Choice had no doubt that these were the two subjects that Krej should choose. In recent times, many spices have spread throughout the empire as quickly as if they were carried by fire. Therefore, it was easy for Bloom to push his friend to do something that would be beneficial for him in the future. In fact, the hero did not plan to rely on these things at all because he had a completely different plan. No one would ever have guessed what secret the Lord, who had previously been unknown, was hiding. As soon as he had the opportunity, Bloom immediately jumped into his world through the magical gate. And from there, in recent times, he has brought back a huge quantity of high-quality jewelry. Just at this moment, Reina found a good jeweler who was ready to cooperate with the Lord. This turned out to be very useful as Licht was quickly accelerating all of the young hero's business plans. First of all, Choice was interested in what reaction his jewelry would evoke in this master. As soon as the man saw what the Lord showed him, his eyes lit up with greed. Never before had the jeweler seen such magnificent jewels in this empire. His behavior proved to Bloom that before him was indeed one of the best masters among jewelers. And this is exactly the kind of person that Choice needed, as he had so many plans for business development. The man would never have thought that someday in his life he would be needed by one of the aristocrats. Now the hero wanted the jeweler to create good jewelry from his jewelry. This is how a jeweler appeared among Choice's assistants, and he was sincerely glad to have him. The guy had been working so hard the last few days that he was tired from the very morning, but he still didn't stop. He was grateful to Mino for continuing to spread good rumors about him in exchange for accommodation at the hotel. This time, Bloom had little work to do, so he again devoted himself to a walk with Heian. The young man didn't just spend his free time with the lady because she motivated him to live. Lately, Choice even dared to make fun of the elf, who had become much kinder. But everything had its limits, so after each such joke, the Lord preferred to quickly run away. And this time, everything was exactly the same, since the girl had never yet caught up with the bold guy. But today, Heian was tired of being teased by her friend, so she ran after him. The chase was unsuccessful because after just a minute, the hero heard a quiet female scream. It turned out that at that moment, the elf twisted her leg, which caused her to lose her balance and fall. Of course, Choice couldn't stay away because he always sincerely cared about the girl. But the sorceress was not happy about the help from the man who was indirectly to blame for her fall. Moreover, shame and embarrassment took over the lady's mind, which made her only more harmful and stubborn. Only her friend's words that he didn't want her to suffer made Heian obediently go to the doctor. Meanwhile, Bloom successfully established trade relations with the Mino family, which helped him in many ways. The boy nobly took over the management of the shop where the Lord's jewelry would be displayed. Corky personally witnessed Strive's delight at the quality and quantity of the new jewelry. Therefore, for some time, Choice could not worry about anything because he was developing in many directions. However, the hero's life could not remain without incident, and this time he received a letter from Minta Choco. The man claimed to be an amazing jeweler and therefore wanted to work with Lord Bloom. But for some reason, the guy didn't believe the words of the unknown master, so he asked Corky to check him. Quite quickly, all the assistants learned that their master was planning to open a pastry shop. For some reason, Lucas was very worried about the future of this business because being responsible for a restaurant was not easy. But if Choice chose a goal, he would not back down from it, no matter what difficulties arose. The guy knew very well that many aristocrats used only expensive products for cooking, and he wanted to prove to the entire empire that even from cheap ingredients, you can make something tasty. This message inspired Lucas so much that he regretted ever doubting his master. But at that very moment, Hans burst into the bathroom, as he also wanted to help Choice bathe. But the butler met his friend with a displeased look, since he often took work away from him. Even now, the boys started to quarrel with each other, despite the fact that Bloom had not gone anywhere. The next morning, Reina went to find out who that jeweler Mint Choco was. She was noticeably surprised by the fact that it was a girl, and she was indeed registered in the Register of Masters. Just in case, Licht made it her mission to follow the lady who, for some reason, asked to see Bloom. As soon as Heian got used to the new miss in the estate, she began to scare her from behind. In fact, the elf wasn't trying to instill fear, but she didn't plan to change her manner of communication. This time, the sorceress had a serious request for Reina, so she did not go to her friend first. Licht had never had a stubborn girl approach her directly before. It turned out that the elf had finally decided to start her own water business. Reina was an expert in this area, so there were no obstacles for her in obtaining information. In fact, it was not just for nothing that the sorceress began to act actively, although she had previously been silent all the time. All this time, she was eavesdropping on Bloom's conversations with Medet, as she had business with Krej. No sooner had the Duke's son been released than the lady attacked him that day with questions about her case. The elf came to the Medet family's event only to get information from them. This is how she learned that her stepmother was still living in wealth thanks to her father's inheritance. This circumstance angered Heian so much that she could not find a place for herself because of the desire for space. That's why recently the lady increasingly invited her friend for a walk because she didn't communicate with anyone else. This time, the elf was especially persistent as she had prepared a small surprise for the Lord. The guy resisted for a while, but only because he had a lot of work to do today. However, Choice was never able to refuse a girl who was reminiscent of Lady Jace in her stubbornness. So soon, the sorceress convinced her friend that he should go with her to the bamboo forest. On the way, the hero diligently kept his eyes closed so as not to spoil his surprise in advance. But the result exceeded all his expectations, as Heian had prepared a real pool of warm water. With the help of magic, the elf could do even more, but for now she limited herself to a small circle. Heian saw how hard the hero had been trying lately, so she wanted him to rest. Choice was so delighted with this opportunity that he began to thank the lady for her concern. This time the girl meekly tolerated the guy's behavior, which was occasionally insolent. She saw that the young man was genuinely happy because he really liked the gift. But Bloom didn't expect the lady to join him while swimming in the warm pool. Heian didn't see anything wrong with this, since all bathing in the city had always been communal. But the hero wasn't ready for something like this, because in his world, boys and girls swam separately. However, he couldn't explain to his friend why this bothered him, so he had to agree. Literally, in a couple of hours, they were both ready for a swim, as Heian also loved to bask. But Choice did not come to her empty-handed, since he did not like to remain indebted to his friends. The guy brought eggs with him, but they were different from those that were usually used as consumables. The elf didn't notice anything new in the appearance of this food, because the eggs seemed ordinary. So Bloom boldly demonstrated to the girl that these eggs did not break when they hit the head. His actions predictably provoked the lady's anger, as he had once again crossed all boundaries. But Bloom's surprise was not over yet, so Miss forgot about her anger at the sight of his actions. Before, Heian had never encountered the fact that eggs could be peeled without spilling. The whole point was that Choice specially cooked them soft-boiled to surprise his young friend. But the lady refused to believe that these eggs were any different from regular boiled ones. But Bloom assured the girl that she just needed to try it to understand the difference. In the end, Heian quickly gave in, as her curiosity proved to be much stronger than her mischief. But the elf didn't taste anything new, so she took her disappointment out on the Lord. As a result, as a token of forgiveness, the hero prepared a new recipe for his friend after bathing. He was so well prepared that he didn't forget to bring his assistant some delicious milk for the girl. At such moments, the elf behaved like a true aristocrat, although she usually forgot about her status. Every time the topic of delicious food came up, Heian couldn't help but smile beautifully. But the girl was very embarrassed if Choice managed to compliment her at such moments. That's why this time, Miss started eating as quickly as possible, because Bloom promised her new tastes. The elf had good reason to ask for milk with her cookies, as it paired perfectly with any baked goods. So the sorceress was immediately delighted with how much she liked her friend's new dish. As a result, Heian did not stop until she had completely emptied the entire plate. Meanwhile, a guest who had written him a letter a few days earlier was traveling to the hero's estate. The conversation was about Mint Choco, who introduced herself as a good jeweler, but few believed it. The hero had no idea what to expect from this girl, but his intuition told him not to trust her. While Mint was describing in vivid detail how much she liked the Lord's jewelry, everyone was watching her. Reina was the first to suspect a trick, because no one had told whose jewelry was in Strive's store. But Choco quickly found the answer to this question, as she had many good friends among the informants. Choice immediately suspected something was wrong, when suddenly Heian intervened in the conversation with her rudeness. That's why Bloom had to quickly send Choco away, so that the girls wouldn't quarrel with each other. As soon as Mint left the room, the elf herself returned to her room in a bad mood. The hero had no time to console his friend, because he and Reina agreed that Choco could not be trusted. And they were right, because under the cover of night in the Imperial Castle, this girl took off her mask. She had long served the ruler of the empire, who entrusted her with the most difficult tasks. And this time, Mint was sent to Bloom's estate to find out how dangerous the guy was. The emperor was interested in any information that his assistant managed to collect. But in reality, the lady was playing a double game, so she did not tell about Heian's presence. In fact, her name was Priscilla Valentinian, and she was the last princess of the Elven line. The girl served the ruler only in order to steal from him the artifact that controlled the wizards. But for now, the emperor's vigilance was not sufficiently lulled, so the lady had to help him. All this time, Priscilla was hinting to the man that she would very much like to see his treasury. But the ruler did not have access to that place, which he kept silent about every time in front of his assistant. And so the princess was left with nothing, although the rage inside her grew stronger day by day. The next morning, the hero first went to look for Heian, but he couldn't find her anywhere. He was greatly upset by the fact that the girl had gone somewhere secretly from a very early hour. Choice gradually began to suspect that the elf was hiding something important from him for the first time. And the guy was partly right, because it was not for nothing that the sorceress kept silent all this time. In recent days, even assistants noticed that Heian was behaving strangely and unusually. This time, for some reason, the girl was confused by the smell that lingered in the Lord's room after bathing. But neither Lucas nor Hans had any doubt that the scent was completely safe for health. The village boy was absolutely delighted with the salts that Choice used for his bath. In his opinion, this is exactly how real men should smell in their prime. But the elf was still confused, because she didn't feel anything like that next to Bloom. She began to suspect something so often that she even stopped liking all the food that the Lord cooked. But this morning, the lady thought of something for her friend because she felt obliged to him. The elf brought a beautiful candle, which filled everything around with a pleasant and fresh aroma. Until now, the hero was afraid that the lady was offended by him because she had recently silently left the room in a bad mood. But the girl didn't do this because of choice, but she didn't explain anything to him. The lady only demanded that the guy quickly open the candle that she had chosen so carefully. Who would have thought that a simple candle would shine as if there was magic contained within it? The aroma turned out to be so magical that the guy was immediately delighted with such a gift. But he was just a test subject for Hyen, who was planning to give something similar to Raina. It wasn't for nothing that the elf stayed close to her friend, as he was actively developing his territories. Therefore, the girl was glad to live in a place where she did not have to think about anything bad. For Bloom, caring for the lady became something ordinary, so he himself did not realize it. But the guy tried every day for the sake of the assistants who lived in his estate of their own free will. Moreover, the young man has already come up with a design for a real greenhouse in order to further develop the farm. Choice had no doubt that his friends and servants would like this new place. As soon as Heian heard about the Lord's aspirations, she too decided to create several of her pools. This is how Bloom's estate gradually became bigger and more interesting because it wasn't just the guy who was trying. Although the hero devoted a lot of time to work, he also did not forget about pleasant rest for everyone. So soon, he gathered his friends to announce a picnic in the beautiful countryside. Everyone was happy with this opportunity because they had been working almost non-stop for a long time. Although Choice failed to gather a large crowd, he was still pleased with himself. The assistants were already happy that he allowed them to enter the market and even allocated funds for this. So for the rest, the hero organized a trip to a waterfall that was important to Heian. Hans and Lucas enjoyed running together in nature as they had become close friends. Bloom, however, was in charge of preparing the food for the picnic, as he had deliberately not taken any of the maids with him. The young man was the first to demonstrate how to rest, so that others would follow his example. Only Reina kept to herself, as she did not forget her role as the Lord's assistant, while Choice completely forgot about work because he liked spending time like this. As usual, the elf's mischief was not without its mischief, as she found a new reason for her stubbornness. This time, the girls didn't like the cucumbers in the sandwich, as they spoiled the main taste of the bread. That's why the sorceress demanded that the Lord personally remove this vegetable from her sandwiches. If it hadn't been Heian, Bloom would never have agreed to such a humiliating job. But even Reina could see how protective Choice was of the elf who was his good friend. Licht briefly allowed herself to dream about how she would behave in the sorceress's place. But this confused the girl so much that she quickly put these strange thoughts aside. Meanwhile, Heian was finally able to fully enjoy the sandwich because the hero had prepared it. That day will forever remain in the hearts of friends as a pleasant and bright memory of the picnic. And the very next day, Choice decided to take stock of his finances since he had a lot of assistants. But the guy developed the business so successfully that the profit in his finances was several times greater. Previously, the hero never thought that he could come close to such results in this world. But now the opportunity to become a real rich man was just around the corner, which made the guy very happy. Thanks to the skillful management of the butler Corky, the Bloom estate flourished every day. But Choice wasn't going to stop there, as he still had many plans. He never stopped delighting Heian with bread, because this was a mandatory requirement from the elf. In exchange, the hero could ask the girl to go for a walk with him at any time, which is what he did now. The sorceress had been busy lately, as she had been busy making candles for sale. The lady was glad that finally she too could be of use to the Lord, who was constantly working. Besides, Miss was pleased to hear compliments from her friend, although he often praised other people as well. Bloom, upon his appearance in this world, radiated a pleasant aura that attracted the attention of others. That's why Heian wanted to continue following his friend, because he was interested in his development. Choice was ready to support everyone in their endeavors, and now he was helping the girl with the candles. Instead, they could accomplish anything if they only set themselves difficult tasks. Everything would have been fine if it weren't for the shoes that suddenly appeared on the shelves of other people's stores. Lucas happened to be grocery shopping that day and happened to notice the item. while Hans did not notice anything suspicious as he was in too much of a hurry to get home. But the assistant couldn't pass by the shoes, which were still in development at Choice's estate. For some reason, he saw exactly her on the counter, and Lucas had no doubt about the resemblance. None of them expected that Bloom would release shoes without telling his friends. At that moment, a frightening suspicion came to Lucas, so he could not pass by the counter. The guy rushed into the store with determination to buy at least one version of these boots. It turned out that even the name of the shoes was different, since it was not Bloom who released them for sale. Although the price was too high, Lucas did not spare his pocket money to set an example for the Lord. At that time, the butler had no idea that such a terrible theft of an idea had taken place in the city. As soon as the assistant burst into the estate screaming, Corky realized that something important had happened. This is how quickly information about plagiarism reached the hero, who was not prepared for it. Lucas was in despair as he remembered how much effort the Lord had put into developing these shoes. Choice had no illusions that someone had simply accidentally come up with exactly the same product. The materials used for these shoes were of shockingly poor quality, which was obvious at first glance. So Master Tori was furious at the thought that they were asking a whole lot of money for such a product. Only a little later did the master come to his senses and realize that all this time he had been too angry. But he was truly very upset because now all his efforts were worth nothing. So Bloom had to keep his assistant busy so he wouldn't think about the bad result. The guy himself still couldn't believe that someone had acted so insidiously with his developments. But Choice still had Reina, and he could trust her to investigate this unpleasant direction. Although deep down, the Lord still hoped that the sale of exactly the same shoes would be just a coincidence. But just in case, the hero gave the order to release all their products for sale tomorrow. No matter how much Bloom strived for success, he always encountered similar challenges along the way. So the guy was already quite tired of the fact that he couldn't just live in this world. He was confident that he had secured the support of many aristocrats, so they would not go against him. Therefore, all suspicion fell only on the Pete family, which from the very beginning went against the supporters of Medit. And Choice was right when he thought of Mesdames, because it was she who launched the warm shoes. The woman was ready to sell shoes at a loss, just so Bloom couldn't sell anything. At that time, she had no idea that the hero was gradually taking over the jewelry business. But Madame Pete's husband had been an authority in this market for many years, and the woman believed in him. But now the man has started having problems, as many people only buy Choice's jewelry. Only the Kruno family did not bend under Bloom's pressure, continuing to stubbornly maintain neutrality. Since they couldn't hit the Duke yet, they decided to focus on other people. Madame was confident that she would soon be able to harm all of the impudent Bloom's allies. But Choice had no intention of sitting still, so he was busy giving orders to his assistants at work. Reina quickly learned that the Pete family cooperates with many good guilds. Thanks to connections with wealthy people, the aristocrats always had the necessary materials, and it is one of them that supplies them with goods so that the craftsmen can make cheap shoes. Things were getting more and more difficult for Choice, as someone was clearly supporting the production of woolen shoes, while Bloom has so far been unable to gather any evidence of plagiarism. So the guy had no choice but to tell the influential Medit family about it. For now, he focused on working with the chef, whom he trained almost every day. This time, Choice had the idea to finally try making delicious chocolate. He had prepared cocoa beans for this purpose in advance, which were ideal for all types. Bloom was unsure of the result, as he had never fried this product before. But the hero was attracted by the number of sweets that could only be made with chocolate. That's why he experimented so boldly, because he was never afraid to make a mistake. As a result, the hero's friends soon looked at the chocolate with disbelief, which turned out to be very tasty. But Heian would always look suspiciously at the product if it didn't look like bread. The hero tried his best to advertise the prepared dish so that his friends would finally decide to try it. He had already made something similar once, although it was only slightly reminiscent of a chocolate product. Choice had to persuade the elf the longest, as she was often stubborn at such moments. But as soon as the girl tried at least a piece, all her doubts instantly disappeared. This was exactly the reaction the Lord expected, because he did not want to try for a bad result. As a result, the girl drank all the chocolate so quickly that she could have easily burned herself with the drink. But all this did not bother Heian, who had a new favorite dish that was not like bread. Immediately after this, the hero went to meet Sir Medit, who had just allowed him to come. The man was glad that Bloom was not afraid of competition and entered the market selling shoes. But Choice still didn't know what to do with the cheaper wool alternative. It turned out that the Duke had not told the whole truth to his ally, which is why he now asked him for forgiveness. The whole point was that it wasn't only the Lord who encountered brazen deception and theft of ideas in business. Sir Medit himself had often observed situations where talented aristocrats could do nothing. So it was no surprise to him that Bloom, too, had experienced the brutality of the market. But unlike other people, Choice was not going to give up, despite all the difficulties along the way. That's why the Duke only wanted to support the boy who was trying so hard to develop even more. He planned to announce his collaboration with Bloom in front of everyone at an exhibition that would soon open. The Duke believed that Choice would then have fewer competitors, since not everyone would risk attacking a friend of the Medit family. Such trust could bribe anyone, and the hero was no exception because he liked the Duke. At that moment, the man had no idea that Bloom had prepared a surprise for him as a thank you. Madame Medit always loved beautiful jewelry, so Choice prepared one for her. The Duke immediately guessed that it was a bribe, although he did not try to ask for anything in return for support. But the hero did not like to remain in debt because Sir Medit sincerely cared for him from the very beginning. So, just for the Duke, the guy also prepared a few delicacies that he wanted to show at the exhibition. The conversation was about sweets, which Choice could cook so amazingly that they quickly flew away. Bloom still had so many cocoa beans left that he could make something like this all the time. Seeing such beauty, the Duke immediately wanted to try the sweets to make sure they were perfect. Medit's taste buds were about to explode from the luxury, for he had never tasted anything so delicious before. Even the aroma of cinnamon and vanilla, which were usually strongly felt in food, did not bother the man this time. It was not without reason that Choice focused on cocoa beans, which he wanted to share with the Kruno family for profit. Previously, Medit had not even looked at this family, which had always stubbornly maintained neutrality. But now the hero was confident that this cooperation could bring enormous benefits in the future. Almost the entire market was captured by the Pete family, so the Lord turned to those who took the remains for themselves. The young man was confident that he could arrange an exchange of cocoa beans for black pepper, which was quite expensive. This agreement was beneficial for both Medit and Kruno, so it is unlikely that the families will be able to refuse. The Lord looked to the future and imagined how new allies would lower the price of pepper for them. In this case, the Pete family will find itself in an extremely disadvantageous situation, which is exactly what the cunning hero wanted. Only now did the Duke realize that the Lord had started this entire plan only for the sake of fighting his opponents. The hero's greatest fear was that Medit would not speak out so openly against the evil Pete family. But it turned out that this plan appealed to the man who had long been fed up with his impudent enemies. Choice couldn't have imagined in his wildest dreams that his actions would be immediately approved. As a result, the Duke took on all the concerns of running the new business with the Kruno family. So Bloom was able to focus on the information that Reina had obtained for him. She found the very man who leaked all the data about the shoes to the young hero's enemies. This master brazenly took advantage of his friendship with Tori, from whom he got this idea. The guy was lucky because Choice hadn't yet had time to figure out what kind of punishment to choose for him. Licht was so angry about the whole situation that she was not ready to forgive the traitor. No matter what plaintive words the master spoke, no one was ready to believe in his sincerity. The only thing that made Bloom happy in this situation was that Tori had no connection with his former friend. It was clear that the Lord was not going to simply let go of the man who had almost destroyed his business. But the hero was still too soft a person by nature, so he was only interested in information. The guy couldn't even imagine that someone would think of sending messages from a wizard using a dove. Even the all-knowing Lisht couldn't foresee such an option, although she always tried very hard. Meanwhile, the traitor continued to beg for forgiveness, as if he had nothing else to do. But the girl was so militant that Choice's opinion no longer mattered. So she was only glad when the master allowed her to publicly disgrace the stupid traitor. In fact, Bloom acted too leniently, but he did not dare to punish the master even more severely. As a result, fate seemed to reward the guy because soon his affairs quickly began to improve again. He was given all the permits for a pastry shop, so all that was left was to open the store. The butler had already calculated in advance what profit the gentleman would receive thanks to this. This news made Choice even happier because he had loved money since childhood. Who would have thought that in another world, the hero would be so lucky to earn huge money? Moreover, even his assistants did everything to ensure that the gentleman remained just as successful. That's why Bloom has never been late for an important meeting, because he was always prepared on time. And now he was going to visit the Kruno family, with whom he was supposed to conclude an agreement. Sir Medit arrived before Bloom and so interested the Duke that he was glad to cooperate. Now, it was up to Choice, who could not make a single mistake at this moment. And the hero did not disappoint Duke Medit's expectations because he brought with him one of the best chocolate products. Initially, the man did not have any expectations, as he was afraid of being greatly disappointed. But the young lord had prepared so well that Kruno had no chance of not loving this product. The man subtly sensed the aroma of ginger and vanilla, which were also common in his family. He was pleased to realize that some person had learned his tastes and habits so well. So Duke Kruno had no reason left to refuse to conclude the agreement. Bloom felt such great joy that he promised to take on all the difficulties with the Pete family. No one doubted that these people would try to interfere with the plans of the united families. Previously, Kruno had been left untouched, but now the Duke was also in the sights of those aristocrats. Despite everything, the three allies were guaranteed a rich future due to their teamwork. If it weren't for the hero's actions and plans, it's unlikely that Kruno and Medit would have decided to cooperate at all. Now Choice's only worry was that other families might turn against his new allies. But the Duke had no intention of paying attention to this, since he knew perfectly well about such a danger. In the end, all of Bloom's worries turned out to be in vain, since his allies turned out to be smart. Duke Kruno actually believed that in such a company they could very well take over the Empire's market. Only Choice was not so optimistic, as he realized that he still had a lot to learn. Today's meeting marked the beginning of a good future for the hero, something he had not yet suspected. But Bloom did not leave Duke Medit at this point, as they had something else to discuss together. The exhibition was due to open in just a few days, and everything was ready for it. The hero has already completely thought out the list of sweets that he will prepare for sale, but the young man had no idea that Mark would need a good wedding gift from him. The whole point was that the Duke's son had married Lady Kruno, and this was great news for Bloom. And Duke Medit was grateful to Choice for being the key to uniting the two families. Only Choice had no idea that his actions could lead to such an important decision. While the man had long been waiting for the moment when his son would move on to active decisions with the lady, even Kreju was enchanted by this couple that was created by the union of two dukes. So this evening ended well for the aristocrats, who had not formed an alliance with each other in vain. As soon as the hero returned to the estate, he noticed the sad face of his faithful assistant Lucas. The whole point was that the guy lost the opportunity to date one of the Lord's maids. And now, the young man was unsure whether he would even be able to find a girlfriend for himself in the future. Choice partially understood Lucas, since the choice of ladies in the estate was very limited in number. So Bloom didn't give any advice to his assistant, even though he had a fair amount of experience in relationships. In his reality, the Lord managed to start and end relationships as many as 3 times, which he was proud of. But the guy couldn't even imagine that not getting married would be so unpleasant for Lucas. The assistant wanted to meet one girl and spend all his time with her for the rest of his life. The hero partly agreed with this opinion, but in his world, something like this was almost impossible. That same evening, someone else knocked on the Lord's room, despite the rather late hour. It turned out that Seth had some important news that he wanted to tell his master. The guy was noticeably nervous before confessing his plans for the future to Choice. The whole point was that the chef wanted to take part in the upcoming culinary competition. The young man needed the Lord's approval since he had no right to leave him even for a while. Of course, taking part in something like this was the dream of the chef who wanted to show himself. He was not even afraid that if any of the participants failed, he would be punished by the emperor. As soon as Choice heard about this, he promised that Seth would never lose the competition. In fact, the chef had a good reason to take part in the culinary competition. In the past, the teacher constantly bullied him whenever the boy made even the smallest mistake. The hero could not even imagine how evil the masters in this world could be with their students. So he too was eager to help Seth so that he would definitely win the competition. Meanwhile, many aristocrats were gathering for the opening of the gallery, which was being held by the Medit family. Heian was also among the invited guests, and the girl could not miss such an event. The sorceress felt calm next to Reina, although at the very beginning she did not trust her. But now the girls hardly left each other's side since they had managed to become good friends. True, all this did not cancel out Licht's observation skills, who noticed one strange girl. So the lady smiled kindly at everyone around her, but the informant could not take her eyes off her. Reina would never have guessed that in front of her was Priscilla, who had previously pretended to be Minchako. Only now did the elf princess realize how dangerous it had been for her to meet with the attentive Licht. This time, Reina had no evidence, so she let the stranger go. Besides, the lady didn't want Heian to worry about such trifles on the opening day of the exhibition. The girls had a busy schedule planned today, as there was a lot of entertainment at the exhibition. Licht tried to do everything to create unforgettable memories of this day for the sorceress. Although the elf was always silent, one could see a little emotion in her face. For some reason, Reina felt like this was the perfect moment for gossip between them. What interested the girl most was why Heian had lived with the young lord for so long. For the elf, everything was simple, because in Choice she was always only interested in his ability to make bread. While the informant thought something like this was strange, even though she had heard about it before. But at that moment, Bloom finally arrived at the event and loudly announced it to the girls. The ladies did not expect the Lord to finish his business so quickly, but they were immensely happy about it. Even though his work was unfinished, Choice still joined his friends. The hero did not miss the fact that there was a lot of bread on the table because the sorceress had insistently asked for it. The girl had no intention of stopping eating buns because she didn't have to worry about her figure. Today the guy didn't scold the elf for ruining her food once again, all because Heian immediately glanced at her friend tellingly just so he wouldn't dare open his mouth. The girl didn't want to waste the day arguing because she had a lot of interesting things ahead of her. As soon as Choice visited the art gallery, he was delighted by the scale of the exhibition. But the young man was much more pleased by the fact that sales of his sweets were rapidly increasing. Moreover, the development of warm footwear had reached its final stage, and many people were buying it from Bloom. While the low-quality analog was gathering dust on the shelves, since it was much inferior in materials, the hero was immensely happy that everything in his life was gradually getting better without his efforts. Several years had passed since he first opened the portal, but the young man did not notice them. During this time, he managed to earn so much money that he practically no longer counted his finances. But what made the hero even more happy was that he had acquired many invaluable friends who helped him. That is why Choice was simply obliged to thank all those who voluntarily stood by his side. Bloom immediately pleased the butler by saying that he would soon give all the assistants a small bonus. The talk was about a bag of gold coins, which was a nice addition to everyone's salary. None of the assistants could have imagined that their master would turn out to be such a generous person. Corky had been serving as a butler for many years, but this was the first time he had received a raise. In fact, the hero did not act this way without reason because he carried out simple calculations, and he succeeded in making his assistants earn so much money that they could be rewarded. That's why Choice gave everyone almost a year's salary to keep everyone happy. Bloom didn't care that no other aristocrat acted in such a strange way. The Lord was most worried about the condition of the chef, who would soon be attending a culinary festival. For some reason, Choice felt so excited, as if he was the one who had to take part. But Seth wasn't worried at all because the master had managed to teach him many good things. So Bloom could only hope that his assistant would maintain this attitude for a long time. Soon they all arrived at the imperial palace, where the tests were to be carried out. Many young chefs gathered in this place to demonstrate their skills to the ruler. The emperor deliberately invited as many people as possible so that all the results would be fair. And from this, Bloom felt how tense the atmosphere was before the start of the competition. But the ruler behaved as if nothing particularly important had happened in his life that day. However, it wasn't even he who caused the hero's fears, because somewhere among the jury was Seth's former teacher. That man had probably already noticed the young man who had so shamefully run away from him in the past. Once all the guests were ready, one of the assistants announced the start of the annual competition. Seth's heart was beating at the speed of light with excitement, but outwardly the guy remained calm. Each chef was given the same amount of time to prepare one of the dishes, and the first to participate in the competition was a soup to which any ingredients could be added for flavor. Only Choice realized that his assistant could fail because he suddenly chose tomatoes. Although they gave the soup an unusual flavor, they were little respected among the noble aristocrats. By the appointed time, all 4 cooks who had been selected for the meeting had prepared soup. The judges were required to taste each dish in order to choose one. But the decisive choice always remained with the emperor, who was famous for his refined taste. So Seth felt proud when he heard that this time the ruler had noted his soup. The ruler almost never listened to the judges when it came to new dishes. But Choice was still afraid that one of the judges would be interested in what kind of products Seth took for cooking. The guy took a huge risk when he tried to achieve an unusual combination using tomatoes. Although everyone listened to the emperor's opinion, the judges could point out any mistakes they noticed. But Seth was lucky, and this time his former teacher Abeno had practically nothing to say in response. This is how the chef was still able to get through to the second stage, even though he was on edge every minute because of his evil mentor. In the next round, the guy decided to bet on scallops, even though they are difficult to cook. But the chef was confident in his abilities, having previously heard from Bloom how to properly serve this product. So by the end of time, the young man had managed to do the incredible because he had achieved a new taste. Meanwhile, Abeno was persistently trying to find at least one mistake in the dishes of his former student. But he failed again, since few people could even call these scallops tasteless. No one knew that Choice had gone to great lengths to teach his young assistant a lot. And now Seth was the strongest participant in this competition, although he was trembling with excitement and fear. Every word from the critics frightened the guy, whose heart might not be able to bear any negative word. But he could not stop the competition from progressing, so the next stage was soon announced. This time, Seth felt much more confident because the previous stages had gone well for him. Besides, the cook was an excellent cook of meat, since that was what they ate most often at Bloom's estate. Once again, Abeno had nothing bad to say, as Seth's dish was impossible to fault. The emperor immediately appreciated the taste, as he had never eaten anything like it in his life. Until now, the ruler had selected only the best products for himself, but they did not produce such results. The teacher was shocked that the student had clearly surpassed him, despite his lack of previous skills. It's the final round of the cooking show, and Abeno won't have the chance to ruin everything anymore. Cho Isu was especially excited to watch the chef's actions, as sweets were a complex matter. But Seth was so focused on cooking that he didn't notice the curious glances from the outside. As a result, the Empress was delighted again, although she believed that nothing could surprise her. So Abeno fell into a trap because he couldn't just criticize his former student in front of everyone. And soon the assistant loudly announced the winner, who was unanimously chosen by all the judges. Until the very end, Seth didn't believe that the judges would consider him worthy of winning the culinary competition. The guy's joy knew no bounds as he proved to himself that he was capable of a lot. And only Choice was not happy as he began to fear that someone might lure Seth away. The winner was given the honor of speaking with the emperor himself, who was interested in his skills. The host immediately warned that the chef might not reveal the secrets of his incredibly delicious dishes. But Seth still loudly announced that he used the widely disliked tomatoes in his recipes. This is what Abeno, who knew well the public's reaction to the unpleasant vegetable, latched onto. But before the teacher had time to properly yell at the student, the emperor stood up for the cook. The ruler did not adhere to stereotypes that some products were worse than others. As soon as the emperor asked about teacher Seth, the boy immediately lit up with pride. Abeno still considered himself the chef's main mentor, so he couldn't help but smile. The judge immediately beamed at the compliments the young man paid to his teacher, but he didn't expect that Seth would name Lord Bloom as his master and mentor. Even for Choice, it was a surprise, although he had earned the right to be called a master chef. The hero instantly felt awkward from the angry looks Seth's former teacher was throwing at him. Only the emperor felt at ease in this situation, as he would like to hire a young cook. But the boy had no intention of leaving the Bloom estate, where he was treated with kindness and care. So he bravely endured all the attacks of the judges when he refused the offer of the emperor himself. But soon the ruler rightly silenced all the dissatisfied because Seth had won. The chef received praise and honor as he earned the loudest applause that day. But thoughts of Choice were lodged in the emperor's head, so that even in the evening he did not stop thinking about him. The ruler still had Priscilla, who knew a lot about people, but did not have time to study Bloom. His assistants only knew that the lord cooperated with the most influential families. Among them were Medit and Kruno, whose opinions were always taken into account in high society. Therefore, it was not in the emperor's interests to touch a guy who had established himself so well among the aristocrats. Until now, the empire was supported by 5 great families who faithfully served their ruler. And Priscilla kept a close eye on the elves, so that none of them dared to go against the leader. However, the elf only played the role of an obedient assistant, and she chose the appropriate time. The emperor knew that the princess could lie to him, but he still used her for his own purposes. What he feared most was that one of the noble aristocrats might rebel against him. This is why the ruler kept the great families in fear in case they revolted. And now his power has been shaken, since Kruno and Medit have entered into a marriage contract. So now the ruler was going to gradually pull his army into the imperial palace. Meanwhile, Hyen dressed beautifully at the estate, although she almost never went out wearing the necklace. Choice immediately noticed that after the attempted theft, the elf began to put on the gift much more carefully. The guy understood the girl's anxiety perfectly well, because it was not a fact that Reina would find the thief next time. So he didn't try to dissuade her, since he just had new plans for business. The Lord was confident that many of his assistants would support his idea, because they always remained close by. But at that very moment, the jeweler informed the gentleman that they no longer had enough resources to sell. The guy started having real problems, because people were buying up his jewelry faster than he could create it. So the master had to work almost without rest in order to fulfill all the orders from the aristocrats. Of course, Choice couldn't allow that to happen, so he decided to hire even more assistants. Corky just happened to have some good acquaintances among jewelers who could help with the jewelry. So soon several more product variants were supposed to appear on store shelves. That's why Bloom wanted to focus on producing the first limited edition collection. The guy was sure that his jewelry would quickly fly off the shelves among the aristocrats due to its beauty. So he came up with a new idea in the form of beautiful cookie boxes, even though they were already on the market. The assistants did not appreciate this option, since it was unlikely that anyone would be interested in the box. But the Lord didn't just suggest this idea. He wanted to decorate the box with his jewels. Choice hoped that people would later use his boxes as beautiful decorations, so he had no doubt that they would quickly become popular among most aristocrats. The hero himself did not notice how greedy he had become when it came to earning money. But as a result, he was finally able to buy himself a huge house in the reality where he was born. As a child, Choice could never have dreamed of ever living in such a luxurious place. And now dreams came true with such ease, as if he had never tried to just survive. Part of the hero was sad only because his friends could not see this place with their own eyes. He bought such a huge house, and now all he could think about was how lonely it was. That's why Bloom didn't want to linger in this reality, because many friends were waiting for him beyond the portal. Today, the guy wanted to cook a fish dish to delight his assistants with a new taste. It was a challenging recipe, but there was nothing Cho Isu couldn't handle brilliantly. He took pleasure in demonstrating to Seth how to properly handle seafood. Over time, Bloom's culinary skills have only improved as he has continually evolved. So soon, from under his knife emerged luxurious ingredients for a delicious and juicy snack. The hero himself didn't expect that this time everything would turn out much faster and easier for him in terms of cooking. First, he treated Seth so that his assistant could tell him if something was missing from the dish, but as if the guy could call the gentleman's work tasteless, because that was impossible. The assistant did not expect that the dish was not finished since Bloom only made an appetizer. The guy then threw all the ingredients into the warm broth so that they could steep in it even better. As soon as all the preparations were completed, the hero hastened to treat Heian to this new dish. The girl was busy with the seedlings, but still found time to enjoy food from a friend. As always, the elf couldn't tear herself away from the food, as it was too delicious. Heian was truly grateful to the Lord for continuing to take such good care of her. Therefore, the girl felt awkward about upsetting Cho Isu, but she still had no other choice. So she reluctantly admitted that tomorrow she would have to take a walk around the city alone. The hero did not take this news very well, as he was worried about the sorceress's condition. He understood perfectly well that people would hand her over to the emperor if they found out about her good pedigree. That's why the guy always tried to find out in advance who and where the lady was walking with if she left the estate. And now, Heian was stubbornly silent, so Cho Isu thought that she was having an affair with someone like Edro. But the miss had no intention of explaining anything to her friend, since she had planned a matter that concerned only her. As a result, Bloom was unable to get anything out of the girl, who stubbornly hid the truth. So Cho Isu was left so upset that he wasn't ready to cook anything else today, while Heian again wanted bread, because the Lord promised that he would often bake it for her. But the hero's mood was spoiled, so he didn't even think about going towards the kitchen for his friend's sake. That's how they parted with sadness in their hearts, since neither of them would tell the truth to each other. Until the evening, Cho Isu was restless because of thoughts about Heian, who was hiding something from him. As the boy thought, as soon as darkness fell, the elf secretly left the estate. But Bloom wasn't ready to let the girl go alone, especially after she didn't tell him anything. For this reason, he sent Reina after the lady so that the assistant could reveal the truth about Heian's secrets. As much as Licht wanted to leave the elf alone, she couldn't disobey a direct order from her master. And soon she saw that Silverwood had met with Edro, who was clearly serious. What Reina didn't expect was that they would go to her stepmother Heian's estate together. There were so many knights gathered around them. It was as if the elves were declaring war on the stepmother. Therefore, Licht decided to stay in the shadows just in case, so that no one would notice her presence. The girl was lucky, and the surrounding landscape perfectly hid her from all prying eyes. At that moment, Heian's heart was beating wildly in her chest, but she had no intention of backing down from her decision. From the elf's face, Reina could see how serious she was and how ready she was for war. Licht had always thought that wizards didn't like to fight, but now everything was different. So Heian struck the estate first, creating a huge block of ice in the sky. Streams of water gushed onto the building at the right place so that people did not need doors to enter. As soon as the elf attacked, the mercenaries also rushed to support her in the fight. All the people who supported her stepmother were mercilessly frozen for a while by Heian. The girl did not spare any of her assistants, since they dared to take the wrong side in the past. Reina would never have thought that her quiet friend could be so cold and belligerent. Meanwhile, Heian showed miracles of strictness, as she did not allow any of the people to escape. And soon, the lady achieved her goal, since she had originally planned to overthrow her cruel stepmother. As soon as the elf saw this woman, anger and fury awakened within her with renewed vigor. Madame did not even think of asking seeking forgiveness from her stepdaughter, although she had constantly humiliated her in the past. The more her stepmother scolded her, the more the thirst for murder and blood grew in Hyeon. Only the tears of the assistants, who were not guilty of anything, stopped the lady from quick reprisal. Madame Silverwood behaved until the very end as if the girl were a guest in this house. But in fact, all of the father's possessions belonged only to Hyeon as a carrier of elven blood. In order to remind people of this, the lady overthrew the impudent relatives who had forgotten about her. In fact, Hyeon had no intention of killing them, as she found it more pleasant to watch the family live in poverty. Until the very end, the lady loudly scolded the girl, but she could no longer change anything in this situation. Although the elf had dealt with her relative, there was still an incomprehensible sadness in her heart. So she completely forgot that her father had left her money in the bank, which Idro had thoughtfully reminded her of. But it took the lady a long time to restore order to the estate. Therefore, it was only towards morning that the elf went to the bank with Goldsand, as was required. It increasingly seemed to the elf that people were cruel and impudent by nature, something that could not be changed. Of course, he acknowledged exceptions like Choice, because the guy always supported them in everything. Thanks to Edro's company, the heavy thoughts didn't attack Hyeon as much, so she felt better. The guy could chat carefree for a long time, which drove away the melancholy and sadness from the girl's heart. But the elf still didn't really believe that her father had actually left something for her in the bank. It turned out that before his death, the man even wrote a will and packed everything into a small box. As soon as the lady stated her last name, the assistants quickly brought everything they needed. The girl was surprised that her father left her a small letter and a lot of money, but only Edro was glad that the head of Silverwood took such good care of his daughter. All this time, Hyeon had no idea that Goldsan himself had harmful parents. That's why Edro spent almost all of his free time helping those who needed it. The guy had to earn his living on his own because he was still not married. The lady felt sorry for her friend, who worked so hard only because his parents had high expectations. But as soon as the girl invited the elf to Bloom's estate, he misunderstood everything. Only now did the lady realize why many considered Edro stupid and reckless, although kind. So soon, Hyeon returned to the estate on her own, knowing that Choice knew everything. But the lady was not afraid of scandals and quarrels, since the Lord was always an understanding and good person. As the elf expected, her friend greeted her calmly, although she had not told him anything before. Only now did Hyeon confess to Bloom that she had finally dealt with her harmful stepmother. But until now, the lady had not had the courage to open the scroll that her father had left her. She couldn't even imagine that in it, a man would ask his daughter for forgiveness for a terrible childhood. But these words were not able to heal the girl's heart, which had been hurting for a long time. So the miss immediately asked the maid to get rid of the unpleasant letter. The elf didn't even want to remember her father, who in the past had made a decision that was not in her favor. Choice made a mistake when he decided to praise that man, because he was not a good elf. However, the guy was too soon happy about the fact that Hyeon was left a large inheritance. Previously, it had never occurred to the hero that someone would not be happy about a huge inheritance from their parents. Bloom quickly realized that the lady urgently needed to cheer herself up, so he presented her with a gift. The guy prepared a new decoration for the elf, which she could easily wear on the street. Choice was sure that the girl would like the surprise because it matched her color. The hero always carefully selected jewelry for the elf, who held a high status. Such a duchess could not wear something cheap, but the young man kept silent about the cost of the jewelry. Only once again, Hyeon remembered the bread that Choice never managed to prepare for her. This time, the guy had no reason to refuse, so he had to go to the kitchen to cook. However, Bloom was still glad that he managed to settle all the conflicts with the elf. Now peace reigned between them again, so that the Lord's soul finally felt calmer. That's why he didn't mind making bread for Hyeon, since they got along so well. And the very next morning, the guy received good news because all his boxes had been sold out. The butler himself did not expect such a stir, although he believed that the gentleman's idea would be a good one. This is how Choice gradually approached the point of increasing his fortune to a huge amount. Now Corky would like the gentleman to take a closer look at new territories around him. Bloom had not touched them all this time, only because he was afraid of such a huge responsibility. But now the guy had no other choice, so he still ordered that place to be explored. The butler tried his best to calm the lord, assuring him that everyone would be ready to help. In a short time, Choice truly gathered around himself the best assistants, something he could be proud of. So, he believed the words of Corky, who always reminded the gentleman about business and time. And now Bloom learned from the butler that a fair would soon be held in the cities. Many people allocated good security for this event, so the hero also thought about it. But it was much easier for him to decide what exactly to prepare for the general imperial holiday. The guy had long ago come up with a lot of new food that he planned to sell for the event. Once again, Seth was amazed to write down every word of the gentleman who knew a lot. Bloom handled the dough with care, as its preparation required precision and care. And all this was done to create an amazing soup that many people will surely love. The young man didn't even hesitate to add a special seasoning that he had specially taken with him from his world. Seth appreciated this taste, which he would experiment with in food in the future. The hero only had to add one more ingredient before the dish could be considered complete. As a result, the seafood soup even looked like it came straight out of a magazine. Choice could hardly contain himself, because all his efforts had been put into the soup for a reason. So the guy gathered all the helpers as quickly as possible to feed them as a token of gratitude. The servants worked so efficiently and well every day that Bloom was immensely grateful to them. This time, Heian didn't even grumble about the fact that the Lord hadn't prepared bread for her. Choice described the new dish so beautifully that no one was afraid to try it anymore. Reina completely forgot herself in delight, since she always loved all food with seafood. Everyone spent some time being polite before eating, and then they all started eating properly. And this new taste incredibly surprised all the assistants, although they had already eaten dishes from the master before. Bloom was pleased to see such a reaction from his friends, because he tried so hard for them. It was at that moment that he suddenly remembered that not long ago, Lucas had planned to marry the lady. Even Hans tried not to bother his friend about this issue because his heart was broken. Therefore, the assistant was dissatisfied with the fact that Choice immediately asked everyone about their desire for marriage. The guy only started talking about this because he could promise everyone a separate house after the wedding. Heian had been watching her friend from the very beginning of their journey and was now happy with how he had developed. Since there were now many witnesses, no one doubted that the Lord would fulfill his promise. Soon the imperial fair arrived and many people gathered for it. Choice had been strolling around the city since early morning, enjoying the fact that everything around was cheerful and calm. The guy couldn't even imagine that the streets would be transformed so much just because of the festival. But what struck him even more was the number of people crowded around the tent. Corky could barely cope with the influx of customers, although there was still a lot of goods on the counter. The butler was pleased that his master's jewelry was so popular, so he wasn't going to give up his place in the tent to anyone because he wanted to sell everything himself. Meanwhile, Reina was eagerly awaiting Choice, as she had a lot of news. In recent days, the girl had been looking for aristocrats with whom it would be profitable for Bloom to cooperate, and today Licht was able to present the Lord with several candidates for an alliance. Bloom immediately became interested in the man who owned a large amount of fabric in the empire. He had long wanted to disrupt the Pete family's business from all sides, and now he had such an opportunity again. A merchant named Seolam Min dealt in fabric and traveled to all the cities and villages of the empire. Choice immediately took Corky with him to the meeting, since the butler knew the rules of all nationalities. As a follower of another nationality, the merchant respected everyone who produced quality goods. The hero took advantage of this to invite the man to his place for dinner, where he could impress him. And the very next morning, the merchant obediently came to Bloom, as he was interested. Choice was glad that Seolam had come to see him, as he had prepared well for the meeting. Min didn't expect anything from the young lord, although he was invited to the estates quite often. The hero tried to behave carefully with the merchant so as not to accidentally anger him with his behavior. Although he knew little about the traditions of the Ming people, he remembered that all such people loved bamboo, and Choice made the right bet, as Seolam had long been missing the vegetation of his country. So his trust in the guy increased, because he had never seen grown bamboo anywhere before. The man also liked the small outbuilding, which was located right in the middle of the bamboo forest. But what struck him most was the delicious tea, since this drink was especially popular in his homeland. Lord Bloom's tea tasted very much like a type of herb found in the city of Mina. So the merchant was pleasantly surprised that for the first time in a long time, he remembered his beloved home. His attitude improved with every pleasant surprise that Choice so carefully created for him. Although the hero saw the effect he had already produced, he had no intention of stopping there. So soon, Corky, at Bloom's request, brought some beautiful decorations into the room. Seolam agreed that they all looked good, but he didn't like any of them. But Choice didn't even think about getting upset, since he had foreseen this possibility in advance. So then the Lord's assistant brought a jewel that was made from a special material. Thanks to Reina, the hero learned in advance that this green material was the most important thing for the merchant. Only a true resident of another country could understand the full value of a small stone. After offering to give up the stones, Mina's respect for Bloom skyrocketed. The man was looking for a gift for his wives, and Choice helped him a lot. The young man was only glad that he had something useful for the guest, who was important to him. But that was not all, as Bloom and Seth prepared many delicious dishes for the merchant. The man clearly didn't expect his stomach to be looked after with such kindness and generosity. When a person is full, he is satisfied, so after such a treat, Seolam was ready to talk. Only after this did Choice get down to business, as he had an important conversation to have with this man. Min did not deny the fact that he did indeed trade in fabric with the help of the Pitt family. But at that moment, the man did not yet know that Bloom was targeting not the goods, but the opponents. Even in such a good mood, Seolam would hardly have agreed to stop trading with the Pete family. But that's exactly what Choice wanted from him, to completely limit his opponents. Instead of a family, Pete offered Min cooperation with Duke Kruno, who was no worse. But this was too difficult a decision for a man who had long ago established all contacts. However, Bloom had a cunning plan for this case, because in the worst case, he would start producing silk himself. In this world, only one nation of merchants still knew how to properly make silk, and they lied to everyone else that they were using only tree bark for this expensive fabric. But the hero was from another reality, so he knew perfectly well the whole essence of making silk material. Min was visibly frightened when Choice suddenly dictated to him all the stages of silk production. Of course, Bloom didn't plan to take this secret outside the estate because it was a profitable business. Seolam had no doubt that the lord before him truly knew all the secrets of silk. So the man was seriously worried because his country had been a monopoly for a long time. And now, he seriously thought about whether it would be more profitable for him to remain close to the Lord. In fact, the hero was unlikely to achieve the required quality, even given all his knowledge. From Mina's face, Choice could see that he was very afraid that his people's monopoly would end. So it was no surprise that Seolam eventually agreed to collaborate with Bloom. In exchange, Choice promised not to tell anyone about the secret of silk to avoid plagiarism. These conditions suited Seolam perfectly, as he had no reason to distrust the young lord. The man rightly believed that the Pete family was not worth having the secret of silk revealed. In fact, the hero did not believe that he would actually be able to convince Ming to help him the first time. But in the end, the merchant was even satisfied, because he was also given delicious food and drink. The man could only hope that Choice would not betray his faith in him in the future. That same evening, Min had to leave because he had too much work to do. But before leaving, the merchant managed to prepare a contract to formalize the creation of the union. What surprised the hero most was that Selam left several examples of silk fabric for him. The item was so rare that the girls noticed it almost immediately after the merchant left. The ladies ran up to the chest as quietly as possible to personally verify the quality of the donated items. Heian and Reina knew the meaning of such objects, and that is why they behaved somewhat strangely for the young lord. But the thing was that my friends, like many other girls, were crazy about such things. No matter how many times Choice tried to attract the attention of girls, in the end, he never succeeded. In the end, the guy quickly gave up because he didn't want to get involved in discussions about which dress this fabric would go with. A little later, Bloom focused on how much his numerous business investments had brought in. The hero still found it hard to believe that he was so lucky in this reality, both with friends and money. In his world, he had long since become a billionaire, but he stubbornly hid his real income from everyone. And in this reality, he became so popular that everyone already knew Lord Bloom's last name. So, as expected, the Medit family invited the guy to the wedding of their youngest son, Marx. In this situation, the only thing that upset the hero was that he would have to spend a long time on the road. Of course, for the sake of his friends, Choice could not refuse to suffer, although he understood how difficult it would be for him. Only support from Lucas calmed the guy down a little, as he couldn't stand the local roads. But at that moment, salvation came to the hero in the form of Corky, something Bloom himself did not yet know about. The butler immediately reported that a letter had arrived from Duke Medit, the contents of which he did not know. Choice trusted his assistant so much that he allowed Corky to read the information in the letter out loud. Duke Medit spoke of how he was also going to his son's wedding, and this did not surprise the Lord. But as soon as the hero heard that his ally was offering to use the portal, his joy soared to the skies. Inviting a wizard solved all the problems associated with traveling on terrible and uneven roads. Even Corky didn't expect the Medit family to be so concerned with his master's movements. So it was no surprise that Bloom agreed without hesitation, as he hated carriage rides. The butler was pleased to see the joy on the Lord's face, which usually remained serious. As a result, even Lucas agreed to go with Choice, since he had also been afraid of the long road before. But no matter how hard Bloom tried, he could not persuade Heian to go to the wedding with him. As a result, only 2 of the best assistants agreed to travel through the portal. While the elf remained in the estate, as she still had some business with Reina, curiosity was so strong inside the hero that he no longer tried to convince his friend. Instead, he focused his attention on the wizard who had easily created a portal for them. Choice's first thought was that it would be a good idea to kidnap this elf to his estate. But, of course, Bloom had no intention of doing anything illegal, and he was especially well treated. Although there was nothing to be afraid of, the hero's intuition told him that he had something to worry about. And it turned out that Choice couldn't even bear such movements without feeling dizzyingly nauseous. The hero had never felt so bad before, and yet he saved a lot of time by not going on the trip. While his assistants did a much better job, Lucas also found it difficult to bear the nausea. As soon as the company approached Medit's estate, Jace immediately made herself known. The girl rushed at the Lord like a real hurricane because she missed him madly. The lady didn't even immediately notice the presence of Lucas and Hans, whom she was also glad to see. During their separation, the guys had time to miss the girl's bright character, who was not shy about anything. Until now, the friends had been competing among themselves for any compliment from the daughter of Duke Medit. Meanwhile, Reina and Heian were having fun together, choosing new dresses for themselves. The elf saved several outfits for her friend and allowed her to take the one she liked. So Licht was delighted by the kindness and caring attitude of her friend, who had previously been strict. In fact, Reina wanted to go with the Lord, but one important matter made her change her mind. The girl had to go through a lot of secret security to get to the suspicious man. On the surface, it seemed as if the lady simply wanted to turn to a powerful fortune teller for help. The girl's heart beat rapidly with excitement since only she knew the real truth. But many people came to this lady because they believed in the truthfulness and sincerity of her words. And Madame Natalie, with a slight smile, greeted the new guest, who wanted to know the future. She skillfully laid out the cards on the table, not yet suspecting that she had been seen through. But Reina immediately started the conversation by saying that she left a poisonous cut on the lady's hand. It was so unexpected for Natalie that she didn't even have time to dodge the lightning strike. Licht didn't feel sorry for the lady at all, since she still had the antidote with her. She had long since realized that this girl had several names, and one of them was Mint Choco. The elf princess couldn't even imagine that Bloom's informant would catch her so quickly. In this situation, she had no choice but to play along with the smart and attentive Reina. But in fact, Priscilla was so good at healing that no poison was scary to her. However, the elf still admitted that it was not the lord at all that she needed in Bloom's estate. The princess wanted to talk to Hayan because that girl was also from a noble elven family. Licht still didn't know how she should treat the girl who wasn't necessarily telling the truth. But Priscilla had no reason to lie, since she had no intention of harming anyone except the emperor. Besides, Reina couldn't influence her anyway, since the lady had already recovered from her wound. This circumstance seriously frightened Licht, who was not used to remaining in a weak position. But now, Priscilla did not want to let go of the informant so easily, who had guessed about her magic. And now Reina was in a hopeless situation, but she experienced this situation with pride. The princess showed with her whole appearance that she felt respect for Licht, and therefore would not harm her. So soon, the informant believed the girl's words, since she still didn't know what to do. But as soon as she asked about the life of a sorceress, Priscilla's face instantly changed. The princess didn't want to explain anything in words, but she could show it with a pill. Of course, Reina was not eager to eat an unknown product from an unknown person. But from the very beginning, the lady behaved peacefully, as if she really had no intention of doing anything bad. Curiosity proved stronger than prejudice, so Licht fulfilled the stranger's request. And at that very moment, she saw with her own eyes the entire sad history of the elven people. For a long time, people oppressed and used them because they themselves did not know how to control useful magic. Even the informant didn't know that it was not for nothing that there were very few elves left on Earth. Tears streamed down the girl's cheeks, as no one could bear so much pain at once. Reina couldn't be angry at the elf anymore, as she understood why she hid her identity. What surprised the girl most now was why the elves didn't even try to resist the people. It was all about the emperor's artifact, but Priscilla was in no hurry to talk about this detail. Even after all she had seen, Licht continued to worry about Lady Hayan's well-being. But the princess quickly convinced Reina that she would do nothing bad to the heiress of the Silverwood family. She herself could not approach the lady, since Hayan remained wary of strangers. That's why Priscilla needed Licht's help, as she had become good friends with the lady during this time. As a result, Reina was so moved by the elf's story that she could not refuse such a simple request. Soon, she brought the girl to Bloom's estate, where Hayan was now working on the plants. Silverwood was so engrossed that she didn't immediately notice the unfamiliar guest behind her. There was tension in the air as Hayan didn't want to meet anyone while Choice was away. But Reina had already invited the princess to the estate, so it was too late for her friend to run away. It was Priscilla's turn to reveal herself and announce that she was the heiress of the Valentinian family. As soon as the lady learned that the elf princess herself was standing before her, she immediately honored her with a bow. For a long time, Priscilla hid even from the elves so that the emperor could not find out anything. Only now did Reina realize how important a person she had recently threatened with death. The girl could only hope that Valentinian was not vindictive and vengeful. But the princess didn't care about Licht because she was only interested in communicating with Lady Hayan. As soon as Priscilla wanted to be alone with Silverwood, Reina did not resist. The young girl's heart beat with anxiety because she knew that Valentinian had not come to her for no reason. And the lady turned out to be right, because Priscilla wanted to destroy the Emperor's artifact that was holding them back. But Heian had no plans to approach the palace, much less help Valentinian with her plan. While Priscilla had high hopes for the elf, who seemed very beautiful to her, the heiress didn't even think about how cruel and selfish her request was towards Heian. So it was no surprise that Silverwood refused to resist the Emperor. However, Priscilla had no other option but to make Heian the ruler's victim. The artifact was hidden so deep underground that only the Emperor's mistress could reach it. All this was too much news for Heian, who just wanted to live in peace. But the fear that the ruler would create a potion that would kill all the elves still haunted the girl. However, Silverwood's answer was still negative, as she did not want to interfere in the fight. Despite the fact that the princess did not rush the girl to make a decision, the lady still did not want to help. In the past, Heian would have certainly agreed to this idea, but now she was afraid of losing a lot. That's why Miss didn't support Priscilla, even though she was the most important member of the elf race. In return, the lady had another plan for Valentinian, as she knew the location of the elven spring. Initially, the lady did not want to tell anyone about the lake, but now the situation has changed. So she admitted that in that place she felt such peace as nowhere else. But the princess was still afraid that the imperial artifact could greatly bind them. However, she listened to Heian's plan, which the girl had come up with a few minutes ago. Silverwood was sure that the ruler would pay attention if all the elves gathered near the lake. With an endless supply of magic, no one could defeat them, and the lady knew Choice wouldn't mind, so they could only hope that the remaining elves would join their plan. Luck was still too weak, but the princess understood that it would be better for everyone. It would be too cruel to send Heian to the ruler to try to charm him. Priscilla's heart still bore a heavy burden, for it was her family that had created this terrible artifact. They planned to use it to rule the elves forever, but the thing accidentally fell into the hands of the Emperor. That's why Valentinian tried so hard to destroy the magical object, to wash away the shame from her family. So the princess had to agree to Heian's plan, because the feeling of guilt was destroying her from the inside. Now it was up to Silverwood, who was ready to fight on Lord Bloom's territory. Meanwhile, the hero was at the wedding of the Medivh family, and did not even suspect the elves' wishes. While he had the chance, Choice enjoyed the holiday, which took his mind off work. But the fun couldn't last forever, so soon the guy had to return home. No matter how sad the guy was to part with his friends, he could always come visit them. The estate awaited the master in the same condition, as assistants carefully watched over it. This time, Jace moved with her friend because she missed the elf. They had not seen each other for a long time, so Lady Medit did not want to wait any longer for their meeting. As soon as the girl saw Heian, she almost knocked her down due to the joy deep inside her. But the elf didn't express so much happiness, since she had managed to get out of the habit of her friend's clinginess. Until now, Choice couldn't understand how other people behaved calmly after moving through the portal. Since Jace hadn't seen Heian for a long time, she was eager to go for a walk with her. So soon, the girls ran away together in an unknown direction, and Bloom went to rest. The guy planned to lie down for just a little while, but ended up barely waking up until almost evening. Previously, the hero did not notice that he was getting so tired, since he did not have time to rest. Corky was just there when the master woke up to help him dress nicely. The butler was sincerely worried about the Lord's condition, since he liked to forget about himself. Once again, Choice had little time to change, as soon there was a knock on the door. It turned out that Bloom's chef, Seth, had come to see him, even though there was no elaborate dinner planned for today. But the guy wanted to announce that he was going to marry a beautiful and sweet girl. Although Choice supported the wishes of his assistants, he still found himself unprepared for the wedding. The hero felt that his cook was so busy that he didn't have time to go on dates with girls. But it turned out that Seth found time for love, since the heart could not be ordered to remain silent. His chosen one was a young lady named Morian Hatcher, and she herself fell madly in love with the guy. Part of the hero was worried that many were now targeting Seth because of his cooking skills. However, he still wished the guy the best because he tried to support his assistants in everything. As Bloom had promised before, he was not opposed to buying a small estate for the two newlyweds. In the meantime, Choice allowed the couple to stay in the spare rooms of his large house. Seth's happiness knew no bounds, although he knew in advance that the master would refuse him nothing. But it was one thing to suspect, and quite another to personally hear about help from the Lord. Choice was even open to Morian becoming Heian's personal assistant for a while. But at that moment, their conversation was brazenly interrupted by Jace, who had already begun to miss walks. But the guy hoped until the very end that the girls would manage without his company this time. But in the end, Lady Medit still remembered a friend with whom she would also like to walk around the city. Even Heian agreed to come for Choice, because together with her friend they came up with a little plan. That's why they needed Lord Bloom, even though he still had a lot of work left to do. The girls really prepared an amazing surprise that the hero couldn't even imagine. The whole point was that they led him to the estate where the Silverwood family used to live. It turned out that Heian had decided to give the building to her friend as a thank you for all his help. Choice couldn't have imagined in his wildest dreams that the elf would be so kind to him. But the guy already had a good home to which he had become accustomed, body and soul. So instead of living in this place, the hero aimed to create a store for goods there. He just happened to have several businesses, so there was nothing stopping him from creating another one. The lady clearly didn't expect such an idea, but quickly realized that it was a good decision for the estate. The girl was ready to take on all the management so that it would be easier for the Lord to follow through on his duties. Besides, Bloom was already swamped with work, so he wouldn't have been able to keep an eye on this place as well. Creating water spaces was easy for Heian, but the Lord's territories were still undeveloped. All this was partly because the young man spent too much time cooking with Seth. Lately, the assistant had become much more absent-minded, which is why Choice personally supervised his dishes. This time, the hero wanted to cook something new, so he needed all the help of his assistant. Seth, as usual, remained close to his master in case his help was needed. As a result, the boys quickly completed the task since Bloom knew the new recipe well. The hero was already anticipating how pleased his friends would be when he showed them this food. And the guy turned out to be completely right, since Jace couldn't tear herself away from such a delicacy. Bloom knew that the lady missed his food very much, so he did not interfere with the girl enjoying her food. At this moment, Lady Medit's only concern was that she would not eat more than she was supposed to. Only Heian sided with her friend, as she herself ate a lot, but still remained slim. Watching the sweet friendship between the girls, the hero no longer believed that they had ever quarreled with each other. After the first course, he ordered the second course to be served, as the surprises for today were not over. As usual, the food looked like it had been blessed by the gods themselves while Bloom was cooking. But Jace wasn't used to the fact that even the dishes would be incredibly hot from food. This mistake by the cooks caused a lot of anger inside the girl, who hated to endure pain. Even the sight of delicious food could not calm Lady Medit now, because she did not want to receive damage. For a long time, the girl could not calm down after this incident, demonstrating her rage to her friend. However, Choice managed to quickly attract the aristocrats' attention to food that was worthy of it. Jace was still hungry, so she didn't wait for the second invitation. As soon as the lady tried this new dish, she instantly forgot about anger and pain. Each time, Lady Medit was surprised that Choice managed to cook something even more delicious. Only Heian's reaction always confused Bloom, since the elf always preferred bread. It seemed as if the lady couldn't live a day without buns, as if she were made entirely of them. But the hero was glad that the elf's face lit up with happiness every time, so he forgave her everything. While Jace was visiting him, the Lord planned to ask the girl for help in organizing the store. Lady Medit knew a lot from her father, who had been an excellent manager of any business for many years. So she immediately set difficult conditions for her friend because she knew that he could handle everything. The only one the friends failed to involve in this matter was Heian, since the lady only wanted to eat bread. The elf already had a lot to worry about regarding the emperor, so she was in no hurry to help. But even in such company, the hero had to manage to do everything on time, because soon there would be another holiday. Meanwhile, the ruler became increasingly fascinated by the assistant, who brought him various information. Of course, the man knew about the girl's true identity, and therefore did not completely trust her. But Priscilla tried her best, and even told about the affairs of merchants from other countries. All this information was very useful to the ruler, who tried to keep track of all events in the empire. He didn't know that the princess was cunningly telling only things that would not bring her any harm. And now, to help Lord Bloom a little, the elf said nasty things about the Peat family. What she didn't expect was that the emperor would soon call his own sister, Adelia. The girl thought completely differently from her ruling brother, so he was interested to hear her thoughts. This lady was distinguished by her calm and reasonable character, and therefore could have ruled herself. The emperor had a serious conversation with a woman who always tried to stay in the shadows. She owned the southern territories of the empire, and it was these that the man wanted to put up for auction. Adelia immediately guessed that her brother had decided to pull off such a strange maneuver for a reason. Indeed, the ruler, with his actions, wanted to appease the influential Medit family. At the moment, the Peat family owned land by the sea, so they were in an advantageous position, and Adelia watched all this from the side for a long time, without interfering in the affairs of the nobles. But now, the brother asked the woman to take part in his case in order to upset the balance of influence. This land alone could greatly strengthen the Medit family and attract their attention to the emperor. Until now, the man had been worried that Lord Bloom was growing too quickly without his knowledge. Therefore, he was pleased to realize that his sister did not become stubborn against such a decision. The ruler rarely asked the woman for anything, but still remained cautious around her. And now, to strengthen their relationship, he invited Adelia to go to the Knights' festival together. They hadn't seen each other for quite a while, so it was high time to take a stroll through the city streets. Meanwhile, events were taking place at Bloom's estate, where the morning began cheerfully. Raina rushed to him as quickly as if she had heard some incredible and joyful news. The hero barely had time to get dressed properly and tidy himself up after a warm and refreshing shower, so the girl froze in her thoughts for a while at the sight of such a handsome gentleman. Lost in her dreams, she didn't immediately remember that she hadn't just run to the Lord early in the morning for no reason. The whole point was that she learned about the recently exposed territories in the south of the empire. The girl had just heard that Choice, together with Duke Medit, wanted to expand their holdings. It had been quite a while since Raina had encountered Adelia putting land up for sale. But this was a good opportunity for the hero because he would have enough money to buy the territory. So Licht was incredibly happy to be one of the first to learn about this important news. The imperial family rarely allowed aristocrats to take over their territories without any reason. Now the main contenders for the purchase were Choice's allies in the form of Duke Kruno and Medit. But it was still not an easy decision for the hero, since other aristocrats would definitely interfere. As usual, in such difficult moments for Choice, Jace found him in a cheerful mood. This time she had a good reason for such an act, because she came with interesting news. Her father sent a letter with a magic dove, and the lady could hardly resist opening it first. But in the end, the message was delivered to Bloom, although Jace did not stop hanging around. It turned out that the Duke already knew about the southern lands that were on offer and would like to buy part of them. If the Medit family succeeds in purchasing these territories, their cooperation with Kruno will strengthen. So the man counted on the Lord's help because he knew that he was capable of this task. Choice was not averse to participating, but had time to prepare for the auction before it. So Jace wasn't going to sit still today because the tournament was about to start. This was another reason why the lady dragged the hero for a walk instead of work. The arena, prepared for battle, was impressive in its scale, as it accommodated many people. Bloom had difficulty finding his way around this space, as he had never been to such places before. If it weren't for Lady Medit's instructions, the guy would have easily gotten lost in the middle of the arena. While the spectators were taking their seats, all the knights were anxiously preparing for the demonstration fights. Soon the very battles began, for which many came to the arena on the day of the holiday. Jace had been going to these types of events since she was a child, so she enjoyed watching the fights. Of course, the girl was rooting for her father's knights, but their results were disastrous. The more time passed in the arena, the more guys lost again. In the end, Jace was so angry that she wanted to deal with all the opponents herself. And the victory was won by the mercenaries, led by Shalman Rat, who behaved calmly. Although there was still time for Team Medit to win, the lady was already incredibly upset. These nightly competitions were always important for aristocrats, as they could place bets. But cooperation did not end there, as afterwards, the division of territories between people began. The hero knew little about the rules of this world, although he had already lived successfully in it for several years. However, Choice listened with surprise to Reina's stories, as she was an excellent source of information. Bloom had not yet decided whether he, like the other aristocrats, should recruit knights for himself. But at that moment, the conversation was abruptly interrupted, as Lisht noticed something suspicious ahead. But the girl didn't have time to warn Lucas, so the guy didn't turn away from the crowd. As a result, he had to stop the cart abruptly, otherwise he would not have avoided the collision. Reina's intuition at that moment told her that the problems with the crowd of people would not end there. As soon as she noticed Lucas's disappearance, the girl immediately took everything into her own hands. Licht was trained in many things, and driving a horse and carriage was one of them. But Choice was unhappy that his assistant had taken him as far away from the scene of the incident as possible. What worried him most was the fact that Lucas was left somewhere behind the clashing knights. If Bloom had been able to decide anything at that moment, he would never have allowed himself to be led away. But Reina made a decision in favor of the master's life, although she too was sorry to leave her friend. So the girl wasn't offended by Choice's rude order to find Lucas alive. Until the evening, the hero watched the road with anxiety, but none of his acquaintances appeared on it. He could have spent the whole night without sleep if the assistants had not insisted on rest for the master. Corky promised that he would definitely wake the Lord as soon as Reina returned with Lucas. But in the end, the hero slept until the morning, since no one woke him up with good news. The butler didn't want to upset the master unnecessarily, so he came only when Lucas returned. Corky himself didn't expect that the search for an assistant would drag on so long, despite Reina's skills. Hans was the most pleased with his friend's return, although they argued almost constantly at the estate. For a long time, the village boy did not let the servant go, because he missed him very much. But as soon as Lucas's condition began to deteriorate sharply, the young man was forced to retreat. Choice was glad to see his assistant alive, but he still had a lot of questions. It turned out that the guy returned with Shalman Rat, who became his savior yesterday. Bloom remembered this man well, as he demonstrated his best skills in the arena. Deep down, the Lord would have liked this particular mercenary to agree to serve him under contract. Only now did Lucas admit that yesterday he accidentally fell into the crowd and lost consciousness. What scared Choice most was that if it weren't for Shalman, the assistant could have easily died. So the hero simply had to properly thank the mercenary who had acted so nobly. It never occurred to Bloom that it was Shalman who could have started that brawl on the street. For this reason, the man personally came to the Lord's estate to apologize for his behavior. Rat didn't know that his honesty only earned him more respect from the hero who loved such people. But even despite this, Lucas still stood up for the man who saved his life. The assistant himself said that Shalman's mercenaries actually won the arena battles. Rat was such a good leader that no one in his team was seriously hurt. Choice was surprised that some knights still decided to take revenge and did it dishonestly. That's why Lucas was so happy to talk about the exploits of those who won in the arena not long ago. Bloom had no reason not to trust his assistant, since the mercenaries seemed fair to him too. From the very beginning, Shalman looked like a man you could safely trust with your life. That's why it was so important for the hero to reward the mercenary somehow, so he saved the life of his assistant. Only Reina could suggest what was best suited for people in that area of life. But it turned out that the girl was still not at the estate since she had been looking for Lucas all this time. Literally, a few minutes later, Licht returned home with a burden of sadness and grief on her face. She clearly didn't expect to see the guy come back, as if he hadn't disappeared at all during the night. But all this time, the informant was asking people around in the hope that she could find the guy. In the end, all she had to do was return to the estate because Lucas was fine. So joy and rage mixed in the lady with great force, but deep down she was glad. During her time living in the estate, Reina got used to every person and did not want to lose anyone. Choice was confident that the girl would soon forget about her mistake, as she had many tasks. At that moment, Shalman suddenly recognized the lady who had not even paid attention to him when they met. It turned out that as children, they both often trained together and almost hated each other. Until now, Lich could not stand the offensive nickname the man had come up with for her. The girl would never have thought that she would meet this particular man again in her life. At the sight of his old acquaintance, Shalman noticeably came to life since he felt more at ease in the company of friends. However, he had business to attend to, so Rat could not stay to talk to the girl he knew. As soon as he left, the hero immediately began to restore order among the estate's assistants. Choice could never allow Lucas to work because his arm was injured. Only after this did the guy turn to Reina, who knew Shalman and his mercenaries well. Bloom honestly admitted to the girl that he would like to see these people among his protectors. But Licht couldn't promise anything like that since Rat had always been independent. That same evening, Shalman threw a feast for his subordinates since he had money from the Lord. The man told everyone around him exactly how he earned the gold coins and why they were celebrating. A huge amount of food and drinks appeared on the tables to ensure that everyone was satisfied. But at that time, the mercenaries did not yet know that their leader had come up with a new course for their future life. The guys always and in everything listened to the master since their desires and thoughts coincided every time. Over the course of this time, they have developed a nearly familial bond as they have experienced so much together. But Shalman did not forget that he was the leader, so he reminded everyone of this when necessary. He had recently made an important decision that they should now stay in one place. The man initially understood that not everyone would support such an idea, since the life of mercenaries was nomadic. However, he did not even listen to the indignation when people began to quarrel about this. Only with his best assistance could Shalman be honest to the very end in any situation. Although Rat didn't really want to admit what was happening, there was no other choice. So he immediately told his friends that he had found Reina and wanted to stay near her. Of course, the head's two close aides had known this girl well since childhood. They instantly remembered the same lady who constantly scolded them during training. But it is for this very reason that the guys would prefer not to get involved with the daughter of the Licht family. The only problem was that Shalman had been in love with Miss for a long time, and the feelings remained. That's why he was against the opinion of his friends who advised him to forget this girl. In fact, everyone around had already managed to try the food of the master for whom Reina served. The conversation was about Lord Bloom, who was gradually expanding his influence in the highest circles of society. Previously, the mercenaries did not regard this guy as a master, but now everything has changed. Rat had met Choice personally and was therefore confident that he could be trusted with his life. For a long time, the guys had been choosing a person for whom they could work calmly and without problems. As soon as Shalman made his choice, his friends supported his decision, as they had no doubts about it. They had noticed more than once that Rat was rarely wrong when it came to the future of their team. And this time, the man was confident of a good result, even if he had to stay put. The leader didn't expect that, in fact, his assistants trusted not his decision, but Reina's choice. But he also agreed with his friends that the girl could not have chosen a bad person. So, the very next morning, the hero happily noticed an application from the mercenary Shalman on the table. Of course, the young man was ready to accept people whose abilities he had already seen in the arena. Although Licht was not involved in Rat's decision, she still felt something was wrong. But the mercenary had no intention of harming anyone from Bloom's estate, as he had indeed come to get a job. He took with him only his best friends who could take excellent care of his life. But the guys, as usual, started bragging about their skills, trying to prove who was better. All this once again ended in a brawl, right in the office of young Lord Bloom. But the hero, out of politeness, did not pay attention to the behavior of the mercenaries, who did not know the rules of aristocrats. He was much more interested in the work contract that Shalman was going to sign with him. It was no surprise to Choice that the mercenaries would require quite a bit of money for their work. And indeed, Rat knew his own worth very well, so he did not ask too little from the Lord. Since there were no wars now, Shalman was ready to take care of his people on his own. All these conditions did not raise any questions for Choice, as they were fairly fair, so the guy had no doubts when he raised the pay for such skilled workers. As a result, they signed a contract, and both parties were satisfied with the result. But Choice's work wasn't finished yet, as he still had a few things left to do. And for this, he needed Heian's help because the girl had connections among the wizards of this world. The whole point was that the hero was worried about Lucas's wound, although the guy himself pretended that everything was fine with him. But Bloom was afraid that the medicine of this world would not be sufficient to treat his assistant. That's why he turned to a girl who might know several healers from the Wizarding Society. The lady herself understood perfectly well that officially calling a magician would be too long and difficult, so she promised to do her best, although she didn't have any ideas yet. As soon as the hero praised his friend, Miss Overjoyed immediately came up with a way to save Lucas. She already knew the right person. All that remained was to persuade him to help one of Bloom's people. The girl had no doubt that Priscilla was capable of such treatment. But the lady did not reveal to her friend how exactly she met the doctor. As a result, Choice left the matter to Heian and decided to check on his friend late at night. Lucas barely managed to run to the door before the Lord opened it himself due to the long wait. The assistant's appearance once again proved to the hero that he urgently needed magical help. The boy's wound began to emit an unpleasant odor since no ointments were helping it heal. In fact, Lucas brilliantly hid the pain that had been tormenting him since the onset of his severe injury. While he was unable to even move his arm, which indicated that the injury was dangerous. That is why the hero did not believe the assistant's words that he felt almost no pain. Choice was infuriated by the fact that Lucas refused to acknowledge the obvious, lest anyone fear for him. Bloom was well aware that his friend's life was in danger due to a huge number of illnesses. The Empire's medical system was in very poor condition, and only wizards were able to improve the situation a little. Of course, Choice had no intention of letting Lucas die, so he verbally supported him. He had long ago ordered the butler to change the bandages on the boy's hand in a timely manner to prevent rotting. However, this was still too little, as the hero realized as soon as he looked at the wound. At that moment, the guy felt sad because he couldn't bring a doctor from his world. But today, Reina pleased the gentleman by saying that they easily won the auction for money. Bloom expected at least some resistance from the aristocrats, but they eventually gave in quickly. So now, the guy could divide the territories with his allies, which would leave everyone with a benefit. For now, the young man did not plan to write to the dukes first, deciding to wait until they contacted him. At that very moment, there was a knock on the office door, once again distracting the hero from his thoughts. It turned out that the butler met the guest and led him to the main hall of the estate so that he could wait for the Lord. The guest turned out to be a beautiful young girl who immediately introduced herself as a magical healer. However, the lady refused the offered tea as she wanted to get to work straight away. It was the elven princess, and from Heian's words, she already had a rough idea of Lucas's condition. But in reality, everything turned out to be much worse, since the necessary time had already been lost. For this reason, Priscilla even had to take off her hat so that it wouldn't blow away during the spell. Only after this was the elf ready to begin the spell that would heal the young man. For the first time in his life, Choice saw magic so powerful that it could save someone in a matter of minutes. As a result, there was no trace left of Lucas's wound, as if the boy had not been sick at all. His gratitude knew no bounds, although the princess had no plans to accept any compliments. As soon as the assistant came to his senses, Hans was the first to grab him in a strong, friendly embrace. Until now, Choice was amazed at how much energy his young and hot-blooded village friend had. had. Only after such important work was completed did Priscilla agree to rest. Lord Bloom had just prepared some delicious tea and chocolate to treat the kind healer. In such a pleasant atmosphere, the girl was even able to relax a little, although she hadn't planned to. But she didn't expect that Choice's business with her wouldn't end there because she would still need help. The princess was not averse to healing people, despite the fact that it drained her abilities for a time. The whole point was that Bloom remembered the wounded people of Shalman, and he wanted to help them too. As a result, Rat was so grateful for the treatment that he could not express it in words. At that moment, the mercenary finally realized that he had made the right choice in deciding to serve the Lord. Before the elf left, the hero still insisted on paying her at least something for the treatment. So, after much persuasion, the girl chose chocolate for herself, which she really liked. But she did not linger any longer because she was afraid that someone might recognize her. Choice was already glad that all the wounded people under his supervision were finally cured. But he didn't expect that the mercenaries would eventually become truly loyal to him in exchange for his help. Only now the guys have slightly revealed the fact that Shalman was the leader due to the laziness of everyone else. One of the best mercenaries even believed that he was the strongest among his friends. But Rat immediately reminded the knight that he periodically lost and cleaned the cones. Choice had never heard of such a strange punishment after training battles before. It turned out that the mercenaries were constantly improving their skills by fighting each other with sticks. And the losers are always forced to scrape the cones down to the very base to teach them a lesson. Only Shalman never lost, so he had every right to be called the commander of the mercenaries. Watching his cheerful friends, Bloom himself could not help but smile joyfully at their arguments. But the plans were not long in coming, because the hero was planning a journey with his things through the mountains. The guy was horrified to imagine how much they needed to prepare so as not to miss anything. He was rightly afraid of attacks because it was unlikely that bandits would just sit in one place. So Bloom was sure to take wizards with him who would prove very useful. But the plan still remained very fragile since the hero could not foresee all the dangers. Shalman was especially aware of the unpleasantness of the matter they had gotten themselves into with this trip. However, Choice had no more time to wait as the jewels needed to be transported. Therefore, the hero mentally prepared himself in advance for the fact that the journey would not be the most pleasant. He was ready to listen to any opinion of Rat, who was more experienced in such matters. Shalman suggested making several stops along the way so that some robbers wouldn't wait for them. In any case, Choice spared no expense on this event to ensure that everyone remained alive. Until now, Rat's heart was filled with gratitude for the fact that the master had cured his friends. But the man liked the sweet food that Choice generously treated everyone at the table to much more. As a result, once all the guests had left, there were no more of the prepared sweets left on the table. Meanwhile, the maids showered Heian with compliments, considering her very beautiful. The girl had just dressed up a little and was using perfume when suddenly one of her assistants became ill. It immediately became clear to the lady that her maid was pregnant because it could not be otherwise. But the assistant herself had not even thought about such a possibility, although she had recently gotten married. As a result, after the examination, the head maid confirmed the fact that the maid had become pregnant. This was great news, as Morianne just wanted a child from her beloved husband Seth. The cook himself didn't expect that they would be able to organize an addition to the family so quickly. And now, Choice was doubting whether it was worth taking his assistant along on the trip. He was afraid that the sudden changes in altitude in the mountains could negatively affect the girl's health. This whole situation between the lovers suddenly reminded the hero of his own family. The parents often talked to their son about love as they practically deified this feeling. Mother was absolutely sure that Choice would definitely find himself a wonderful wife. Although there was still a lot of time until this moment, the parents loved to tease their son like this. At that moment, the hero was horrified by the thought that he would have to try for the sake of some lady. As a result, Bloom now lived for himself in a huge estate, but took care of all his friends. And they cared about him just as much, as the next morning they gave the young man a surprise congratulatory gift. But the hero was sure that no one would remember the day he was born in that reality. But Jace and Heian organized a real celebration to please their friend. Lady Medit even prepared one of the finest swords in her family's collection as a gift for the Lord. The Lord was just looking for some kind of weapon to defend himself on a difficult journey. Assistants wrote congratulatory letters for the gentleman to express their emotions in writing. But what surprised the hero most was that Lady Heian personally baked a birthday cake for him. It was a very small dessert, for which the girl spent quite a lot of time. Everyone around was interested in the Lord's reaction because none of the girls had cooked for him before. The elf sincerely believed that adding soy sauce to it was the best idea in the world. And only Choice understood that with these ingredients, the girl had probably ruined the entire taste of the cake. Jace begged the guy to make a wish and blow out the candles on the gift as soon as possible. But Bloom was in no hurry to try the cake, as he suspected that he would not like the food. However, the hero could not disappoint the elf who tried so hard to cook for him, so he hid his sadness that soy sauce might ruin the whole dish. Heian's face lit up with happiness, as she felt like she had done everything perfectly right. The young man had to get himself in the mood for a while before he tried even a piece. As the hero expected, it was not a cake at all, but ordinary soft bread with the taste of soy sauce. Choice knew perfectly well that he wouldn't be able to eat all of this festive product on his own. So he called over the first assistant he came across, hoping that he would try too. Bloom had to insist on this very strongly since Lucas refused until the very end. But in the end, the guy liked the cake since he didn't notice anything strange or unpleasant about it. The assistant remembered that Chef Seth had personally approved this dish, so everything was in order. It never even occurred to the hero that his friend's taste would suddenly deteriorate so much. In this situation, Choice would seem strange if he started saying something opposite to the others. As a result, the guy had to finish the cake himself, although it was quite a challenge. But Bloom bore it courageously because he did not want to offend any of his friends who had tried so hard. Only after this was he able to begin the main celebration, for which everyone had already gathered. The guy asked the cook and butler to prepare everything in advance, as he wanted to please his friends. He happily announced that from today on, they would celebrate his birthday every year. The hero intended to use this opportunity for a general get-together and to unite his assistants with each other. Huge tables covered with delicious food left no one indifferent or sad. Over the course of several years, Choice made so many new acquaintances that they could hardly fit in this room. The guy trusted each of his assistants, since he had once personally selected them for the job. He even invited the mercenaries to the celebration, as they were now part of their society. As usual, Jace was the first to pounce on the food, as if she had no idea about aristocratic manners. But the assistant was still worried that the lady would not like something about the food that was on the table. However, Medit only wondered why her cook couldn't cook so deliciously. The girl was ready to sing songs in honor of the tender chicken she had just tasted. Miss sincerely thought that her cook was stupid if he couldn't repeat something similar with food. She didn't know that the recipe was simple, but it took quite a long time. So even Bloom didn't get the perfect taste the first time, but he achieved what he wanted. Meanwhile, the mercenaries were having a great time, devouring huge quantities of meat at the tables. Their behavior made Shalman feel ashamed, as he was not used to eating so well with aristocrats. But Reina had long since realized that in Bloom's estate, everyone was obliged to eat tasty and satisfying food. The girl knew that Choice was not the richest lord, but he still tried for his people. All because this guy was not only smart and handsome, but also incredibly kind to his loved ones. So Licht would never have allowed Shalman to betray such a good master. The day soon came when Bloom planned to cross the mountains, and the journey promised to be difficult. But Choice was completely prepared for the trip, as he had thought through almost everything down to the last detail during this time. He left the estate to a new butler, whom he chose strictly on Corky's recommendation, so the guy wasn't worried that anything could happen to the house while he was away. While Bloom was saying goodbye to those who were staying, everyone else had already taken their seats in the carriages, so Choice didn't have to run around trying to get his assistants into line as quickly as possible. Soon he himself jumped into the carriage, taking Reina with him, who was confused during the boarding process. Initially, the Lord planned to go alone and took a blanket for himself, but shared it with the girl. Licht had no idea that Bloom would always remain such a kind and handsome guy. She was pleased to travel next to him, for the lady was always partial to such faces. Choice's appearance seemed even more beautiful because he was sleeping peacefully despite the movement of the cart. Watching him, Reina allowed herself to wonder what it was like to be the wife of such a wonderful man. As soon as the assistants stopped for the first rest stop, they immediately woke up the young gentleman. Jace was one of the first to jump out of the carriage, as she was tired of sitting in one place. Until now, Lady Medit had hidden her anxiety about whether they would be able to get there alive. Suddenly, the mercenaries heard a carriage approaching, which was not what they had planned in such a place. But the cart really did approach quickly, and it was clear that it cost a lot of money. Choice couldn't even imagine what kind of person suddenly decided to follow his squad. He was confident that he had left no one behind who wanted to go on the journey with him. A slight panic began among the assistants because it was necessary to protect the master from danger. But it turned out that Edro had caught up with his friends because he had decided to go with them through the mountains. No one could have imagined that Goldson would not stay home for Heian's sake, even though he had things to do. But the elf only looked out for a moment, as she was in a bad mood today. However, this did not upset the elf, who was confident that he would quickly get the evil girl to talk. As soon as they hid in the carriage, Jace began to interrogate Choice about the relationship between the friends. Since Bloom himself did not know the answer to this question, the lady decided to find out for herself. Meanwhile, the Lord was called by his assistants, since it was necessary to resolve the issue of dinner for everyone. Until now, the hero was worried that bandits could attack them at any moment. But Hans assured his noble friend that he could protect both him and Lucas if necessary. At exactly this time, the attack suddenly began, but the mercenaries did not have time to put up a defense. The arrows flew mercilessly towards Choice as the bandits knew who to aim at. At that moment, Hans bravely shielded his friends because he wasn't lying when he said he would save them. As a result, the guy himself was injured, but he still did not step aside so that no one else would get hurt. The hero was instantly overwhelmed with guilt, as he did not have time to activate the magic shield. Lucas also found himself saved by a friend, and nothing could help him in such a difficult situation. Within a moment, a powerful defense, which the mercenaries had rehearsed for a long time, was built around the hero. But Choice was worried that some people might still be left outside the shields. Lucas noticed too late that one of the maids had frozen stupidly in place out of fear. It was Kana, and few could help her because the arrows were already flying at full speed towards the girl. But at the last moment, Edro saved his assistant as he activated a powerful protective spell. So, in just a moment, the magic shield stood firmly over the people, saving them from arrows. The hero could not even imagine that the combination of vegetation and water would be so useful. To protect her friends, Heian also got out of the carriage as she couldn't stay put. The appearance of the brave elves delighted the hero, who was worried about the condition of his assistants. Although they were able to build a strong defense, the enemies were still hiding somewhere in the forest. Shalman instantly assessed the situation by the number of arrows that quickly flew towards them. The mercenary was only concerned about how long the wizards would be able to maintain the magical shield. The man understood that there were too many bandits, but he still wasn't going to give up so quickly. He had to act quickly, since all the luggage had accidentally been left outside. Rat was lucky because the elves were ready to fight, even if they got too tired in the process. But neither Heian nor Edro planned to retreat because the lives of their friends were at stake. Meanwhile, panic began to break out among the band of robbers as they noticed magicians among their enemies. None of the bandits expected that Lord Bloom would have such good protection from robbery, but greed blinded their leader as he was promised a lot of money for the attack. Therefore, the man cruelly ordered that no one be spared because they could not miss such an opportunity. Choice was known to everyone as a very rich aristocrat, as he had many businesses. Therefore, the leader quickly managed to inspire his assistants to continue the fight. While Bloom tried his best to help Hans, who was seriously wounded, Choice was too scared by his friend's condition to think logically in the situation. And only Reina remained calm, as she rarely gave in to panic at such moments. The battle was in full swing as the mercenaries fearlessly rushed into battle against the robbers. No one wanted to back down because everyone liked Lord Bloom, who hired them. So the guys did not spare themselves just to bring victory to the master as soon as possible. Once the mercenaries had distracted the robbers, Heian was able to take a little break from magic. She didn't even notice that Edra was squeezed like a lemon because he wasn't used to working so hard. But the girl maintained her pride and straight back until the very end, although she also felt unwell. The hero's intuition told him that the entire attack would soon be smashed to smithereens. And he turned out to be right, since Xiaoman, after the victory, took several robbers prisoner. Cho Isu was so filled with rage that he could barely contain himself when asking his enemies questions. The hero was sure that someone from above had organized this detachment and given them information. And literally a few minutes later, the guys actually admitted that they were simply following the leader. Xiaoman also did not believe the robbers, who tried to prove that they knew absolutely nothing. It was clear to Bloom that only one person could be behind this nasty attack. But he listened to Reina's advice and did not yet look for evidence of who his enemy was. Instead, Rat took over the interrogation and soon brought all the necessary information to the master. The man extracted this information through beatings, but the Lord did not need to know about it. Now, Xiaoman could send some of his men to check the said village. This was just in time, as many of Choi's men were wounded after the nasty attack. And the worst thing was for Hans, because he was hit not by a sword, but by an arrow with a terrible poison at the base. In this situation, they had to act quickly, otherwise they could lose a dear friend. Choice ordered that healing capsules that could neutralize the poison be quickly distributed to everyone. This helped Hans, although his condition was still bad, and he could not continue the journey. But Bloom felt better because at least his friend wouldn't die from the poison that hit him along with the arrow. The hero promised himself that he would definitely repay his enemies for this terrible incident. His face was emotionless as the boy burned the corpses of several mercenaries who had died. Xiaoman saw for the first time how strong Lord Bloom was, although he seemed to everyone to be a kind simpleton. All this time, one man hid his presence, as he had illegally entered the detachment. It was a girl who desperately searched for Heian because only she could protect her. The whole point was that Priscilla also went on the trip, hiding in one of the carriages. Only now did the princess decide to show herself, as she could help the wounded people. As soon as Reina noticed the tent walls being opened, she braced herself for the blow. But there was no fight because Priscilla showed her face to the worried girls in time. The elf admitted with difficulty that she had been following Heian all this time for an important conversation. Licht had no reason to distrust the princess, so she obediently left the lady alone. It was no surprise that Heian bombarded Valentinian with questions about refusing to go. But the princess ended up being here and accidentally putting her life in unnecessary danger. Silverwood never thought that Priscilla would be capable of such pranks at her age. All this time, the elf stubbornly pretended that she would remain in the imperial palace. But curiosity overcame prudence in the girl, so she followed Lord Bloom's detachment. The whole point was that the princess was attracted by the tranquility that remained in Heian. Priscilla lived her entire life in anxiety and worry, and it seemed like it would never end. But now that she could find a use for her healing magic, the lady seemed to come alive. In the end, the lady followed the lead of the princess, who now wanted to stay with the squad. However, Heian honestly admitted to the girl that she still did not fully trust her. Priscilla's soul actually contained several elves, whom she had once handed over to the emperor. But Valentinian had a necklace made of elven tears that could prove her devotion. The princess gave this item to Heian since it was her family that originally owned the jewelry. Silverwood saw the necklace as a child, and her father told her that it could save her from death. But the stepmother sold the jewelry to the emperor as soon as the head of the family died due to long life. As soon as Heian got the jewelry back, her heart began to beat joyfully at the sight of this thing. Now the girl was not ready to return to Priscilla, the decoration that she liked so much. Silverwood considered this a fair punishment for the princess, who had led an improper life. But now Valentinian was gradually recovering, helping the wounded quickly get back on their feet. Choice still couldn't understand why the elves didn't all come together if they wanted to go with him. But it turned out that Edro was seeing the healer for the first time, although he was very glad of her presence in the squad. Thanks to Priscilla's help, everyone was able to sleep peacefully that evening because they were not afraid of dying. And only Kana began to become truly hysterical because the maid almost died during the battle. The girl no longer believed that following Lord Bloom was the right decision. Lucas tried his best to prove to the stupid assistant that their master had done everything possible. But the guy quickly realized that he would not be able to get through to the lady whose mind was clouded by fear. Kana brazenly accused Choice of recklessly putting their lives in grave danger. The girl believed that if she had stayed in the estate, nothing bad would have happened to her. And at the very peak moment of the quarrel, Kana suddenly received a stinging slap right across the face. The head maid could no longer tolerate the unfounded accusations against their master. The girl clearly didn't expect her older friend to react so violently to her hysteria. The maid quickly reminded the stupid assistant who exactly had given her all the clothes and the expensive capsule. So that evening, Lucas's intervention was no longer necessary, and the boy breathed a sigh of relief. Over the next few days, nothing interesting happened for Jace. Suddenly, the girl saw her family's coat of arms somewhere in the field and wished to meet her father. Choice couldn't refuse the lady, who had rarely visited her home lately. The Duke was pleased to see for himself that his daughter was okay despite the attacks. The man noticed that Bloom had prepared well for the trip and had taken many carriages with him. He didn't just come out to meet him because he needed to talk to the Lord personally. The conversation turned to the fact that Duke Medit had also placed spies near the village with the robbers, so the chances of Choice finding the traitor quickly increased thanks to such support. The guy himself did everything possible to ensure that his unit was not attacked again. Father Jace could only praise the young man who worked so hard for his friends and helpers. What pleased the hero most was the news that a good road had already been paved further on, so the whole company was able to safely reach the estate that Choice planned to develop. Bloom was pleased to notice that since his last visit here, the fields had become cleaner and the people were kinder. This gave the butler hope that his management of this estate would not be so difficult. Until the very end, Bloom was worried that the situation in these lands would remain virtually unchanged. But now he could start developing these good territories from scratch with peace of mind. As usual, the hero couldn't concentrate on just one thing, but he didn't see any problem with that. But the guy immediately noticed that most of the local knights and residents had gathered around his carriage. Everyone wanted to welcome the new master, and Bloom could not refuse the crowd this desire. His new home was a beautiful building, worthy of receiving a lord. Choice walked out fearlessly to the people he would now rule for many good years. The residents greeted the gentleman with joy, as they were always ready for change. Bloom was now responsible for even more people, but he wasn't at all worried about it. Since they had just arrived, the hero ordered his assistants to unpack their things. It just turned out that Heian, instead of settling in, wanted to go to the Elven Spring. Since Choice had some free time, he decided to go with the girls. At that moment, Edro noticed that the company was slowly moving away somewhere, and without him. Until now, Goldson had been making attempts to get acquainted with the unknown elf. But the princess remained just as cold, since the elf was not of the most noble family. Bloom never imagined that elves could choose who to communicate with and who to continue to ignore. Despite some tension in the group, all four of them reached the lake safely. Priscilla was immediately delighted at the sight of the spring, as it turned out to be better in real life. The princess was the first to dive into the cool and pleasant water, and Idro immediately and happily followed her. Literally, a moment later, they disappeared under the water, not wanting to show themselves on the surface yet. Of the whole company, only Cho Isu did not need to plunge into the water to replenish his strength. Only Heian did not jump into the water, as she would like to continue living here and not stay in the estate. Choice saw no problem in securing this territory for the elves who needed the lake. He was only worried that the number of magicians would not increase, as this would attract unnecessary attention. But the joyful squeals of the elves told the young man that he could think about the problems later. It would have cost him nothing to allocate these territories for permanent residence of the wizard. As soon as she received permission, Heian broke into a happy smile because she was grateful. The girl was unable to explain in words how important this source of magic was for the elves. All wizards knew that human greed often knows no bounds. The Emperor was a perfect example of this, as he used the artifact to subjugate the elves. That's why it was so important for Heian to stay in a place that promised her safety and peace. Never before had the lady experienced such joy and confidence in a good future. Despite everything, Silverwood planned to remain at Lord Bloom's estate, and this really pleased the guy, who thought that all this time Heian liked Edro. So the hero felt relieved when he realized that he was very wrong about the girl's feelings. Choice himself didn't expect that he would be so happy that the elf's heart would be unoccupied. Silverwood hadn't paid attention to any of the guys for a long time because she had gotten used to Lord Bloom, and this pleased the Lord, who always suffered from low self-esteem and constantly did not believe in himself. But now the lady opened her friend's eyes to the fact that he was worthy of attention from the female population. However, Choice only wanted to live in the new estate with Heian, as she was the one who helped him the most. This is how they made a pact, sealing it with a friendly handshake and faith in each other. After a few days, Choice was left with only one question: where to place the new gate to his world. He understood that he couldn't show the portal to anyone, so that people wouldn't ask him questions. The only thing that saved the hero was that all his assistants were in awe of the luxury of this huge estate. But Bloom wasn't going to stop there, so he invited an architect to join him. The guy had long ago decided how exactly he would begin to improve his new city. Naturally, the Lord's first concern was good roads so that travel would not be nauseating. And then he would like to add more decorative architecture to please people. Choice knew he had set himself too high a goal, but he had good friends. In some places, even Heian agreed to help her friend with water arrangements, as it was an important resource. That is why the hero believed that his city would soon become a wonderful landmark. He didn't mind spending money to make the new place sparkle with beautiful flowers. Once the architect received funding to complete the tasks, he no longer asked questions. Now the hero only had to decide how much tax he would collect from the population. Lucas knew that Duke Medit collected approximately 30% of the entire harvest. And this news surprised Corky very much because he knew that people usually gave half. That is why the butler could not hide his surprise, although he usually remained calm. The assistant could not have imagined that his master would follow the example of the noble Medit family. But Lucas was pleased with this decision because it meant that the residents would not be outraged. Choice felt reassured that his assistants were so knowledgeable about the management system. He understood that they had to set up complex logistics to keep the fields producing crops. From his world, the guy knew an excellent system for preventing territories from wearing out. In this reality, only 3 fields were used, which quickly wore out during sowing. So none of the assistants knew how to solve this difficult problem with the harvest, and only Bloom came up with the idea of using 4 fields at once to reduce the load on the others. Lucas's head was ready to explode from such clever reasoning, since he did not understand anything. But the hero was confident that his plan would work, and the harvest would quickly increase. At that moment, mercenaries came to the Lord's office as they had news about the robbers. Although they caught the merchant who paid the enemy, they did not find the main instigator of the attack. But more than anything, Choice would like to find evidence that the Pete family ordered it. But Shalman had only come across indirect information, so they were in for a difficult hunt. Bloom realized with sadness that they still had nothing to blame the Pete family for the attack. Even his connections with the Kruno and Medit families didn't really help the Lord in this unpleasant situation. So for now, he gave the mercenaries a chance to rest, because they were already running around. He still had to meet the village elders elders, so Choice gathered them all together. It is time to restore order in the city, which has previously been very poorly looked after by the manager. And to begin with, Bloom requested information about everyone who lived in the small villages of the elders. Surprisingly, everyone fulfilled the request competently, as they quickly provided the necessary information. All this was necessary so that Choice could conduct an annual census of its population. The hero suspected that many would be unhappy with this rule, since they were used to hiding the number of people. But he didn't intend to raise taxes, but rather to give out free soap to everyone in need. No one could have imagined that the new master would be so kind to his residents. Bloom had already calculated everything, and the soap production was to take place with the help of sunflowers. So he was going to give this thing to every person to reduce the number of diseases. Choice knew that the price of soap was too high, and therefore residents could not afford it. But Bloom would never have allowed the resale of a product that was intended for hygiene purposes. In addition, Lucas, on the Lord's orders, brought books that were to be distributed to the elders. Each of the men should have studied the contents carefully, because it was useful. In it, the hero, with the help of wizards, collected information about the useful herbs of this territory. Even Lucas managed to study everything that was written and was delighted with the elaboration of all the details. The only problem was that many of the elders didn't even try to learn to read. So there was an uproar among them when Choice announced that he would not leave illiterates in office. But Lucas came to his aid, reminding him that reading lessons would be free. Therefore, Bloom was able to calmly announce that he would also reward the village with a large harvest. His words gave people motivation because everyone loved gifts and surprises from the master. But Choice didn't finish his announcements there, as he prepared a lottery for all residents. Even the assistants did not expect such thoughtfulness from the master, although he often surprised them. The hero deliberately divided the cost of tickets so that different segments of the population could purchase them. He even allowed passing vendors to participate, preparing a separate category for them. It was no surprise that Lucas was one of the first to take up this risky venture. Bloom only had to figure out how to carry out this undertaking correctly, but this could be done later. The hero had already thought too much over the past couple of days, so he could afford to rest. He could only hope that Lucas really wouldn't buy up all the lottery tickets with his salary. Meanwhile, the architects were already busy laying out roads, which Choice was able to appreciate personally. The guy was glad that they were developing at an incredible speed, improving everyone's lives. A few days later, a pleasant surprise awaited him at the estate as Duke Merit came to visit. As usual, the man didn't just visit his friend, although he was glad to see him every time. They needed to talk in private, so Bloom ushered all the assistants out the door. Choice's intuition told him that he was about to have a very important conversation with an ally. And he turned out to be right, as the man's patience was gradually running out. So Duke Merit finally proposed to take action against the greedy emperor.